Alright, first map starting off, it's gonna be Mode 1 alert. It's, man, I don't make you pronounce this. It's Sayonara Legendaria by that artist. You can see on the screen. I'm not doing that.
You say Kyoyoki.
Yeah, that one, right? It's 7.30.
I said it wrong, but
it's close enough, better than what I do. That artist, you guys can read it down below, pronounce it for yourselves. We're just here to talk about the maps. This is the jump map. It is CS 4.1, pretty much CS4, right? Version 9.5. Comfortable approach rate, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. A little bit short, not actually the same length as last week. And yeah, 195 BPM on mech map. If you played mech maps, you can probably, you already know what to expect from this one. The jumps aren't really gonna be 1-2 jump focused, more like some awkward angles, but like the main 7.3 star difficulty does probably come for like one spike towards the end, like after the halfway part. Okay, when I talk about not really 1-2 jumps, you see 1-2 jumps, that's really bad timing. But you do see a lot of different angles on this one, but a lot of back and forth and stuff. Just wait for that.
yeah, I want to mention this is a collab with Shisaka Kome, who's now named Rope. So most people should be familiar with Kome's maps. I believe there was one last round, right? Hidden One, I think, was it coming up?
Yep, that is correct. Life Astoria was a Shirazaka coming up.
I think this is a really good Nomad 1. I think it's easy to get it wrong with like a bad song choice or like a map that people don't really want to play, but this is like, I think this is pretty spot on. Should be a pretty popular pick, I think.
Yeah, this one's going back a little bit more towards some of the more conventional Nomad ones that you see in a lot of community tournaments and whatnot, where it's a little bit more focused on spread out spikes. As you can see, there's obviously it's a little less consistent in the aim, but it's consistent in terms of how many spikes it has to offer. So yeah, this is basically the idea behind this pick this time around. It isn't mapped for the tournament either as well, which is something that we've seen a lot for the No Mod 1 slot so far. This is just a map that's been hand selected from the pool that already exists.
Right, there's a bigger reason behind it, which we will explore next week. But for now, this is your Nomad 1. Enjoy, I guess, as far as it stands. There's still one more pool left.
So how many custom maps are there this round? Or maps like specially made for OWC?
Not an extreme amount. It's mostly maps we just adjusted. I think there's the same amount, or maybe a few more adjusted maps than customly mapped ones.
We do have a couple of surprises, which people haven't probably, well, I would say probably haven't seen before. But, I mean, I'd hope that's the case, unless people might have accidentally caught a sneak peek in like one of the uploads, but either way, yeah, there's only been a few minor adjustments to certain maps, and 2, I believe, we have custom mapped this time around.
Alright, it's now that Smagus is unfortunately no longer in OWC, that means you can change Big Black, right? Yeah.
Yep, that's, well, as long as it's fine with re-uploading it and changing it.
Alright, so moving on. Next map. This is custom mapped by Leader this year.
Yeah, Kenny, you wanna take this one?
Yep, this one is going to be Paradise Ghost. A lot of people are probably very familiar with this song. It is quite calm in the intro, as you can see, sort of just like eases you into the map, but this map offers quite a lot of streams. It does have a slight aim focus in the second half, but it also has enough stream component that you are capable of missing on the streams. This one, obviously, we've received a lot of feedback about some of our stream picks being a little bit underwhelming this time around, so we wanted to try and see if we could get something mapped in a short duration. It was actually intended to be a grand finals map, but Leader was just honestly so quick at creating such a great map, and as you can see, you're already getting into the stream sections. This map features a lot of spacing changes throughout it. You can honestly see all types of streams. You'll see a lot of stacking involved. so where there's like the accelerating and decelerating streams in particular. So that pretty much sums up this map. It features a lot of streams at the beginning here. This is probably going to be the part where missing is most common.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much hit the nail on the head. This is custom map, so you see the spacing changes. The song allows for more like streams in like, how should I put it, like pools of maps, like specific regions of the map. Like as you can see after those streams, you have a pretty calm section here. And then you'll get into another like jump-ish section with some triples, and that's a park. And then you'll get into another stream. But it's like there's 3 kind of stream parts in the map, which you have to take advantage of and hopefully you see through.
Not to mention as well that this map is circle size 4.5, so the stream aim requirement is going to be a little bit higher compared to some of the maps that we've seen as well.
I think it's worth noting the slash stream at the end here.
Yeah.
It's a little bit lengthy compared to the other ones, so I don't know.
Please use no fade.
Yeah. Honestly, the addition of no fail. By the way, a Kali map in OWC. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
The addition of no fail actually is gonna. I was playing through the bull yesterday, and there's a free mod map that's like HP 9 or something. That would never be a thing.
Yeah, we're finally starting to reach the levels of difficulty and the levels of maps where you probably have like a higher HP drain sometimes because mappers tend to maybe increase that for certain types of maps or like harder map. And you definitely feel the drain on some of those. We didn't adjust any drains for the maps we adjusted because we didn't really think about it, just use no fade. But sometimes if things are ranked, we just can't adjust anything, right? But yeah, let's go back into this pick. It's Lapix Labyrinth, a Akali map. It's loved.
Yeah. This map.
You want to talk about? I mean, you probably know this one, right?
Yeah, I probably played this map a little.
Yeah, you
know,
played
a couple of times.
A couple of times, I can imagine. Yeah, not just for the showcase.
No, I just skipped over it. Actually, I didn't. Anyway, yeah. So this map actually has a lot of like individually hard patterns where you might not expect them to be hard. Like it's a pretty good pick in terms of like consistent difficulty. But for example, the space triples or just like the spacing changes sometimes can really get you. And this is kind of lengthy. This is 4 minutes. So even though like it is probably a little bit on the easier side for like tech players that would like, we're talking about like top 6 OWC countries, right? So like most of these teams have people that can play this type of stuff, but 4 minutes? It's kind of long, so yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of these patterns can individually get you. There isn't really like a spike or anything in this.
I'd have to agree with you as well about the length being something to consider. The fact that you have to playing 4 minutes worth of tech, it's just, you know, you're gonna have to have a lot of consistency, especially for a map like this. As you can see, there's all sorts of tricky sections. Not to mention as well that some of the sliders in between the breaks, if you're a player who hasn't actually played this map by chance, which I mean I'm sure most of the top players in the tournament have played this once at least, but if you haven't played this, you're definitely going to need to learn some of these slider parts.
It would be so funny to see someone miss on those. Like this one.
I think it's very bound to happen, but yeah, I mean, when it comes to a tournament like OWC, I'm pretty sure teams will practice and obviously try and learn the sliders so that kind of thing doesn't happen.
To be fair, if you're in the finals and you have to play this map and you don't learn the sliders, you deserve to break on them. At least they're not notch hill level, that's one thing I can tell you. It's definitely doable, just don't blank out.
I wouldn't say they're not even hard because like of the speed. It's just the patterns sometimes like go back on themselves and they're a little bit misleading, which I'm not 100% sure on it because I'm not up to date with my ranking criteria. But I think a lot of these sliders on the slow sections are like borderline unrankable. So it might not be like sliders that people are used to playing.
Yeah.
because I mean, obviously they're not really allowed to be in ranked map, or people usually will play it a little bit more on the safer side.
The best example being like Riot Riders.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, this is a map which is almost done. Kano, prepare for the next pick. Mentally prepare yourself.
The next pick.
Am I being targeted here? Is something happening? This map is Asphyxia, as you can see. It is meant to be the alt map for this round. And that pretty much sums up the map. Alright guys, good job.
Alright, thank you. Thank you.
I
we
think,
did not adjust this map, and we did not map this on purpose, so that's all info from me. You go ahead, Daisy.
Oh, I like this D-ranker Yoke Spy player, really.
Oh yeah, right. And that was Yoke Spy's decision to call himself that. That's not our troll this time around.
Yeah, I think most people should be a little bit more familiar with this type of mapping style now, because specifically this artist and specifically Gilstar, as well as like 2 other mappers, have been making a lot of maps that are playing quite similar to this, and we've been seeing them a little bit here and there. So it's definitely not as simple. There's been many tournaments, and you know, some of them have been ranked, so I think most people are at least a little bit more familiar with this like insanely like rhythm heavy alt picks, a lot of like patterns that just have unexpected aim on them. Like, I don't know, this is a very like unique type of map that like recently popped up this year.
I think the best way to describe this style, or this mapping style, is just like a chaotic alt mapping style, like a chaotic alt and rhythm. So,
organized chaos.
Yeah, pretty much. Definitely a lot of break potential for players on this one, pretty much all over the place, because I would say that this mapping style is still fairly new. But people seem to be really good at it. I mean, I've checked the leaderboards for some of these maps, and I'm just thinking to myself, wait, how?
Little fun fact. 4 months ago, or 5 months ago or something, when I played a map of this style for the first time, I was like, Kano, this is amazing. You must put this in OWC. And he said, okay, I probably will.
Okay,
and now there's like a pool of very similar and even honestly more balanced and more fitting for OWC maps by the same mapper. So it's good that it was refined. But yeah, this type of mapping has a good impression.
I mean, OWC at this point is rigged. Azer tiebreaker last round.
Azer,
come on.
Hold on a second. Azer is trying to out me like this is rigged, but he gave me a different map.
Oh, I did. Oh, did I not mention that? It wasn't this map.
Okay, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Leaving out the details.
Leave out the most important piece of this. No, it's all good.
Kano check PayPal. Thanks for the tiebreaker last round.
The unplayed tiebreaker.
Anyway, moving on. This one people are going to be happy with. I'm pretty sure. No one dislikes this map, right? It's so good.
Hey,
also, fun fact: it wasn't me who actually put that map in, by the way.
Wait, it wasn't?
At least according to the sheet, no.
Yeah, you're right. No spoilers for the map pool. Yeah. So this one is who would have expected this one to be? It's literally the same song as we saw in Round of 32. But wait, it's slightly different. Yeah, it's almost the same friggin' map set, the same mapper, the same artist, the same BPM, and the same length, right? But this time it's less on a stream focused side. That's why we took the other map set for Round of 32 free mode, and this one for this stage, because this one has.
Imagine your map being so good it's an OWC twice.
Yeah, imagine that. Who would have thought? Yeah, it just opens the doors for this lower diff being used in free mode next year, and the other top diff being used in a later stage. Yeah, this one is an aim-focused map, 220 BPM, 6.96 stars. It focuses on Dallas patterns. You see them; they're quite apparent if you look at it. Yeah, really big spacing changes. It reminds you of Evil Virus. Sometimes it's a bit of a different style, but kind of the similar idea that you need a lot of aim control here. But the one thing you have to watch out for is the 1/4 stream jumps, which you already saw when it came into the TI time. We'll see that again, so don't worry. We'll call it out when we see it. But those are some things to pay attention to. Next to that, a slight spike at the end, and that's about it.
I feel like as the map goes on as well, those 1/4 cut streams get a little bit more spaced, or at least to me it feels like that every time I play this map. I don't know, I always miss in the later ones rather than the early ones, but yeah, as you mentioned as well, there is a bit of a slight spike at the end with a consistent square jump section, but it's not impossible. I mean, players have obviously proven that they've found comfort in being able to full combo this map, but if you're someone that struggles with squares, I do feel sorry for you.
So, to briefly, this is kind of a long map, so I kind of want to discuss this actually. What was the reasoning for putting like what was your like thought process, or like your explanation for like putting two maps in the same map set this year? This is the same map set as the other one, right?
No, it's a different.
It's
one.
not.
It's not. Okay. Well, the same
yeah.
song is what I meant, right?
It's not the same song. It's a different song. It's that's the thing, right? It's the same artist, almost using the same song, and it's just insane. And the same macro. It's almost like a deja vu at this point.
Yeah, it just happens to be the same artist, same BPM and everything, but it's a completely different song.
Unless Ace is actually just high IQ memeing us right now, which I think he is. I haven't discussed it. He's like, hey, damn. So what do you think about playing the same maps in it? I mean, are you guys trolling here? Do you not get like, well, what is this? Come on, you put in the same map pool like once in the pool already. You broke one of the like, I guess unofficial rules really, and now you put the same map set. Come on.
I thought my troll was good enough.
Yeah.
Trying to make you guys freak out a little bit.
Yeah, shout out
the same song.
Wait, did we actually? Let me check 1 second. No.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Like, with how many oversights we've had in this, like pooling session throughout the year so far, I wouldn't be surprised if that kind of thing was happening within our pools. But it's very easy to have things leak out. Not even like maps leak out. It's more just like brain leaking.
Oh yeah.
just brain leaking out. That's more the thing I was going for there.
Yeah, you might not want to check the map pool feedback after the report. We usually tend to be very receptive of feedback. Yes, let's put it that way. I like it.
And here you can see the diff spike. Well, it depends.
I think
it's really hard to say if this is like a dedicated diff spike, seeing as a lot of people like there's people who will struggle with that. It's like a diff spike depending on the player.
Yeah. I think the stars where people should not really miss that much, but have the stream, I guess.
Alright, is Nomad 6 time.
Kano, this is your time to shine.
It's the gimmick Nomad.
This map is a map.
Actually, you want Ace to commentate this one? Look, he lost the song, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Alright,
okay, I don't actually bite it, but this map is really nice. But it is extremely hard. For the most part, I mean, you can already tell some of the rhythm choices in this are very interesting. They're not bad by any means, but KTG Sir had a lot of fun mapping this one, I think. A lot of additive rhythm that you wouldn't really expect to be played. A ton of 1/6. And there's actually a section with 1/8 bursts as well, which clock in at 254 BPM, I believe.
I'm not going to check. Yeah.
I'll mention it when it pops up, but every time I played this, that's where it was really hard for me to keep up, because it's not really because it was only 256. Like most of these patterns, if you learn the rhythm, it's actually okay.
As long as you speed.
When this is very stamina draining overall already, right? And the part with the 1/8 just never stops. Like it just doesn't stop. It just keeps going. A lot of here you go. This part it just has so many pretty. Like, these are 254 bursts.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this map is obviously quite stamina intensive for a lot of people, and I mean, you could call this section diff spike depending on what type of player you are. If you're someone who has infinite stamina, this is not going to be a spike for you at all. But overall, this map is really, really hard to control. As you can see, there's Zilver is having a little bit of trouble when it comes to like maintaining stamina throughout this, or just even the control in general. It's so easy to just mess up these patterns, and I think obviously with our previous No Mod 6 maps, you've seen that there's been a lot of just weird maps, and I guess we obviously tried to continue the trend of that, but trying not to go too weird. But I think we still ended up going pretty weird with this one.
That map is just going to make a lot of like players happy, but not everyone. Just every team is going to have 2 or 3 people that are going to go like, yes, I love this map. And
everyone's just happy.
It's definitely going to be one of those maps which you'll see like a lot of solo carry potential, but I think that's going to be present through a lot of this pool. Getting into the next pick, it's going to be Nexter, a Lapix map, a real lazy map. Features a lot of cut streams and whatnot, a lot of spacing changes, as you can see. This is pretty damn tricky.
I think this might... I mean, I don't know. I've only played this once, and Kano was talking to me the whole time. But this is really hard. This is actually really hard. And keep in mind, it's coming from me, right? So I play this stuff all the time. The ending in this is very challenging, but it's pretty much only the ending. I would say that it's quite a... Not really a spike, but it's like a pretty major step up in difficulty when the guy kicks in. So, but at least this one is a lot shorter than the first one. This one is only 2 minutes.
I think a lot of people sort of might call this quite a dive in difficulty compared to last week. More so because I guess some people think the hidden one from last week was a bit too easy. A lot of teams did get very, very good scores on it. So I think what we're trying to do is just sort of adjust picks a little bit and bring everything up to speed with the final score that we're going for. So this one might seem a lot harder compared to last week's one in particular.
Yeah, some of the picks are mostly like bridge to get.
Look at these. This is really hard, by the way. I don't know. For me, when I played this, it looked a lot easier than what it actually ended up being.
It is a finals map for you. Come on, man, don't get outscared on the tech pick right now, please.
Looks like got this replay in like 10 minutes on a setup he's not familiar with.
It's good.
Jesus Christ.
It took him 10 minutes on a setup that he wasn't even playing. Like, he wasn't playing from home.
Yeah, this map was also adjusted. We got some 8 patterns removed and some bullshit patterns in the beginning of the map to make it a bit more fair and just have the difficulty be the big thing. But here we have another wonderful name by Yorkspy. I mean, not Yorkspy, if you read it. This one is another one. I think the only, the second map for the stage map, and I think the last one, right? So this one is by Mirage. It's a Provate. You see the patterns. If you know Mirage, or if you think of the Elvis, for example, patterns, this is not Provate with those patterns. That's the one that I don't think I can say more.
Yeah, that's the best way to describe this, honestly. If you played a Mirage map in any tourney with Hidden, you already know what to expect, right? It's anti-aim, anti-flow. Except this time it's Air 8. It's significantly harder, so I don't know. We're in the finals pool now, huh?
This one is 4 minutes, so if you got anything else to say, this is probably the point, because
I will say this song is amazing.
Right, yeah. So Mirage had the song choice here, and we were like, yeah, the song's good, let's just go for it and see what we can come up with, and that's what he did.
it's definitely worth mentioning that obviously, as you can see, a lot of these patterns are really hard, but some of the streams are probably what will catch a lot of players off guard, because I know for a fact that there's so many different AR8 players out there. There's a lot of people that can do, you know, accelerated, decelerated streams on AR8 hidden, but then there's people that absolutely cannot. And then there's people that can play the patterns comfortably or aim comfortably. So this has obviously got a decent mix of both. It's a little bit more focused on the aim side, as you can tell, but some of those streams are at very inconvenient times for people who can only play the aim aspect of an AR map. So they come frequently enough to the point where you can easily see some breaks coming in throughout the map.
Yeah, the spacing changes on those streams. I mean, we're even seeing it almost catch Yokes by twice now. So, I mean, if it's catching Yokes by, it's gonna catch a couple of people, I think.
Well, Asa, how was your breakfast? Because I think we need more material to talk about, because there's not really much more to talk about here.
I had a good breakfast, thank you.
Wonderful.
How about you, Kano? How was your breakfast?
Breakfast?
Just woke up a minute ago.
It is 3 in the morning, and I did happen to accidentally skip breakfast, but maybe I'm just waiting to have breakfast at a normal human hour. I'm not quite sure what's going on today.
Just call it intermittent fasting, right? Just call it that and be like, yeah, I did it on purpose for my health.
Yeah, that was definitely the intention behind waking up at 3 in the morning. But yeah, nonetheless, this map is just, as you can see, all sorts of patterns. This incorporates almost every tricky pattern, I would say, for approach rate hidden. Obviously, you see a lot of squares, triangles. You see those like really awkward 1-2, I guess, anti-jumps. Stream patterns. It's just Mirage in a nutshell, just doing Mirage things.
Yeah, it seems pretty consistent difficulty, which is always nice for this type of pick.
Yeah. And now we'll get to the one thing which is missing so far. It's gonna be the stream, high BPM stream pick. It's gonna be Dragon Force Ring of Fire. It is 220 BPM streams. Not too long, but still considerable length. You don't have the stamina and the speed for this one. You're not gonna be in for this map. And yeah, it's 3 minutes. It does have a slight spike in the solo, just a slight one. Until then, there's plenty of opportunities for you to miss. And it's a Dragon Force. I think that's about enough said.
Another thing that's worth mentioning though is that this sort of features a similar thing to the leader map that we saw from streams, where it does a lot of the sort of stacked stream patterns into spacing changes. And especially on hidden, I mean, it's a pretty comfortable approach rate. Players shouldn't really struggle with the reading aspect, but it's definitely possible to miss aim things like that on 220 BPM. As you can see, you had a stacked section of notes and then it spaces out a little bit.
This is not really related to the map, but can we just take a moment to appreciate how seemingly every single Dragon Force beat map in OS uses the same background recolor?
Yeah, this beat map is present pretty much all the time. Well, yeah, the background is just always like the same thing, but it's just a different color. I don't know if it's like relevant to each song. I don't know if they have like singles that are just always different colored ones, but I've never actually looked that deep into the Dragon Force maps. I've always seen the same background. I'm just like, yep, that's a Dragon Force map.
I think the streams so far don't seem too long.
Yeah, we would have loved to have longer streams. Usually have like 16 note streams or something. In the solo you have more, but you have some breaks kick sliders and some water sliders. The original map which was planned to be in there, which is Shadow Looming of a Tree, but
Looming shadow of a tree long gone.
Same thing, right? Just swap it all around. But the last 30 seconds were not hit sounded, and it's locked. We couldn't really get that updated unless Gronk would be like, yeah, screw this map.
It's nice to see that there are higher BPM picks in Hidden now. I do agree with what you said at the very beginning. You said this has been missing so far. This is definitely a necessity, I feel like.
Yeah, what I would have actually liked is if this would be a normal and we had to get to in Hidden 3. But Hidden 2, the our Project 8 map kind of overlaps with Hachigatsu, with like the aim control patterns, so it will be a bit too much in Hidden.
Okay, here's another good one. Electric Love Hard Rock. It's a bit of an older pick, but I'm pretty sure everyone should know this.
Definitely one of those maps that a lot of people should be familiar with. This is quite an old map, and it was pretty much a way to try and get an old map in here.
Yeah, it's the old map, jump focused, 7.18 stars, push defense is 5.2, 3 minutes in length, and yeah, here you go. It's jump map. Seppi's map file is definitely a bit pronounced here. You can see the patterns and I guess the age of the map. Very pattern heavy and symmetry style mapping.
One thing I do want to mention though is this is still 210 BPM, kind of similar to the last Hard Rock one from semifinals, which had 250 BPM streams for the majority of it. This kind of also has a lot of 210 bursts, so I don't know. It might be a big deal to some people. Pretty much is what the entire map is, though. It's just old style mapping at CS4 Hard Rock.
Yeah, and another one of the loft maps, if we didn't say that yet. It would be interesting to actually have seen 2 loft maps in the same pool.
I haven't heard this song in so long. Just kind of just taking in the song.
It's definitely a throwback for a lot of people. I remember playing this a lot when I was learning the game. Well, not necessarily learning the game, but obviously like improving at the game. It's one of those maps which went through my improvement phase. I feel like a lot of other people probably also revolve around that a little bit, or at least remember this map during that time.
It's worth noting for people who don't know. This is the finals pool. There's also a grand finals pool that is meant to be played for the top 3 teams, I believe.
Yep, that is correct. And something to worth note is compared to last week's Hard Rock, this one just focuses on what it should, which is aim and a bit of streams here and there, compared to some of these streams with like a slide at the end of the stream for some weird slider break. Well, this is a map. My slider breaker just miss all around. Can you want to take for that one?
Pro Movies Hard Rock, huh?
As you can tell, this map was obviously meant to be the map that sort of tops last week's Hard Rock 2. It is meant to be a bit of a tech-focused Hard Rock pick. features a lot of really tricky sliders and just patterns in general. A lot of rhythm involved in this one. I would say that players are going to have an okay time on this due to the length being so short, because practicing this honestly shouldn't be too much of a hard task. But this map is definitely mechanically harder, so a lot of room for error on a map like this. As you can see, some of these patterns here, definitely players will see some misses. A lot of 1/3 spacing.
From my own experience with this map, a lot of the rhythm is quite easy to learn and you just have to play it a lot. But some of these jumps, like you wouldn't even expect them to be jumps. In this intro part, like there's a lot of sliders that are just very far away from everything else. And I expect to see a lot of slider breaks on those types of patterns. After that break though, it calms down a little bit. It just becomes more of a space stream pick.
Yeah, the 6.68 stars, which is this map is after playing harder on it, mostly come from the second half, which you see right now, which is a space stream map. In the first half, it's definitely underrated in terms of star rating, but nowhere like a lot. It's not a lot easier than this part.
This one's also really short. It's under 2 minutes. So, and there's a break in it too. So it's very condensed. That's it for Hard Rock 2. That was one more Hard Rock. And song is just as good. It's gonna be Squall. This is also, I believe, a fairly dated map that somehow somehow I think was only ranked like last year or something, from what I remember.
Yeah, I believe this was ranked recently, or at least I don't ever remember seeing this pop up until it hit the rank section. I do remember seeing, I think the actual like beat map submitted date was way older than what it was.
Ranked March 2018, yeah. But this map, I hope most people should know, hopefully. A little bit similar to the last one, a lot of pretty tricky rhythm choices in this one, but it's CS 6.5 now, and I would actually mention the exact same thing as I did for the last map, which a lot of the sliders are really far away, and you don't really expect them to be, so I expect a lot of slider breaks on this.
This map is pretty tricky, especially in the second half. I think a lot of people sort of know, if you've played this map before, that this sort of suffers from the first half, second half syndrome, where the first half is fairly simple and the second half is where breaks are most common. But breaks in the first half are definitely possible, seeing as there are some, full screen slow jump sections which could catch people off, and on top of that as well, some of the sliders, especially the awkward shape ones that you see, actually have slider ticks, which mean that you have to aim them. So you have to follow those sliders correctly, otherwise you will break. And that's something that I was actually paying very close attention to when I watched some of the non-hard rock full combos on this map. Obviously, when you're looking at the leaderboards, it's a different story, but people that had attempted this map with like 200 to 300 combo were breaking on those commonly. So it could happen in the match, honestly.
Yeah, this map's is a little too short, so we didn't really have time to mention all of the interesting parts of it. But there's also there's a part in the middle with a bunch of buzz sliders, and they're not timed the way you probably think they're timed. So a lot of potential breaks there if
if there's someone who's telling you something about timing, it's Azer or Fire Rage. And this one,
I'm not saying it's mistimed. I'm just saying
careful.
Yeah, now that you guys are careful with all the timing, huh? Everything's gonna be timed perfectly.
Yeah, no, it's not gonna happen. Maybe Fire Rage is in the map holding team next year, but that's about it.
Okay, so moving on to double times. This is fast. It's going to be easily Yoi Sakura. 262 BPM here. And this is just mostly streamy, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a higher CS. Well, lower CS. Alright, it's a bigger circle. It's big circles, let's put it that way. Big circles, very consistent difficulty. If you listen to the song, which you probably can't listen to because I'm too loud, but if you actually do manage to listen to the song, this kind of a difference between when it's in the item and not in terms of intensity, but when it comes to the pattern and the length of the streams and just the spacing, there's not a lot of difference. Which, some mappers might say that's not good, And I say it's wonderful because it's consistently difficult. And this is the speed that just, I don't know, smash your keyboard in. This is speed.
Yeah, something worth mentioning as well is that this does feature a lot of pattern overlap as well, so it is possible to miss on some of those jumps if you're not feeling too comfortable. They could be very easily misread, but most of the emphasis is definitely going to be on the bursts within this map. It's pretty much just going to be a standard speed test, and obviously there's a lot of speed players within this tournament who shouldn't have any trouble with this map, but if you're going to be one of the players that has to step in and you're not too comfortable on a map like this, it's definitely going to be very noticeable.
I think there's a good there's a good surprise in the DT pool this week.
Will there be? Perhaps, yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay, yep. Alright.
There's a pretty major difference this week.
That's the speed map, and now we need a stamina map, and this is it, Night of Fire. Has 3 big hotspots of streams, and a little bit of finger control, some quads here and there, but that's about it.
A lot of people shouldn't have any trouble on the in-between sections. This is going to be pretty much a pure stamina test on those bursts and streams. But as you mentioned as well, there are some tricky rhythms in between all that. You might see a few people just trip up on some of the quads that happen between these burst sections, but some of the longer bursts in this are definitely going to be something that players should struggle with.
This is always so good. I love this map. The classic.
Oh yeah, actually, Walter just noticed with Ring of Fire and Night of Fire. But yeah, we're not getting Night of Fire this year, not at all. That's a bit. That's quite a bit. That's a handful.
If only Made of Fire wasn't used last year or 2 years ago, I think. Great finals, right?
Yeah.
If only. Could have had all 3 of them.
Let's just change the rules.
Yeah. Alright, moving on. Third DT, it's gonna be Morning Glow. Draw the Emotional.
Go for it, Kano. I think this is one you're a bit happy about, aren't you?
I mean, this map is a personal favorite of mine. This is something that I originally, started the game playing on no mod in particular, but I feel like this map is going to be something that a lot of players enjoy. It's a relatively old map which features just a lot of aim, or slider heavy aim on top of that. There is a little bit of a speed element to it, but it's honestly not much. You'll find that most people are capable of playing this regardless of whether or not you are or aren't a speed player. It's literally just going to come down to whether or not you can aim, as well as basically control yourself on some of these slider patterns. Because as you can tell, some of these longer sliders, you do need to follow them pretty well. They do have slider ticks. One of the speedier sections might catch a few people off, especially if you're struggling to either read or play the burst elements, but it shouldn't be anything that people struggle with too much.
The long sliders are underrated. Please aim them properly. It's a bit of an awkward aim map. No 1-2 shenanigans here. There's a slight aim spike in the middle. It's kind of long, 3 minutes. Longest DT map in the pool. Spoilers. And yeah.
As you can see, here we get into one of the speedier sections as well. Just to mention, this will be one of the parts which tests a little bit of control. And as you can say, I think a lot of people might break on some of the sliders in between that. But yeah, anything to add to this, Aza?
No, not really. Yeah, pretty much covered everything. Yeah. Typically kind of ignore the DT pool. One thing I want to mention though, I'm going to spoil it before the last map. There's no Senya. Is it? This is DT pool without Senya.
We did it. It's the rare sight.
And who would have expected there's another Tower map on the pool?
Toho? In my double time pools? Okay, so with this one pretty much over with, can briefly talk about the last one. It's pretty quick, so don't blink. Now I think similar to saying streams are missing in Hidden 1, or in the Hidden Pool, sorry, not Hidden 1. Now this is a type of map that's been missing a little bit, because a lot of the like alt or gimmick DTs that have been there last round, right? So Heart and Beat and Bad Apple, pretty slower, a lot slower than this. Now this clock's at 210, and you basically have to play like complex rhythm that was meant to be played at like 150 BPM, but now you're playing it at 210. So I think that there's a lot of I don't know, this fits a nice DT player like niche, I guess. Like when I see something like this, I think of like maybe Toy or someone like they're not in OWC, but something like someone like Epiphany.
Oh yeah, right, yeah. Just those very specific style of map, the think control, fun fact actually, the top group was planned to use a snowboard potentially for this round, but it just is too niche. So we went for the last one actually, and for this round we just went for this one as a finger control pick, because it just fit pretty well, and once you blink, you just notice the map is over, and still have seed. What a surprise. Who would have expected this?
Can't believe there's no Senya. Okay, here's a map most experienced tournament players are going to be familiar with, I think. Maybe Happy Time. What a night. This is a map.
I think way too many people were kind of expecting this map. I mean, this has been a map that's been sitting on the sheet for, what, maybe 3 or 4 months?
Yeah, same.
I would say since before we actually even had like everything finalized for pooling.
I think actually when we pulled for Yazzie Cup, like back in what, April, we kinda like we saw this map and realized, this is a thing. It's like with I think DT1 it was too. Has been sitting there for quite some time, just waiting to be used.
Yeah, in case you've actually never seen this before, this is very... I don't even know how to describe this. This type of aim. Just if you look at the way the aim patterns are laid out and the way they stack, and how spaced out they are, and not necessarily like it's like a lot of doubles, but spaced away from each other, right? So it's not like 1-2s. I don't know. It's so hard to describe this map. It's very unique. It's just insanely challenging to aim with any mod.
Would you call this a memory map?
What?
Would you call this kind of a memory map? Question mark. There are some disgusting overlaps. This definitely needs practice, but it's like,
kinda, yeah.
I disagree. All sight readable.
Yeah.
Real men will sight read this.
Yeah, generally
I mean,
in Fremont, you will expect one hard, one hidden, and then rest normal. And if anyone goes extra hard in this one, feel free. That's
I think
all-
this is a map where the free mods, both of the free mods, are just anchors.
Yeah, no, they're sacrificial
Any
lambs.
modded FC on this is going to be insane, in my opinion.
That is definitely something worth mentioning about the Fremont pool as it is. I mean, despite having the forced hidden in hard rock, it's honestly way too hard to actually make no mod somewhat unfavorable. Because no mod is always going to be the favorable mod in every situation. I mean, there might be a rare case where you find no mod being tricky, or like maybe a map is hard rock biased or something, but in most cases, I would say no mod is always going to be the favorable mod to take in most of these maps. But yeah, it just as we get into the later stages, free mod is definitely hard to balance in that regard. But when it comes to trying to balance for each of the modifications, we're trying our best. There's obviously going to be a couple maps which are more favored towards one or the other, and it's player dependent most of the time. But that's just free mod in a nutshell.
Nice angles. That's all I'm gonna say about these parts.
Yeah, this requires you to snap on everything.
Don't worry, it's only 6.6 stars.
Oh my god. Some of these are just evil. I'm having flashbacks of when I had to practice this and I despised it. Thanks, guys.
No problem, we love you. You just didn't donate enough on the paper. Come on.
Don't be fooled by Yoke Spy, this is so hard. God damn, D-ranker Yoke Spy.
Disgusting.
Okay, so it's 2 free mods left. And this one, I think a lot of people are going to be familiar with the song, but not so much the map. It's kind of like a little buried in a giant map set, so this might not have been played too many times. It's going to be Drop Z Line by IO Exception.
This one is CS 3.5, a tech map, and it has some evil overlaps. Kind of reminds you a little bit of Nomad, of Fremont 1, I would say. It also has double streams, it has some streams at the end you have to be careful of, especially on hard rock. And yeah, both these speedier maps in the pool.
I think the most notable part of this is going to be the last guy time, the way the streams are shaped. You'll see what I mean. But yeah, it's going to be a real treat to any modded players, I think, especially hard rock players.
I think when it comes to readability, hard rock players should be mostly okay. I think the tricky part on hidden is going to be some of the stream shapes, especially in the second half. But there is one stream which I think is going to be unreasonable on almost any mod, really. Even on no mod, I would say it's pretty unreasonable, but hidden and hard rock are definitely going to have a really tricky time on one of the streams later on, and you'll definitely know which one when you see it.
And take a look at some of these stream patterns. Alright, they look pretty tame on no mod. There's one in particular that looks like it's a continuous stream because it's like right after. Also this one, that's a hard rock wiggle, I think, by the way. A lot of the patterns in that guy time have like a pause that, like, visually you wouldn't expect it to be there because it's like right at the end of the previous slider. So you have to be really, really familiar with this. Oh.
Spork did tell me he's probably gonna miss the replay, and he did. Thank you, Spork.
Okay, now for the last free mod, TFC by Celery. This is the 5.3, by the way, so I believe with hard rock this is 6.8 something. 6.89. Yes, 6.89 with hard rock. At least thankfully it's not too aim focused, or rather too jump focused, I would say.
There are some disgusting, or like rather more uncomfortable jumps. It's mostly between when you go from one stream to the next one. You do have a bit of timing or like just a bit of time to get there, but there's still a bit of spacing there. But this is mostly about flow and yeah.
The one thing I thought of, I was playing this with Hard Rock to try it out yesterday, and the one thing I thought of was Ice Angel. This to me kind of plays like a modern version of Ice Angel. It's like super low BPM, super high CS, a lot of there's not really any jumps at all, but the stream patterns themselves can be a little bit complicated. And Ice Angel is definitely not the right comparison, but I don't know. It's what I thought of when I was playing. It popped into my head because this second half is just a constant stream. It never really stops.
I think Horror is gonna be the hardest mod on this one. Hidden followed quite closely. And the nobles would have to carry. That's what I'm gonna expect on this map.
I think depending on... Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird because I would naturally pick... Just to use my own experience, because that's all I have to go off of. I tried this with Hidden and I failed. I played it with Hard Rock and I FC'd the ending. I'm not really a Hard Rock player, so I don't know. I think depending on who you ask, like the high approach rate is going to make that a lot easier to determine when the like stream changes direction and stuff, because it does constantly. But it's TV time. You have a hot 2 seconds to have any wild guesses. Nope. All right, it's over. Dubstep. No.
No,
Wait. It's not
Uta.
dubstep. Dubstep.
Wait, this looks like Uta, isn't it? Uta? It's not Uta. What's happening?
It's Uta 2. Sacred Bone's right, but it's really a Jello. I believe this is the same mapper that mapped the finals tiebreaker last round, right? Sorry, last year, not last round.
Last year.
Yeah, you can just consider this the sequel.
Yeah,
The sequel.
Yeah, Angreifer 2.0, isn't it? But wait,
Except slower.
Yeah, slightly slower, which should probably be good for most people who cannot stream the 220, which was it last year. This one's 200. The streams aren't too long, so even slower players can definitely play on this one. Yeah, this one has jumps. It's consistently difficult. So there's like a few stream patterns you have to pay attention to. There's some more of an in-focus pattern towards the end. Yeah, some harder angles on some streams, like harsher, higher angles.
This mapper just makes really good tiebreakers, huh?
Yeah, I was
just
actually...
like balance-wise, they're like perfect.
Yeah, I talked to the mapper because we actually had something else planned. We had a tiebreaker like Captain 1 planned to be mapped. Things unfortunately didn't work out due to time restraints and other factors, but this was kind of a backup plan that we got started on a few days ago to talk to Isomir, and I actually asked him, hey, did you map this? And with the purpose of maybe getting to early receive because this fits pretty well. And he's like, no, he didn't. He just liked the song. He just did it. Which, I don't know, it seems to be the mapping style then.
Yeah, from my understanding, there isn't really any major spikes or anything in this. It is surprisingly consistent.
Oh yeah, fun fact, this map is gonna be updated right after the showcase probably, or soonish, because we're gonna get a slight timing update for yours truly Fire Rage. We did have a timing update, but Fishy couldn't like check the map earlier, so we just kind of delayed it so we can get a replay. But there's gonna be a slight update for the players. Don't be surprised if you get an update. Same for the lift the celery map, the 303.
Good song.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say at this point, I think usually keeps mapping these maps in the difficulty range he is with the consistent he is. I don't know, it's mappers take a note, just map consistent maps which are good and hit sounded and see what happens.
Yes, timed correctly.
Yeah, well, it's not quite. We helped out though, so now it's hopefully timed correctly.
Yeah, wait, is this replace an FC, right?
It is. It actually is. The Beastro was pogging his mind out. You don't want to know how many pogs he sent me after he got an FC here. You know, he was like, "Yeah, I gotta flex on Twitch chat. Let me hit you up with this FC." Who needs correct timing if you can get a max 9% accuracy? That's good enough, right? Yeah, this is short 1/3 part. I did play with the idea of maybe buffing it a bit so there's a 1/3 part, but it just felt wrong, I guess, because it's such a calm section, right? And the forcing to be like alternate patterns in there is a bit much. Yeah, well done, Listener. It's the second year in a row that you're getting used as a tiebreaker in finals. Hopefully this time it's gonna be played, because for now in the tournament, every bad tiebreaker, or every time we got a particularly bad tiebreaker because there maybe wasn't any other options or an oversight, it never got played. And the one time we got probably a really good tiebreaker, it got played. So, I mean,
God, there's no tiebreaker this round.
But like next round's tiebreaker is gonna be really good. So I mean, maybe this
Grand Finals always has a tiebreaker at some point. It just always does. There's a bracket reset or something. It's always a tiebreaker.
Also, we also adjusted the map slightly to fit more in the finals pool, because it was a bit harder. Nerfed it ever so slightly.
All right, well, that's going to be it for the finals showcase. Do keep in mind there is still the grand finals to come next week. So it's not the last pool. Still more to come. But yeah, pretty satisfied as a player. Good job.
Thanks. I just actually got the information that IO Exception, the Framer 2 mapper, is also the same mapper as Statco, just a name change, which, I mean, that's hard to like predict if you're not a mapper, you don't know any maps or like mapper names completely and check with what they're doing. But you know, seems like we did it again. But yeah, I hope every player is gonna enjoy the pools. We're gonna work on tweaking the Grand Finals pool, but it's essentially done. And until then, we hopefully have some exciting matches next week.
Yeah. Kano, any last words?
Not really. I just hope that the players enjoy this round. We did put a fair bit of effort into this one, and considering some of the time constraints that we've been dealing with, this has probably been, I would say, one of our best pools, maybe. There's still, in every pool there's always going to be something that is lacking, but I feel like this has got a pretty wide variety of everything.
Alright, well, I have important last words. If you do like OWC this year, you can head on over to the O store to purchase the O's banner. Support your favorite team, and Grand Finals are almost done now, so or happening soon, I should say. Keep in mind, if you pick a banner for the winning team, you get to keep it for the entire year, which is quite nice. It looks pretty good on your profile. Anyway, bye banner.
The moment you just went sell out mode, 500 views just kind of left.
Well, okay, the showcase is over, man.
Yeah, you're right. Oh man, but yeah, buy banners, subscribe to Twitch chat, and keep on
build the
clicking
peppies.
samples, I guess. Yeah, build peppies.
Anyway, that'll be it for us. today. Thanks for joining me, guys. And I'll see you guys next week for the top 6 of OS World Cup 2019. See you guys next time.
Goodbye.
Take care.
And hello everyone, we are live just about with the OS World Cup 2019. Once again, had a lot of matches, a lot of drama, a lot of intensity in the last few weeks, but now it is time for finals week. 6 teams remain, and only 3 will remain by the time we're done this weekend. I'm Doomsday, and joining me for this really sick game coming up is the one, the only, the man with the golden voice. It's Will Stetson.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the Oyster World Cup Finals Week. I'm very excited to see this match.
Yeah, dude.
It's going to be Korea versus the Russian Federation. Finals is the first winner's bracket match, I believe.
This is the loser's bracket one. Actually.
Oh, this is the loser's bracket.
Yeah.
All right. Going to be seeing one of these top-seeded teams going to be headed out just a little bit early, unfortunately, but it's sure to be a close match either way.
Yeah, Russia's trying to match how well they did last year. Had a really good run last year, but now they are bumping into probably the most informed team, I'd say, so far in the last few weeks in Korea.
Yeah, Team Korea has been really putting on a show this year, notably Karuna specifically. Not a lot of people, like, outside of the tournament community really expected him to be doing as well as he is, but he is turning out to be Team Russia's pretty much main carry for a lot of the maps. And it's going to be definitely interesting to see how his mental game is for Team Russia today. This is probably the strongest opponent so far.
The Russian team, really, they've been a bit up and down so far this year. When they faced off against Canada a couple of weeks back, they had a really strong, dominating win. Like, Canada were steamrolling people, and then Russia just had a really strong win against them. And then last week, they faced off against, you know, the big final boss, the US team, and, well, I've got to be honest, they got pretty handily destroyed in that match. 6-0.
They did.
So it's up to them to try and recover off that. They had some good scores during that, but the main thing is they have to pick themselves up after that, because it's a big loss to take, even if it is against the defending champions, right?
It is a big loss, but you do have to consider that it is the United States, like, who have one of the strongest rosters in the history of the tournament. So I don't think it's too much of a big loss. Like, if I was Russia, I would be going into that almost expecting a loss, just to sort of try and, like, I don't know, avoid the potential mental boom coming into the losers bracket. But I don't know. I think that Team Russia is going to do very well in the coming couple losers bracket matches.
I think after facing off against the US, as good as South Korea are, certainly it's not going to be quite as scary as a matchup mentally. I think after that, Russia can steel themselves. Because no doubt, this is a very strong team, and a lot of people have been pinning them to go far this year. Still certainly could. This matchup doesn't have a lot between them if you look at the players, compare the two teams.
Yeah, they are almost like deadlocked in terms of skill set. Really, they have players for almost every they have almost like the same exact specialist players. Like they have for South Korea and Russia, they have Okinatori and DDM respectively for hidden. For just like sort of skill cap carries that Russia has flying tuna, or Korea has flying tuna. Russia has like allometry. They have red pixel. Even Talala still has pretty high skill cap. For finger control, Team Russia has red pixel. Korea, I guess I don't have a specific like finger control like specialist, but flying tuna, ponytail, both pretty decent at it.
Yeah, they got the players for it. Like Aristia does really well on those sort of maps. I think Aristia is the kind of guy. He just hops in there and he just, no matter what the map is, he's probably going to combo it, whether it has AK or not. He always gets really nice combo almost every single time he plays a map.
Yes, combo specialist. Aristia.
Yeah.
Sees everything that he decides to play. Is there anything that really caps Aristia? I guess just like speed.
Yeah, perhaps. He's not much of a speed player, so he doesn't usually come in for the DTs. He did play one of the DTs last week and did well, but it was more like one of those older, awkward aim maps, more than a speed map. Some quality warm-ups in this time. Had some Queen just now, actually. I'm not sure who picked that.
I believe that was Russia.
Oh yeah.
Very cultured warm-up.
I'm a fan of that, dude. Any excuse to sneak some Queen in, you know what I mean?
Wish you could get Bohemian Rhapsody warm-up, but unfortunately, just a little bit too long. I believe. Don't think any team would really allow that, especially to try and like slow the momentum down, potentially.
Yeah, not quite. That's one surefire way to like destroy the VOD.
That's true.
Yeah, but
what
is this though? Mapped by Len. Recognize the mapper at least. That's about it though.
Otugi Dart. I have not heard of this. Looks like a children's song. Just from the background. I don't know what this is. Yeah, this looks like it's from a children's show potentially. I guess we're gonna find out. But in the meantime, what do you think we're going to be expecting from like picks and bans from each team?
Well, if you're looking at like previous bans from these two teams, it doesn't actually tell you too much because they seem to just swip and swap between all of the mod brackets when picking their bans. But one thing I will say is South Korea have been really good at DT, like noticeably so. And if Russia's been doing their homework, I think they'll be looking at a double time ban. At the very least.
Yeah, that is true. South Korea does have like one of the strongest DT rosters. They have like Firebat, Flying Tuna, Ponytail, and then filled by either Zaysen, Karuna, or Rishia, presumably. Like that itself is like a terrifying DT roster in general. And I'm not sure how like obviously Russia does have good DT as well. Like they have allometry, they do have Red Pixel, who's also like pretty decent at DT. They have Gasha, the community overlord, and I think that I think that they would do very well. But you're probably right in that they wouldn't win against them on that sort of thing. But I guess we're gonna see coming up here. I think we're gonna be getting into picks and bans. Roles gonna be coming out from both team captains in a moment here.
Oof. Gasha with that 8-miss SS play though.
Oh my god, wow, that's really impressive actually. With easy nonetheless as well, I think. Oh no, that's no fail. I can't really.
No, it is easy. It is
easy. Wow. Oh my god.
As you do. Yep. Time to see what the bans are going to be. Like I said, I'm not entirely sure what Korea will be looking at in terms of their bans. I feel like they're not going to be too worried about many of the maps in this pool, but of course, this being a finals level pool, and in my opinion, this might be the hardest map pool we've seen in an O2 World Cup standard tournament.
Yeah, I would be very inclined to agree. I think the only thing that could rival it would be Grand Finals of last year, and I still think that this one like has a couple maps in there that just sort of really bump up the skill cap, like Happy Synthesizer, who's the gangster, and even the reading difficulty is like really bumped up, I suppose, because of like Happy Time and Frame Mod,
Yeah,
as well as Maze of Vapor.
quite a few techie maps in here. Plenty of that for the techie players to look at. But yeah, you can see right there some nasty maps in this pool. This is definitely, at the very least, comparable to Grand Finals last year. And I think in places, like you say, it's even harder than that. And of course, we still have one more pool after this, so I don't know what
Yeah,
we're going to be doing with that. But
I don't know what we're gonna. I'm terrified of Grand Finals pool. If I have to be completely honest, I don't know what. Like, how do you upgrade some of these maps? Like Happy Synthesizer as a finger control pick is like one of the most challenging ranked maps in that for that skill set. Like, I'm not sure like how much farther we can go to really bump that up. But it looks like South Korea going to be opting for the first ban. What do you really ban against? They are sort of an all-around team. Not completely sure what they want to ban.
they've banned a lot of the streamy hidden. The last 3 matches, they've banned the last hidden pick, which is usually a streamy one. So I wonder if we'll see that again from Korea. That seems to be one of the running trends.
And maybe potentially losing Ring of Fire. Could also, I think they might also be scared of Red Pixel on Happy Synthesizer. Might see that one banned. Depending on how well that team really operates on it. Oh, but they go with Nexta, which is technically also a streamy hidden, just about 60 BPM lower than Ring of Fire. But yeah, not gonna be seeing that one.
It's in the same sort of ballpark. It's a very different map, though. That's about, like, technical hidden name.
Yeah, the cut frames on that are super brutal.
I'm not going to see it here, though. It's such a tune. Feels bad.
Yeah,
I'm sure we'll see it at some point, though. I feel like that's not going to be a map that doesn't go pick this round. Surely not.
No, absolutely not. If we're definitely, like, almost 100% going to be seeing that in the Canada match against the loser of whichever team in this match.
Now, Russia will get the next 2 bans, because of the way the ban system works. First team gets the first ban, and the next team bans twice, and then the team that banned first will ban after those 2. So 2 bans now from Russia. There's the first one.
The 10.3 DT pick now out of the pool. Looks like they're not as comfortable on high AR. And then immediately banning Hidden 2, the AR8 hidden map by Mirage. Sad to see that one go. Kind of wanted to see how people do on that one.
Oh yeah, that's like it's modern awkward Mirage mapping, but on AR8. That's the nutshell description of it. Quite a nasty one. It's long as well, but no, not seeing it here.
Yeah, it's probably wise. If your team isn't like completely comfortable on AR8, that map is probably complete death for whoever can't read it. And the second ban gonna be coming out from South Korea in a moment here. Don't think that they can ban DT again, so maybe gonna be seeing, or don't think they can ban Hidden again rather. So maybe we'll be seeing another DT ban. It's possible.
Yeah, it looks like the only one that's going to be remaining is Ring of Fire, but the other 2 hiddens got banned at least, so halfway there.
Feels bad.
Maybe Happy Synthesizer could see a ban here, possibly.
Yeah. Happy Synthesizer, or maybe Paradise Ghost if they, or actually no, they kept the Ring of Fire, so probably not actually. Yeah, and I don't think they're going to be banning something like Fremont 3 because I think it's actually in South Korea's favor to play an AR8 map.
Yeah, I'd be with you on that. They might as well leave that one open.
Yeah. Looks like they've taken their time with this one though. Really do not want to mess up this ban. Probably a lot of internal heated discussion.
They could look at a stream ban possibly. Maybe something like No Mod 2. Russia have some very good stream players. So do Korea, but that might be a bit of a a bit of a coin flip on that Paradise Ghost map. Could be a
Yeah,
shout.
that's yeah, because there is a lot of aim required for that map too. So potentially the team could just be a little bit stressed out about seeing Paradise Ghost, but they're really getting down to it here. Not a lot of time left to pick their ban.
They're gonna have to roll for it.
Oh no, have we really seen that before?
Yeah, I don't know if any teams have rolled for their bans yet this tournament.
And
Not
there
sure.
it is.
Ah,
No Matsu. You were right.
so no streams allowed. Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with that ban. To be honest, I think Happy Synthesizer would be a decent shout for Korea somewhere down the line, but when do you pick a map like that? Like, it's the definite white elephant of this entire map pool, really. It's
Yeah.
such a nasty map.
Definitely true.
Immediately, we're going to start seeing our next pick. For a second, then I thought we were going for TFC, but nope.
Yeah, I thought they went for that like immediately, but not yet. Oh, they go right next to it. Fremont 2 drops the line. IO exceptions actually the one of the two IO exception maps in Fremont picked immediately. This is a bit of a techier pick. A little bit of a low AR. I think it's. Is this one the AR9? I don't recall.
It's just over AR9. I think it's around 9.3.
9.2.
Yeah, 9.2.
It's still pretty tough to read. There's a lot of very difficult stacks in this map. This is a more of a reading oriented pick with like very, very small extreme elements here and there.
Yeah, it's a pretty techy one. Plenty of little streams with lots of varying spacing, lots of kick sliders, lots of overlapping patterns. There's a couple of really tricky overlapping patterns that makes hidden quite nasty on this.
Yeah, Hidden is going to be really brutal on this. I'm very curious to see who comes in to play Hidden specifically for Team South Korea, because I know that Okinotori is really their pocket Hidden player, but I'm not sure how good his 200 BPM is, especially for a map like this.
Certainly a map that starts out not too bad, but gets much harder as the map goes on. So the first half of this, much more comboable. But the second half coming out with the tougher patterns, I'd say. But this map's full of nasty things all the way through, so there's not really any free combo sections in this, apart from the very short, slow bit in the middle.
Yeah, that's definitely true. If you're not really like prepared for a map of this caliber, then you are not going to have a good score. I don't think. Like you need to have definitely practiced this one. Yeah, it doesn't look like Okinotori. I think I misspoke earlier. I meant to say Team Russia coming for Team for Okinotori. I think I said South Korea by accident.
Yeah.
I think that it is probably wise to have Okinotori in with Team Russia. And it looks like Gomo, Karuna, Flying Tuna, and Aristia going to be coming in for South Korea, while Axby, Illumitry, Okinotori, and Red Pixel going to be playing for Team Russia.
Here we go. Losers bracket matchup. We'll see the next team eliminated here. Two very strong teams, two very old teams. The last time these two faced, by the way, was a very long time ago. It was the 2014 OS World Cup, and that scoreline was 6-5 to South Korea, so let's hope for something as close as that.
Hope so. And early breaks from a couple of the Team Russia players, Elementary and Okinotori, both dropping respectively. Flying Tuna, Aristia, Gomu, and Karuna still holding pretty strong in the early stages of this map as we approach the first quarter. And it looks like Aristia and Flying Tuna opted to mod for Team South Korea. Aristia with Hard Rock, Tuna with Hidden, Alumetry, and Axe for Team Russia. Looks like you're going to be seeing some breaks, however, from Okinotori again and Gomo. Still 3 FCs remaining for Team South Korea, however. So they are going to be just widening that score gap a tiny bit as we get to the halfway point.
Two Mod FCs still standing here for Korea. The one standing for Russia, though, with Axu B.
Elementary not too far behind, though. That break was really, really early in the map.
Here you go. Here comes the spicy part of the map.
Gomo breaking immediately on those streams, but Okinatori not too far behind, gonna be matching him. So Gomo's gonna be a little bit more punishing though, because he was holding an FC for Team South Korea. That is one of them gone. Arisia breaking as well. That is really not gonna be good. And Karuna breaking too.
That's big. Hard part's over now. Russia have the lead. 2 FCs still standing here.
I think that's actually going to be it. I don't think that South Korea has enough ground to make up here. There's enough time to make up the ground, rather. Red Pixel and Axu B going to be FCing for Team Russia, really carrying the scoreline there. Alumetri also pulling up a very impressive hard rock play with a 720k. Arisia just not able to match it. Mostly in part due to Ak, it looks like, because he did have a slightly higher combo. But still impressive performances all around. No FCs for Team South Korea, unfortunately. Although Karuna and Tuna were both very close.
Gotta say, the mod scores on this one were really nice. All those mod players doing very, very well. Certainly a map where either mod player is tanking quite a bit of extra difficulty, but they handled it extremely well.
Yeah, specifically like Tuna and Axe, like 850k and 1 million respectively for Hidden is very impressive. I don't think there's too many Hidden FCs, if any at all, on this map specifically.
There's like, how many? Like 2 or 3?
I think it's 3. Yeah, it's 3.
It's crazy.
And good lord. Yeah, very impressive stuff. And we're only 1 map in. Team Russia are going to be taking the early lead against South Korea. And now you're going to be seeing... And that's not good either, because that was a... Actually, no, it's alright, because it wasn't exactly a break point.
Oh, no, it wasn't, but it's such a big point for Russia either way, though, because after coming off their last match, they really needed to start this one with a big win, and they have. So that is, Korea, people have been bigging them up. The last few matches, they've looked nigh unstoppable. But now Russia take first blood.
It looks like, as a rebut, South Korea going to be picking Hard Rock 3 Squall. Interesting pick. I think that's the smaller CS map in this pool. Yeah, CS 6.5 Hard Rock. A lot of finger control elements here as well. It's going to be a bit interesting to see how South Korea fares on this.
Yeah, the options to go for it. This map's a little bit of a slightly weird one in terms of the way it feels. Like there's some very awkward little mini movements you have to make with your cursor. Like there are sets of jumps where it's like a tap, and then a really awkward like dogleg slider with a tick in. So you have to make little movements to hit them. It's a really awkward little section, and not necessarily something that flows too easily. So expect a lot of little silly misses on things like that in this. Apart from it being 7 stars of mechanics as well.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be seeing a couple roster changes as well. Talala going to be opting in for Axe for Team Russia, and Zayson opting in for Gomo. Yes, for Team South Korea. But the 3 core players staying in. We're going to be getting into it here.
Another short map this. Under 2 minutes. So early miss is really going to hurt. Plenty of slow parts as well in this, and, well, break on one of the slow parts there for Red Pixel to start things off here.
Yeah, a break at any point in a map this short is really, really punishing to team score it, and it shows because South Korea are already going to be taking what looks like a pretty nice lead, but in reality, not actually that close if we see another miss from South Korea.
You see some of these little sliders now. Each section has those.
Yeah, this does look very, very punishing for precision players, and as I say it, Flying Tuna and Karuna both break, but Alumetri not far behind for Team Russia, and Fallen as well, breaking his FC. Talala is the only, and no, he's not the only FC remaining for Team Russia. No FCs remaining for Team Russia. And everyone on South Korea breaking too. How do you commentate this? Everyone is breaking.
Red Pixel is doing it. He's recovering.
Red Pixel, the only combo over over 400. Looks like this is going to be.
Oh no!
Oh no, and he breaks, but it's almost dead even right now. I don't think that there's going to be any serious comeback unless we see a complete meltdown from Team Russia. There are only about 30 seconds left in this map.
Yeah, playing trickier streams though to deal with.
There are just breaks everywhere. No one is really able to hold a.
Karuna
combo.
though. Oh, it's so even.
Oh my gosh, it's actually going back in favor of South Korea. They might have time. They have time. They take it back right at the last. Oh, but he breaks. Zacer breaks.
Oh,
Red
here
breaks
comes the
breaks through.
breaks.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh! South Korea takes it by 2. What is that?
Wait, no.
That's
Russia
500
wins it.
Oh, Russia
Oh,
wins by 500 points.
475 points, Will.
What? That was so close. That came back like let's switch back and forth 5 times in the last 20 seconds. It was so even. No one over 2 million points. Oh my gosh.
My god. The last 10 seconds, I think the lead flicked over at least 3 times on the
Oh
slow
my
bit.
gosh.
Good
My heart
mistake.
started racing at the end there. Oh my goodness.
I think it was some of the act drops, because that ending, it's on like 3/4 tap. Like a really weird rhythm. So you lose act there, and I think the act difference made it flicker because it was so close between the two.
Yeah, that's got to be really harsh for Team South Korea. Losing their own pick by that much might cause a little bit of tilt there. And now Russia with the very significant upper hand. Although this is a best of 13, so it is not going to be, in the long run, maybe not as bad as South Korea might think immediately. But still, 2 points ahead this early is not exactly a favorable position to be in.
Still plenty of time in this, though. Of course, it's best of 13 now. So now it's 1st to 7. Long match ahead of us, lads. But yeah, Russia, that's the absolute perfect start they could have hoped for. Even if that last map definitely was a fortunate win with it being that close, but it's exactly what they would have needed. But can they make use of it? That's
It
the
is
question.
Russia's pick, so they really do have the upper hand now. I'm not sure what we're going to be seeing for a pick here. Oh, and we see Nomad 4, Asphyxia, Gillstar alt map.
Time for weird spacing.
Yes. Weird spacing, weird angles, weird everything. This is one of the most unconventional maps in Nomad 4 we've seen so far.
I think it's a bit more manageable than the last alt map we had. I think it's a little bit more even in terms of spacing than that one, but this one makes up for it by just being a lot more spaced. And
Yeah,
higher
that is
BPM
true.
as well.
And yeah, we're going to be seeing definitely seeing some roster changes here. Gosh, are going to be coming in almost immediately for Team Russia. Okinotori as well, swapping back in. And Ponytail going to be swapping in for Team South Korea.
Hotel's a very decent handyman player for Korea. Doesn't play everything, but the maps he comes in for does very well on them usually.
Yeah, he
Solid
does.
performer.
And I think it looks like we're going to be staying with these rosters. Don't think there's going to be any more swaps out. I also don't think for this map specifically there's any real like I'm not sure if any team has the advantage here, which is why I'm surprised to see it picked so early.
Yeah, it's a bit of a curious one. I don't think Russia are the sort of team that go for these alt maps very often. I don't think they played the no-mod alt map in the last 2 rounds, so... But trying to go for something a bit different here. I guess because the map pool is getting that difficult now, you got to change tack a little bit for some of these.
And interestingly, we do not see Ponytail take no fail. The first time in this stage we've seen so far someone not actually take it. I guess he's pretty confident on this.
Well, I hope he is.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing if that comes back to bite him at the end here. And he does miss pretty much immediately, but Gasha matches him, not going to affect things too much, especially because this is the early portion of the map. This is also a bit longer, about 3 minutes long, just under. So misses early aren't going to be too detrimental.
Yeah. It's one of those maps where it has a lot of hard parts, but it has a lot of easier parts between them. There's a couple of break parts here where free combo could be gained if someone gets out of one of those hard parts with a nice jumper combo.
Oh, and we see 5 breaks. Oh my gosh, only 1 FC remaining for Team Russia almost immediately. While Karuna and Aristia still holding for Team South Korea. Oh, but Karuna breaking. Gonna leave only Aristia holding for Team South Korea now. And Okinatori breaks for Team Russia. No FCs on the board for Team Russia. Red Picks are the only one with a combo. Gasha not far behind, however.
That's the guy you want in for these, isn't it? Aristia.
Yeah, and as we get to the halfway point here, South Korea taking a commanding lead because of Aristia's combo here. As you said earlier, Aristia, the combo god. But with actually, his act isn't even that bad. So just, okay, Aristia, the combo god, going to be holding here. That is going to be huge for Team South Korea.
Yep, they can just ride him all the way into the next hard part.
And he breaks!
No!
On this slider stream, oh no!
I had to stop myself there. Oh my god.
Dude, as you were talking, I was like, no, don't do it! And then he did it, and then it broke.
So sad right now, Will. Well, I mean, they still have the advantage through Flying Tuna and, well, Karuna's little combo he had there as well. So it's fine, I think.
Yeah, I think that they are 300k in the lead right now, but Tuna does break, but Okinatori breaks behind him. I don't think that Team Russia now has the combo to come back against a score deficit this large. However, if we do see a ponytail fail, it is entirely possible that they will take this.
I mean, it's possible. There is a slow part at the end, but
I do not think that this has fail potential. And he does not fail. South Korea take their first point. A break point against Team Russia. That is very, very nice for Team South Korea now. Because the pick is now in their favor. They are looking to even this up pretty handily. Aristia with an S rank. The only break is on that slow slider stream. It's actually so unfortunate.
that is really rough. It's a solid performance from him. So he's the guy you want for these, and he's done it again for his team. It's a shame it couldn't be an FC though.
Yeah, even though he was the only S rank, there's still a lot of really impressive miscounts. Flying Tuna and Ponytail both pulling off 2 and 3 misses. Fallen as well with just 2 misses. Yeah, Rishi is not too happy, I don't think.
That's rough. Yeah, I'll take the hit for that one. Not my intention. I just wanted to big you up, Aristia. That was all, man.
And yeah, we're going to be now seeing South Korea with their second pick looking to tie things up here. Maybe we will be seeing Ring of Fire? Possible we'll see Ring of Fire?
I don't know if they'd pick it though. I think Russia would pick that. But I guess we'll see. It's a relatively comfy map considering it's streamed with its higher AR. So maybe both teams might be looking at that possibly.
Yeah, it is a pretty much like purely mechanical pick. There isn't too much reading difficulty specifically.
There's also the case of 3 DT maps open here for Korea.
Yeah, that is true as well. We could see something like Night of Fire. They could opt for something a little weirder though. Like they might actually pick Happy Synthesizer just because like they did win pretty definitively on Asphyxia. Oh, but no, we see DT4 Chaser XX take Gips another picture. This is, I think, arguably one of the hardest maps in the pool. This is very, very like brutal finger control for just 2 minutes straight. Yeah, with the AR a little bit higher as well. Yeah, the AR a little bit higher as well, making this even harder.
It's another relatively short one. A lot of the teams just trying to get through these points quickly.
Yeah, it looks like they want to be ending this match as soon as possible. And we do see a few roster changes once again. Alumetri going to be coming right back in for Team Russia. Aiden as well making his first appearance in this match. But however, it looks like South Korea going to be sticking with their core four: Karuna, Ponytail, Flying Tuna, and Aristia. I think this is a map to really watch Red Pixel on for Team Russia.
Yeah, we're hoping he can pull something here for the Russian team. But yeah, intense finger control and weird streamy map this for 2 minutes. AR 8.6 though. Just over AR 10.
Just under a minute and a half actually. Forgot this is DT. This is going to be significantly shorter than normal. Any break's going to be really punishing. And as I say that, Talala and Ponytail matching each other for breaks for both teams. Karuna breaking as well as we approach the first quarter here.
There's no break point in this. It's all intense all the time, but like I say, it's so short.
Yeah, and even as you say that, we're already almost halfway through the map. Talala just not able to hold the combo, but Team Russia look to be really destroying this. Yeah, and Ponytail breaking. Only 2 FCs remaining for South Korea now, and still 4 for Team or 4-3 for Team Russia with Talala breaking there.
Wow, we had 3. Even if Aiden's Ak is down, he's doing well.
This is going to be the most important part here. If we see breaks from both teams, this score is going to really start like swapping back and forth. But Ponytail not able to hold a combo, but Aiden and Red Pixel breaking too. Aristia and Flying Tuna are going to be bringing this back single-handedly. Ponytail and Karuna not able to hold combo. Tuna and Aristia both break though. This is going to be close.
There's no combo on the Russian side. That's going to be Korea's point, I think.
Wow, that was that's such a fast swap.
Yes.
Oh gosh.
Absolutely short.
Sorry,
Going at under a mile an hour with those score swaps. But yeah, good stuff here from Korea. They are right back in this game now.
Yeah, Flying Tuna and Aristia with very impressive combos. Both around 830, 835. Alumetri not too far behind for Team Russia, but the combined strength of Flying Tuna and Aristia able to prove too much for Team Russia. And South Korea with a good pick, tying things up immediately. Now we see Hidden 3.
Yeah, straight away.
Yeah, it was almost there. Was absolutely no delay. It looks like Russia kind of has their picks planned out now.
Got an idea of how to take this game. The last few maps have been very close between the two. Gotta say, not a lot between these two, and the scoreline is now reflecting that. Only early days though, plenty more in this game to go. And as these picks start whittling down and they get into those ones that they probably hoped they wouldn't need to play, that'll be an interesting part of this game. But that doesn't happen yet.
If you are South Korea, probably a good idea to stick with Fremont, I believe, after something like this if you don't win. I don't think Russia is going to be as strong as South Korea on a map like Happy Time, specifically.
Yeah, perhaps they might lack a fourth player for that. This map though, 220 BPM, heavily stream-focused map. I mean, it is Dragon Force. You can probably guess it's going to be streams, and it is.
Yeah, and a lot of Russia changes here. Zaysang going to be coming in for Aristia on South Korea. I suppose Aristia not as comfortable on 220 BPM hidden streams, which is understandable.
Yeah, I think the speed picks are the ones where they'll be bringing Aristia out, so that's probably in the best interest of Russia, really, to get him out, because he's on good form.
And we are going to be getting into it here. This is a bit of a longer one, a bit over 3 minutes as well. So going to be break's not going to be too detrimental at the start here. See some immediate act drops from Zaysen and Ponytail.
Yeah, just on that slow intro, just mistiming it a little bit. Just getting used to the offset.
Ooh, and we see a break from Axe. Uncharacteristic of him. Very early in the map. But like I said, not going to affect him too much yet. Just surprising because he is one of the stronger hidden players for Team Russia. So maybe the nerves getting to him just a little bit here. Oh, this song's so good. Ooh, a break from Ponytail. Gonna hurt South Korea's score just a little bit. Axe bringing back his combo very nicely. And with those 3 FCs still remaining for Team Russia, that is going to hurt South Korea a little bit there. And yeah, you can see them running away with the score just a little bit.
Just about. The map doesn't really have a break point in it. It's all intense all the time, apart from just before the solos. About just keeping calm.
And yeah, Team Russia looking like an absolute powerhouse on this. Accuracy very good all across the board. And yeah, at the halfway point, Russia, with only that early break from Axe, Alimetry, Aiden, and Red Pixel still holding very nice FCs.
Here comes the solo.
Yeah. And the solo here going to be the sort of make or break point. And Flying Tuna breaks for South Korea. But Red Pixel not far behind.
Found a couple of slips now, Red Pixel, but they still have a good spot. Oh, there goes Zaysen. Oh, and Aiden.
But
as well.
Aiden from behind. Yeah.
They're just traded.
Karuna, Alimetry, and Axe, the only ones with combos over 1,000 right now. And Alimetry breaks! That is going to be really bad for Russia, actually. South Korea going to start to bring this back very slowly as we approach the last quarter of the map here.
Yeah,
Karuna, an absolute beast right now.
What is that ack?
Yeah, that act is actually insane. Ponytail drops a full stream there, though.
I don't think they're going to get much closer. They need another break. Flying Tuna break. It's advantage Russia.
Yeah. Red Pixel and Axe. And Aiden not far behind, actually going to be bringing this back here. With Axe, with that tactical miss at the beginning just to sort of iron out his nerves. Looks like it worked rather well.
You've got to get it, though. A little bit of an outro here. I think he might have just done it, though, Will.
I think he's got this, pretty much. Oof. Oh, but that was close. If no fill was not enabled, that actually would have been it. Aiden... Did Aiden disconnect? Wait, did Aiden disconnect?
We'll check the MP to make sure the score submitted. It did submit. So that is a win for Russia. No disconnect there.
Alright.
It is a point for Russia there. Nice
Russia
win by them.
With a good pick, yes. Karuna, however, just an absolute beast on that map. One miss right at the end, over 1 million points. The only player to do so, it looks like. Axe not even breaking 900k. Very unfortunate that he was not able to bring his team to that point there.
Yeah, it was valiant from Karuna. But as you're saying about Axe, it was the tactical miss. The miss to remove your nerves and just carry your team at the late game.
And yeah, although Karuna was not able to bring that point back, it is now South Korea's pick, so they still have the opportunity to tie things up yet again.
Gotta say, it's good to see Russia fighting back. They might have underperformed a little bit last week, but they are doing much better this week. This is really good to see.
Not too sure what we're going to be seeing South Korea pick here. Like you said, it might be wise for them to stick with DT, but they did, no, they took Chase Architect, what am I saying? Yeah, I think Knight of Fire would probably be a beneficial pick for Team South Korea. But who knows, maybe they're not feeling comfortable on it today.
We'll see. It seems like they are they're going as the crow flies when it comes to some of these picks, swinging it a little bit. There it is.
See, Hard Rock 2, yeah, Prolovies. This is the techier Hard Rock pick. Very, very slow streams. Very spaced at the end as well. But the beginning with some really intense finger control, some very awkward patterns, and Hard Rock only like seriously amplifying the difficulty. This is also yet again one of the shorter maps. Just over 2 minutes, I think.
Yeah, this map isn't. The map pool isn't a short map pool, but they seem to be going for all these short ones. Eventually, they're going to have to go for the marathons. You see.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I'm also kind of surprised they're not going for them earlier, just because once it gets to the point, if they are still neck and neck by the time only the marathons are made, like the nerves are just going to be absolutely through the roof. And yeah, some roster changes. Gasha coming in for Team Russia. Talala as well.
Yep, I can see that being sensible. Gasha and Talala are going to be handy on the Hard Rock maps.
And Arishia coming back in for Team South Korea. Definitely a smart swap for them. Yeah, this is a map I think we can pretty safely say Arishia is going to combo pretty far.
I mean, with this map being super short, super rhythmically tricky, perhaps Ack is, or trusting yourself to get good Ack on a one play, kind of hard. So you just want to focus on not missing. And Aristia is the guy you want for that.
And yeah, it looks like we're going to be getting into it. I have a sneaking suspicion that this one is going to be pretty close.
Yeah, this is one of those maps that feels like a bit of a coin flip between two teams like this. You could either FC it or you could just absolutely bomb it. It's either one or the other, really. This
Yeah,
map.
I was going to say, this is like a 200k potential score map. Oh, and Zaysen and Flying Tuna breaking very early. That is actually going to be really bad for Team South Korea if Russia is able to hold here. Karuna breaking 2. Already, only 1 FC remaining for Team South Korea. 1 FC, just Arishia.
You can look at the accuracies. You can see what I mean with some of these patterns.
Yeah, Zaysen and Karuna with 85 and 86. Oh, but oh my gosh, the entire team of Russia, other than Talala breaking, actually gonna cause Team South Korea to start to bring this back here as we get to the halfway point. However, this is going to be the part where we could see a lot of breaks.
Yeah, the
It's very
streams.
brutal.
Low
Yeah, falling
BPM
on
speed.
Both breaking. Oh, but Talala, the only high combo for Russia, breaks. South Korea now running away with this. No one has broken on the hard stuff. Arishia, however, breaks his combo.
Karuna go though.
Yeah, Tuna and Karuna are both doing pretty well. Karuna is actually popping off right now. And he hits the ending too.
Yeah.
Wow. Not as close as I thought it was going to be. Karuna just casually whipping out the almost 700,000 point score. Tuna and Rishia not too far behind with 577 and 550k. And yeah, Team Russia just not able to keep up on that. Only one player breaking 500k, and that's Talala with the 607,000 points. Everyone else with some kind of not great scores, following with only that 184 combo. That is really like not as good as you could do on a map like this.
Yeah, he struggled a little bit. Like Russia had a really good first half, right? They did really well. Talala held through to make it really close, but that second half, Russia did struggle a little bit, and South Korea looked much more comfortable. And that was the difference.
Yeah, that triple break, like right towards the end of that hard part, really sort of sealed their fate there. And we see Russia. Night of Fire. The
Night
banger.
of Fire.
As you can tell, two boomers are commentating Mr. World Cup today. And yeah, we see Knight of Fire come out from Team Russia. Probably a wise pick there. This is tied up yet again. Everyone just trading their picks back and forth now, looks like. See if Russia can continue the trend.
Kind of scary to pick DT into a team like South Korea. But this is a very, I mean, I don't want to say a very Russian double time pick. AR8, streamy, low spacing, really old and awkward. This really suits the Russian team.
Very rhythmically challenging as well. So we could see players like Red Pixel and Aiden sort of shine here. But yeah, like you said, South Korea, an incredibly scary DT roster. So this is another one where is definitely no definite advantage, I don't think. Like, Russia does have the opportunity to, like, pull some stuff that you wouldn't expect on something like this.
It's definitely a map with localized difficulty. Those Eurobeat solos with hard streams, and then you got more easier just aim sections between them, really.
And yet again, we're seeing this map a minute and a half long. There are no long maps yet, really, that we've seen picked yet.
Nope.
Both avoiding
Top
stuff
one.
like Nomad 1.
And I think it's just been Ring of Fire. Long
Yeah.
maps, that's it.
And that wasn't even that long, really. Oh, Axe and Karuna breaking early. Flying Tune as well.
Yeah. The streams, the first set. There's another set of those near the end. But now there's more taps.
Yeah, Karuna broke again, actually, towards the end of the stream section. So Team Russia gonna very early pull the score away just a little bit as they approach the halfway point. Red Pixel, Aiden, and Axe and Tala, actually, all gonna be sort of putting on a show here. Ooh, and Goma breaking as well. And Tuna as well, yet again. Only Ponytail with an FC for Team South Korea. This looks to have been a really strong pick for Russia.
Yeah, some more aim sections here, slightly easier. Oh, I'm not going to say free, but it's easier.
Yeah, in comparison to the streams, this is definitely one of the easier sections.
Wow. I think Korea have just been slapped. They've been so
that
good in
was-
DT, but this is dominating.
Yeah, this was kind of an offensive win by Team Russia. 1.3 million points almost. That was absolutely ridiculous, actually.
Wow.
Ponytail, a very solid FC for Team South Korea, but Russia, 2 FCs, 3 almost, with one break really towards the end there by Aiden, and Axe still not too far behind. That was an absolute slaughter for Team Russia.
Actually, I think that was an FC by Aiden. He had a low act, though, so it was an AFC.
Oh, he disconnected before I could see the miscount.
Yeah,
all I
it
saw was A.
It was what? An 88% FC. Hell yeah.
And yeah,
Nearly
Red Pixel.
4-way FC.
Yeah, that was very close.
There is one more DT left, and it's definitely an even one between the teams. I don't think Korea can dominate on that last remaining double time pick.
Yeah, I really doubt that is going to be an easy win for Team South Korea. It looks like South Korea was doing a bit better on the more reading-oriented picks, so maybe we'll see Fremont come out here? Something like Tipsy would be potentially a really strong pick for South Korea here.
Yeah, well, either TFC or Happy Time, either of those two would be a good shout. And it'd be a nice change of pace from some of the maps we have seen. We've seen a lot of tricky maps mechanically, lots of DT and hard work, but something like that could throw a spanner in the Russian works here.
I have another sneaking suspicion, however, that we will not see Happy Time next, because it is 4 minutes, and there are still literally every map that is not over that is over 4 minutes has not been picked yet. And yeah, we see Hard Rock 1 actually. Hard Rock will not completely out of the question in the future. This is technically the hardest in star rating. Aim is pretty challenging, as this is a Zappy map. And yeah, this is essentially just no mod 1 but hard rock, with some kind of challenging overlap streams.
Yeah.
The main difficulty is certainly the aim.
Yeah, it's got lots of symmetry patterning, but it's not really awkward. It's pretty comfy, but there are some tricky little back and forths that can be a little bit awkward for people, but not too much. And there's also, like I say, quite a few streams. So this is, I mean, it's slightly higher speed, 210. It's quite bursty. So there is that element too, but it's fairly comfortable for what it is.
Yeah, at this stage as well, 210 BPM, as long as the streams aren't super long, don't think that should be too challenging for anybody at this caliber. Oh, we actually see Firebat making his first appearance for Team South Korea, which makes sense. He is the highest team skill cap player on that team, other than maybe Flying Tuna, but they are pretty evenly matched, at least in a tournament setting. And Arishi and Karuna are going to be staying in for South Korea as well. A very scary aim roster.
Yeah, that is a good lineup in it. I mean, like I say, we haven't seen much of Firebat, but this sort of thing, it's what you want him in for.
Yeah, this is... Looks like Gasha also going to be coming in for Team Russia.
Yep, and Elementary as well, bringing in 2 mechanically focused players. Makes sense for this one. Gasha coming in for the hard rock once again. And Elementary, you want Elementary if anything's going to be Amy. You want him in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that this is going to be the rosters we're going to be seeing here. This is over 7 stars as well. One of the, I think it's actually one of the first maps we've seen so far that's actually breaking the 7-star barrier.
Yeah, I think this is just over 7 stars, so we're in that territory now, Will.
Oh boy.
Hold
I
on
am
to your
terrified.
spleens.
Elementary with that immediate break on the bus slider. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, yeah, those bus sliders are actually probably going to troll a couple people, I think, if their nerves are a little higher. We're seeing some breaks very early from Red Pixel, Firebat, and Elementary. Everyone else holding pretty strong. Red Pixel breaking 2. Did not expect to see breaks this early on a map like this.
These first patterns are kind of tricky, though.
They are. That's true. And yeah, it looks like Red Pixel really struggling here with multiple breaks in the first quarter.
Some aiming consistency, I think. His AC is still pretty good.
Yeah. But Fallen and Gasha still holding their FCs. Going to be keeping Team Russia in this as we approach the second quarter. But Arishtia, Karuna, and Flying Tuna all holding FCs. Firebat not too far behind either with a supporting combo. And as yeah, and like I said, those stack streams really tough with nerves. We do see breaks from Fallen, Gasha, Firebat, and Arishtia. It's actually completely horrible for Team Russia. They do now have no FCs remaining. Karuna and Flying Tuna holding very strong for Team South Korea. Going to be really running away with this as we get to this second half of the map.
That stack is so unforgiving, though. It's on a weird little rhythm snap, I think, so it's easy to hit one note after and miss the note underneath.
Yeah, it is very brutal. But Karuna and Tuna just putting on a show right now. Karuna has 99.2. Just kidding, he has 99 now. Whoops. But he still has significantly higher AC than anyone on the leaderboard, other than Red Pixel, and no one breaks on that stack stream. Looks like they learned from their first mistake.
Nice and comfy spot here for South Korea. They've comfortably got that combo advantage. There's one more chorus to go. There is some combo on the Russian side, but it's going to be a hard ask to have them come back from this one, I feel. Karuna's very comfortable.
But Tuna with that break actually gonna cause their score gap to lessen just a little bit, I think.
Yeah, by a little bit.
I don't think they have enough time to bring it back, but worth noting that it wasn't a completely one-sided victory. Yeah, with Arishi and Illuminatry breaking as well.
Karuna,
please don't carry it. Oh yeah, okay. Alright, you did not break on the last 10 notes. Man, Karuna is a freaking powerhouse, man.
What is he doing? He's
Perfect.
popping
No
off.
slash drop.
Oh gosh, yeah, perfect FC, yeah. That's pretty crazy. I mean, this map isn't very slider heavy, but those buzz sliders, he's dropped one end on them. But he did not drop a single one on those buzz sliders.
Gasha with that S rank as well. Kind of tragic. I think his only slider break was on that buzz slider at the beginning there. But yeah, Karuna and Flying Tuna really, really helping out South Korea's score at the end there. Mauritian Firebat. It was very nice supporting combos as well. And it is now 4-4 yet again. Everyone just trading picks. Only 2 picks from either team now. And DG1 almost immediately getting picked by Russia. I think that's a pretty smart pick if you take into consideration what just happened on Night of Fire.
Oh yeah, if it goes like that, then yeah, I could see this would be a good pick for them, but this map's not an old, awkward map like Night of Fire is, right? It is similar sort of style in the sense of it's not about aim, it's more about speed and streams. But I do feel like this is going to be a better map for Korea, I think, than Night of Fire was. We'll have to see that.
Yeah, it's not going to be as one-sided, for sure. There are some tough overlaps on this, though, which could be difficult to read at a bit of a higher AR, especially if you're not as comfortable with it.
Oh yeah, there is plenty of that as well. The higher AR should help plenty of these players, though. It's another AR 8.6 double time map, so it's just over AR 10.
Yeah, it's a 10.1.
Pretty fast as well. It's almost 270 BPM bursts. That's pretty much all this map is. It's all burst, with a very mild aim element on big circle size. It's CS3, so all about the speed.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is definitely the speed pick.
How the lineup's looking though? Is it the same lineup that Russia played for Night of Fire? It is.
It is exactly the same, which is in and of itself very intimidating.
Yeah. Slightly different for Korea though. No, it is Ponytail. There's no Gomo this time around.
No Gomo. Don't think Gomo is as strong on super high BPM like this, which makes sense. Seeing some very early breaks from Talala and Axubi and Ponytail actually as well. And yes, we do know that the overlay is a little bit broken. It is not actually a 0 BPM pick. It is 263 BPM bursts.
0 times 263. Not quite, but yeah. Still pretty close as we get into this sort of bridge section. Still plenty of those streams though.
Yeah, and Talala with that break gonna let Korea sort of run away with the score here. Axe as well, breaking too. But Flying Tuna not far behind. Zace and Karuna Ponytail still holding pretty solid combos. And as I say it, we see breaks from Karuna, Red Pixel, and Axubi. Karuna really starting to, I think, let the nerves maybe get to him a little bit with those breaks. No FCs on any player. That is kind of surprising actually. Zaysen still holding a very impressive combo along with Ponytail.
Yeah, those two can take this section, make a nice lead for Ponytail. Still Zaysen though. That said though, they aren't going to get very far away now, but they are 500,000 points ahead. That's a juicy lead for the Koreans here.
It's a juicy lead, and there's only about an eighth of the map left. I really do not think that Russia's going to bring this one back. Looks to
Ooh,
be
a
a
bit of
very,
crop
yeah, little tournament client moment there, but still, South Korea with a actually super dominant victory over Team Russia. That is the first breakpoint we see in a while. That's huge for South Korea. Now they have the opportunity to win on their own pick again, bring this to a potential match point.
Yeah, I'm not sure that one worked as well as Russia would hoping. I imagine they were hoping for a few higher combos there. They did have some nice runs, and the miscounts were low. I guess it was just a case of not this time. But Korea, they're a very decent performance there. But no FCs is a bit of a surprise. It was decent.
No FCs, but still, almost everyone had a score over 700k. And then Zaysen with that 940k really sort of just solidified their win.
Yeah, that is big, though. They take the lead. They have the noses in front. And the picks are starting to run low here.
Yeah, we're really running out of picks here. Everything now is looking like a very, very contested victory. Both of the reading, like very reading-based free mods are remaining. No GT, no Hard Rock, 3 no mods left. Or 4 no mods left, I can't read. We still have No Mod 1, Dreaded No Mod 1. We have Labyrinth, Hashigatsu Bow, and Happy Synthesizer. I think we're probably not going to see Happy Synthesizer as a next pick because I think that is going to be Team Russia picking that. If I had to wager a guess. And we do see No Mod 1.
Oh yeah, okay. Now we're getting the long stuff. Finally.
Everyone knows. Yeah, they all know now that there's no way to avoid it at this point. There's got to be at least 1 or 2 long maps played. So I guess they figure pick the technically easier one, but tougher in terms of aim.
Yeah. This is that big boy jump map, big boy stream map. Fairly long and very high in star rating. This is where you bring out your high ranked carries. And these teams have come loaded to bear of those.
Yeah, and Karuna, with his performance on Hard Rock 1, I think it would be very wise for him to stick in for this map. And it looks like he is. And Arishi are going to be coming in for Team South Korea as well. If you are Russia now, this is also a really scary position to be in. Like, you have to perform on a map like this if you do not want this to go to tiebreaker. And on a break point scenario, this is like, I'm sure their nerves are running pretty high right now.
Yeah, this is a point where they need to take some deep breath. Of course, we are far into the match now, and every player has had a chance to play a couple maps and get their eye in. There are a few nerves popping up now. That would be unfortunate, but hopefully some nerves have also settled from maybe some of those earlier maps.
Yeah, there's definitely nerves that have settled, but at the same time, this is super, super long. If you start to hold a combo and you get more towards the end of the map, like I can see some really bad shake coming out.
Well, let's see. Let's see who's been doing their Tai Chi. Keep calm. Yeah, these lineups looking pretty good for a map like this. Of course, Alimetry in for this one, and Gasher in. Makes sense.
This is, I think, the most straightforward map in the entire pool. So not too much to talk about in terms of like the skill required. It's pretty much just like aim consistency.
Yeah, essentially.
Classic No Mod 1.
Thing is though, because this map is so high star rating now, it leaves the realm of comfy normal map and just becomes a push of your mechanics on a one-try run. So there's actually not. It's a challenging one, even if it is pretty easy to read.
Yeah, and 3.5 minutes as well. This is a pretty tough one, honestly. Just want to point out, we're looking at a quad SS from Team Russia right now. You know, we are only a quarter in. Still impressive to be holding that for any sort of period of time. But Alimetry does drop 100 on that triple there.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying about nerves. Well, that doesn't show many nerves to me.
Oh, but Alimetry with that break actually going to be really, really bad. As we head into the slightly easier part, that was the actual last note of the jump section.
That's really sad, but still plenty of FCs on the board. Plenty of time for recovery to happen, but yeah, that is unfortunate for him.
Still a quad FC for Team South Korea, though.
What is the scoreboard right now?
Yeah, this is insane. Ridiculous performance from both teams. Elementary breaking again. Does not bode well for Team Russia as we get to the halfway point.
Solo coming in, it is just the one break. All FCs remain, but there goes Gasha though.
Gasha, yeah, that's really bad. Oh my god, we see a quad break from Team South Korea. Axe actually holding his FC. That is going to cause the score gap to really start to decrease here.
Hang on.
This is winnable.
This is winnable.
It is really starting to... but Axe is really going to start to shake now. You can see his cursor.
Can you do it? It's all on him.
It is all on him, but now you... Oh my god, and he hits the jumps coming out of the break. That's arguably the most stressful part. But he breaks. Just not enough time.
Yeah, the big screen jumps. Unlucky, man. Valiant effort, though. It'll make it close.
Wait, but Gasha and Elementary... Well, Elementary only now. Never mind, yeah. Probably not enough to bring it back.
Pretty close, but South Korea are gonna take this one. That was scary. That jump section, it is one of the big spikes in the map, but it claimed 6 combos.
Yeah, all at on the same exact note as well. And yeah, 200k point win from Team South Korea brings us to match point. Very scary situation now for Team Russia.
Come on, Gacha client. There we go.
Yeah, Gasha just taking a little bit there.
And there it is. When things start loading in slowly, of course. But yeah, mighty close. And we see some consistency. You're going to see it in a sec on stream. Look at that. Look at the accuracies from Korea here.
And from Russia. 1/100 for both Gasha and Red Pixel. Both more misses than hundreds.
Yeah, I mean, a map like this, it's more about the aim. But yeah, all those accuracies, mighty impressive. 3 of the Korean players have the exact same AC. 99.59.
The team synergy too real with South Korea, really showing off here now. And it is now Russia's pick. See if they can sort of steal this back from South Korea. I do not know what you pick now if you are Russia. I guess maybe now it's the time for Happy Synthesizer?
That's a proper Hail Mary.
It really is. Like, it is arguably, if there was an RNG map in the pool, I'd say that's probably it. So you just gotta pray that it favors you. But with someone like Red Pixel on your team, that is sure to the RNG is sure to be in your favor.
Yeah, I think that'd be a cool choice. It takes some bravery, but it's definitely one that'll throw a wrench into everyone's works. I don't think Korea will be too excited to play Happy Synthesizer.
Definitely not. I don't think that there's going to be... If I have to be completely honest, I don't think we're going to be seeing almost any seriously good scores on the map. It's all going to be RNG, especially with the nerves running this high, it looks like.
I think, yeah, the remaining picks are a bit scarier, but we are going to be seeing something else. It's Teepsy.
An interesting pick against South Korea, who does have a pretty intensely reading-based, well, not reading-based, but they have a very nice reading roster. With people like Karuna and Aristia. They also have DDM, in case he wants to play hidden on something like this. Although we have not seen DDM make an appearance yet, it's possible he's just not here right now.
To be honest, all the maps he'd play have been banned and not played, like Ring of Fire. not really a DDM map. He's not really a speed player. And
That's
here he is.
true. Oh, but here he is. My Angel DDM. Making his
Boy.
way into the OWC match. Yeah, what? And I think we will probably see Okinatori. And as I say it, Okinatori comes in for Team Russia.
Ask and you shall receive.
I can only assume to play hidden. I think mod strategies other than DDM and Okinatori, who are probably like almost 100% taking hidden, are going to be pretty interesting. We could see an overmod here. Because this is a lot easier, I think, for most of these players on Hard Rock than on Nomad.
Yeah, the reading wise for sure. This map's full of just wacky spaced streams. Or wackily spaced streams. They're not very spaced, but very strange variations in them on low AR. So yeah, the AR-10 would help many of these players, even if the circle size is smaller.
Yeah, I think that I was about to say, like, I think that the aim skill cap for these players is a lot higher just in general than the reading cap.
This is not what we expected. The hiddens are on Karuna and Talala. DDM's playing this Nomad.
DDM Nomad is interesting. I mean, Karuna is very good at ARA hidden, so that one is a bit more expected. But Talala taking ARA hidden over Okinatori is a very, very interesting decision from Russia. See if it pays off.
So he's decent as well. Pretty good reading player is Talala, but yeah. I guess maybe they're trusting DDM and Okinatori to take a safe no-mod combo, because they should be pretty decent on this no-mod.
And we do see Arishi and Alumetri both taking Hard Rock. Pretty expected, I would say. But Talala breaking on that hidden, not going to be good, especially because this is also not that long, only 2 minutes and 13 seconds.
There goes DDM though, he breaks on one of the streams, so still pretty even.
And losing a Nomad combo is really bad on a map like this. And Arishi are breaking too. Okay, Karuna completely missing on the entire stream there, matching Talala.
Yeah, that hidden, scary times. It's only flying tuna left with no mod. Russia actually looking quite good on this, but the harder parts are still to come up.
It is. And Okinatori and Karuna both breaking the...
Flying tuna's gone. No FC's left on Korea. There's 2 left on the Russian team. Here come the streams, the long ones.
Alumetri actually putting on an insane showing right now with Hard Rock. I did not expect anyone to seriously combo this with Hard Rock.
Oh well, Alumetri is not your normal player, is he?
He is not. The only FC also remaining for Team Russia, the Hard Rock FC. This is a ridiculous showing from Alumetri. I'm sorry, I'm just watching Alumetri at this point. I think he is solo carrying.
This is incredible. The
He's
score
starting to
difference is
shake.
massive.
Yeah, this is over 1 million points already, or almost 1 million points already. Just based, and Alumetri, I think he's actually gonna FC. Oh my god!
What an absolute legend. What a play from Alumetri. Hard Rock FC, and in 98% 1-2.
That is an
Incredible stuff.
absolutely absurd play from Alumetri. Oh my gosh. He is probably very nervous after that. That was a very wise pick from Team Russia. With no scores over 500k for Team South Korea. Meanwhile, you got 3 from Team Russia.
Last pick of the match. Korea's final pick. And, well...
A tiebreaker? A tiebreaker, potentially?
I don't know, man. Thing is, what is left? Okay, we have 4 maps. Techie map in Labyrinth, no mods. A fairly balanced map in Yorushka, no mod. There's Happy Time, AR9, Awkward Aim, and then there is the Happy Synthesizer, which is Happy Thin Synthesizer.
Yeah, there's like no other way to describe Happy Synthesizer. I think that they are going to be really scared to pick Hashigatsu. Just because of the, you really need like your consistency on point for that. And with no FCs on No Mod 1, could be a bit scary, especially with those ending patterns possible to just completely fail on. I don't know. There's really no like good picks left if you are Russia or South Korea here. Like, it's all RNG.
Yeah, I don't think you trust Happy Synthesizer against Russia with the players they have. Something like Labyrinth might be good. Aristia should be really good at comboing that. Maybe
That
they
is
can
true.
rely on him, something like that, for
He
Labyrinth.
also has an FC on Hashigatsu, as far as I know, and so does Flying Tuna. So we could see Hashigatsu come out here.
Yeah, they could trust their mechanics.
And they do. We see No Mod 5.
Okay, so the last map is going to be a nerve test, essentially.
Yeah, and with Russia's tournament life on the line right here, I think it is going to be very, very high running nerves. You need some players who have some experience in this sort of field. And it looks like Alumetri and Red Pixel and Talala are actually going to be sticking in. I think, if I need to be honest here, it is questionable to keep Alumetri in for this, especially after his performance just now. It was insane, but I'm sure that he is probably a bit shaky after just whipping out a play like that on Fremont 3.
Perhaps. If he is in good shape, though, you will want him in for this. But yeah, it depends on his mental state. Hopefully he's on point, because if he is, then he should be pretty decent at this. You were talking about experience as well. Well, the Russian team right there, that's all the experience you'll ever need. Red Pixel, very old player. Talala, very old player. Telemetry, decently experienced. If he can get his... I'm sure he'll be fine, to be honest. I'm sure he'll play in this if he can do it. I don't think he'll have to worry about nerves.
True. Yeah, I think the Gosh is sort of the wild card for here. Not sure how he's going to perform on something like this.
And the South Korean team, though, they're still building their roster. I imagine we're going to be seeing Aristia and Flying Tuna again first.
Yes, of course. And then Karuna, who has been just playing out of his mind for our last few maps here. Probably wise to keep him in for this map.
Yeah, you just let him do his thing.
This is also super important for South Korea, actually, because I think Russia actually does out-mechanic them for something like a tiebreaker.
Yeah, you gotta say that tiebreaker might even be a slightly Russia favoured. Maybe just by a whisker, just because of its heavy stream focus and just the map suits a lot of their players well. But that's for then. But for now, Russia need to win this. But Korea could very well get top 4 if they could finish this one off.
Oh, Zayson and Karuna with very uncharacteristic early breaks. That is actually probably going to be horrible for their mental game. Missing that early on a map like this.
Or it could just reduce the pressure. Reverse
It could also
choke
be-
time.
Yeah, we could be seeing this could be the tactical miss moment, as we saw from Axe earlier. But in the meantime, Team Russia are going to be taking this very early, even though Tala does find that break, as I say that. No one breaks on the clutch streams.
Yep. Nicely done. Bigger jumps are definitely in the choruses coming up here.
Everyone looking pretty comfortable on this, actually. Even with Karuna and Zyson's early misses. And Tuna holding that 1/100 right now. Very, very impressive accuracy from him.
Clean as you like from him so far.
Very clean, but also very nerve-inducing if you're holding such high AC on a map like this.
Yeah. The old adage, is don't SS in a tournament. You just get so shaky.
Oh, Alumetri breaking on the slider! That's gotta really, really hurt for Team Russia because South Korea is actually gonna bring this back even in the slow part now.
Yeah, they're gonna slowly reel Russia in. They're not massively ahead in terms of combo, but they will take the advantage.
Although these cut streams coming up now, if you're holding an FC, you either double tap it or you just pray. You're gonna see if they can all hold it. Oh, and Gasha breaking. That's really bad for Russia. Only one FC remaining now. Only a red pixel.
Yeah, now that really is a big lead now for Korea if they hold on through the rest of this chorus. They're all doing so well. They're all above 1k combo. They're doing so well right now.
And Gasha just not able to hold a combo. Wow. And South Korea is going to absolutely just run away with this lead now. Especially now that they see that they're so far in the lead. Not even at the last third yet.
Yeah, there's this slow part. Quite a bit of combo here. Relatively free. Coming back from here, I just don't know, Will. I think this one's all over before it gets hard.
Yeah, I don't think that... Unless this is a map where you can see a complete meltdown in the last 20 seconds, but I don't think that the score gap is going to be enough for Team Russia to bring this back. Oh, but Karuna drops is very close to FC. I still don't think it's going to be enough, but still a possibility. Wait, but... oh, but there's no combos. It's not possible, I don't think.
Red Pixel still FCing, but I think he's going to need more than this.
Yeah, unless Aristia breaks too, I think this one's over. Yeah, and Elementary... but he does break... Oh, but Red Pixel breaks his FC too.
They're all gone.
That looks like it's going to be it.
Gasha has the highest combo, but it's not going to be enough for the team, I'm afraid. I think this is going to be it. Here come the squares.
And everyone hits the squares except for Karuna. And that is it. South Korea win their first losers bracket match of the weekend, 7-5 against Team Russia. See some very fast disconnects there. Do not think Team Russia is happy with that.
I mean, I think they can be happy with that performance, though.
Absolutely.
That was a very competitive match. It was close all the way to the end. The GG's in the chat. But it is going to be Russia that go home. They will take a top 6, a very solid performance. Another good World Cup for them as they bow out at this stage. But Korea bringing it back, their former glory. They are now top 4.
Yeah, very, very impressive showing from Team Korea. Karuna specifically, absolutely, top scoring for quite a lot of the picks here. Hard Rock 1 FC is actually insane coming out from him here. And it looks like they're now going to be playing Team Canada in their final losers bracket match of the week.
Oh no, it's either Canada or Germany, whoever wins.
Canada, Germany. Oh, true. That is that is going to be a tough match.
Reading out the script there, Will.
Yes, my bad.
But yeah, the winner of Canada and Germany will face Korea tomorrow in their second matchup, and that should be a good match, whoever goes through.
Yes.
But I just want to say, shout outs to the Russian team. Really made that a good match. Excellent match to watch. Lots of back and forth and some really sick scores. Still reeling from that elementary score, dude. On TFC.
Yeah, that score is I think one of the best, but that's probably the best performance we're going to see on that map for Hard Rock. I don't think anyone else is going to see that, but who knows? I mean, there are some really strong Hard Rock players on every team left in this tournament, so it's still possible. But I guess I'm just super impressed because I did not expect to see something like that come out.
Just bonkers, dude.
Yeah.
But props to them. Well played, Russia. Hopefully we'll see you back here next year. I'm sure we will. Always ever present.
Yeah.
But what's
And
next for us, or at least what's next for the Oswald Cup?
Next is going to be Team Canada versus Team Germany. It's going to be at 19 UTC, which is in about 3.5 hours, I believe. And I think you are going to be joined by some people who are not us.
Let me get the names up real quick to let you know who's going to be casting that one in a little bit.
Yeah,
Two
I do
cool
not have it
people.
off the top of my head.
Where is it? Scroll. It is going to be casted by Toy and Doland.
Very good duo.
Yeah, always a class duo. They'll be bringing you the next match. That doesn't happen until a few hours, so you got plenty of time to do anything you need to do. Go to the shops, cook some nice food, get a nice beverage. It takes 2 hours to make, and I'm not sure what beverage that would be, but either way, plenty of time for the next match. Which is going to be at
19 UTC. That is 3.5 hours from now.
Yeah. So we shall return then. It's been cool casting with you, Will.
Same to you. I hope to see everybody here in 3.5 hours for Canada versus Germany. I think that is going to be it from us.
Yep. We'll see you guys then.
Take care, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2019 OS World Cup. I'm Dolan, joined by Toy.
Everyone.
Well, Toy, here we are, semi-finals. Canada versus Germany coming up next. Big match for both teams. Winner to meet South Korea.
Oh, man, meeting South Korea, though. Big match here ahead of us already, but knowing that you have to face South Korea next, who we've already seen pretty strong against Russia earlier in the day, man, what do you think your mentality has to be if your opponent right now, you're staring down like down the barrel of a shotgun that's like primed to shoot you, and then you have an even bigger bazooka waiting for you?
You've got one team with a shotgun at you, and then Korea reloading the RPG in the background.
That's kind of what it feels like. South Korea is looking really, really good this tournament.
But anyway, our focus is going to be on these two for the time being. Germany and Canada.
Canada today, I think, unfortunately, missing a few key players. Ryuke and Kyle, both, I think, are either missing or like not on optimal setups. And that's huge hindrance for Canada.
Yeah, that's definitely going to make it a really tough match for Canada here. But speaking with Ace a little earlier, he feels somewhat confident there is a path for Canada, but it is going to be a much harder road than, obviously, without Ryuke and Kyle. Big losses to the Canadian roster, but they're just going to have to make the best of what they have.
I mean, we do see Ryuke is in the lobby currently. But from what I've been told, he's like playing on a 60 hertz a setup he's a very uncomfortable setup. So I think mentally, Canada's fighting an uphill battle already. Germany, on the other hand, looking really, really good. They nearly took down the United Kingdom last week. I think that was a 7-5 match, or was it 6-4? I believe it's 6-4.
Yeah, this is the first week we're doing best of 13s. This warm-up's looking pretty spicy.
Anything by Guillotine is already...
Yeah, Guillotine. Well known
Guillotine
for
actually
things.
Catch player, huh?
Yeah, catch player extraordinaire, member of the U.S. World Cup team. He's also known for some spicy memes.
Absolutely. He is one of the best catch players I've seen out there right now, but he's also, oh my gosh, some of the creations of his, like if you've seen his SoundCloud, it is a treasure trove.
It is truly a treasure chest of memes.
So obviously, Germany coming from a loss last week might be a bit of a struggle to get back your mental game after a loss. I know Dustus last week was mentioning how he was frustrated, feeling like he was underperforming. But it's a new pool, new maps, new week,
new day.
Hopefully the team has a fresher mindset.
Definitely. Now let's see what Mapper Guillotine has in store for us.
On all honesty, it looks like a pretty standard map. Like, it doesn't look...
Just wait till you put it in the converter and switch it to catch.
Is this originally a catch map that's being converted to standard?
They're always interesting to play in when you convert them, but Guillotine tends to do a lot of things just in the editor in terms of memes. He is really dedicated to the craft of making these absolute gems. And
speaking of converting maps, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but I remember a while back, Kyle from the Canadian team, that was one of his favorite things to do, was to convert catch maps into standard and then just try to play them.
Oh no.
I don't know if that contributed to his ability to play really fast or really stupid patterns, but
yeah, that'll do that. That'll do that. Oh man. So some spicy warm-ups coming in. Got the second one loaded. But this match kind of, when you look at the pool between Germany and Canada, even with the losses in the Canadian roster today, there still are a few maps that Canada, I think, does contest quite well.
I think that's true. It just feels like with Germany being such a strong double time team, and like Ryuke and Kyle both being like two of Canada's strongest double time players, that leaves a whole 3 maps at most where Germany could potentially take some really convincing points off of them.
And we'll probably see Canada alter their bans from traditionally, as they've normally done their bans to kind of covering their own bases here. We'll probably definitely see a DT ban in that regard.
Yeah, it's almost guaranteed, I think, in that sort of sense, because Germany this week is looking so strong. I think Kanali got number 1 on DT4, and Dustis was a close second. I think he with DT only. So like, at least Dust Eyes like this week has been putting out some incredible solo scores on maps in the pool. So you just look through, you'll be playing through the pool and just see his name at the top of each leaderboard. Like, okay, this is who we're facing.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't fill you with confidence, but Germany, as you said, losing last week in the semifinals to the UK, this is going to be about bouncing back for them, as you alluded to earlier. And they are fortunate to kind of have a slightly weaker Canadian roster than before, but still the mental aspect of playing in these World Cups is grueling and the tilt can be real.
Yeah, I think a lot of people underrate just how difficult it is to maintain a strong mentality throughout the tournament. And I would almost argue that mentality is even more important than your skills, than like your actual base level skill. Because you can be facing the best player in the game, but if they're not playing up to their capacity on any given day, you'll end up winning.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what Canada are kind of hoping for. They just kind of have to keep their heads in the right spot here and do the best they can. And that's really all you can ask of them. And they're a great team. Great scores in the qualifiers, consistent results throughout the tournament. And once again, they've earned a top 6 spot for the 2nd year in a row. But getting into our second warm-up. And are we missing a player?
It seems like we might be.
The 3v4. And also, we are on a finals week pool, and I think you better than most people understand how just crazy the scaling of the difficulty these map pools can be sometimes.
Absolutely. It was honestly quite jarring to see the difference between semifinals and finals, where in semifinals you'd see, oh, I could probably play a couple of these maps pretty well. I can maybe be consistent on a few of them. This one, it's like, I can maybe full combo this on a good day, but there's no way I'll be consistent on all of them in a single match.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is going to be the first pool that really separates the good players from the elite players in a way.
Mm-hmm. And one reason that I think, well, at least that I never doubt Canada, is they have a amazing work ethic when it comes to approaching the tournaments. Their mindset, the preparation, they're very methodical, and they definitely do practice really hard for these and prepare for these brutal matchups. And not that the Germans don't, but Canada, I think, are known for kind of being, especially with Azer at the helm, the tactical mastermind, always the man with a plan. So you can never count them out.
I think it's interesting because you'd always see, always hear about certain teams like either the US or Canada or the UK that have like these grueling routines of like how much they practice. I think the difference is that like a lot of teams actually do practice quite a lot. You just don't hear a lot from them. I definitely see like all of the different players that are competing in the World Cup. Like I've seen players from South Korea like playing the pool basically all week, but because I don't know, I think since there's not a lot of interaction between like the South Korean team or community with like maybe the North American like casting team.
Right.
We don't get to see a lot of their sort of strategy or their sort of planning, their preparation. So we just hear about mostly English-speaking countries and how well they're doing. But I'm sure like Russia was extremely prepared for this match. They played excellent.
Yeah, for those that woke up early in the morning, you were treated to a barn burner of a match between Russia and South Korea, which saw South Korea take the 7-5 win. But Russia
definitely
played
worth
very well.
watching as well.
Yeah, definitely.
There were a few pretty outstanding performances within that match. We saw Allometry FCing Fremont 3 TFC with Hard Rock, which is like CS7. That was pretty interesting to me.
Indeed, it wasn't. Right now in the warm-up, we've got a couple players going ham right now, one specifically being Yummy.
I've mentioned this like somewhat in the past, but I think Yummy might be one of Canada's best players. Like, more underrated than anyone really else on the team. We see him so consistently just performing outstandingly well on a variety of different picks. Typically like DT or streamy picks, but never...
Yeah, he's definitely a player a lot of people have slept on. It's kind of, unless you're in the loop and you just know about him, you don't realize just how consistent he's been. He's kind of been like the silent phantom, kind of really supporting Canada by stepping up in crucial moments the entire tournament.
It's easy to overlook a player when you have bigger, more recognizable names on your team. But I think in terms of overall performance this entire tournament, Yummy's been one of the most solid, if not the most solid player for Canada.
He has definitely paid his dues in full, but Germany will win the role. And Canada will allow Germany to start banning first. And Germany will allow Canada the first pick.
Our referee fat fingering one of the captain's names. Still early.
So now we'll await the bans. So Toy, what are some bans? I mean, we talked about Canada probably wanting to aim at that double time pool, but where are Germany going to go?
Germany? It's hard to say. I don't believe Germany's as informed about Canada's situation as like we might be.
Mm-hmm.
It's honestly hard to say because I feel like Germany's so strong on most of this pool. I don't see like I don't see most of their team having a lot of difficulties on much of this.
Yeah, I guess we will just have to wait and see where the bans and picks fall. So Germany will be starting off with Hidden 2. They've done that every single match.
Which is
They do it
understandable.
here again.
Which is interesting because I think for Canada, Hidden, or at least lower AR in general, isn't entirely their strongest suit. I think it's just you look at this roster and you see only Azer's name and you think, they must be strong at this one thing. And I think if Germany doesn't have one player to counter that solid other player, then might as well just ban it.
Indeed, and now Canada coming out with their two bans, and yep, Hard Rock 2 and DT3 are going to be the bans from Canada.
One of the DT picks definitely expected from Canada, though Hard Rock 2, it's a bit interesting. It's a bit difficult to be consistent on. Happy Synthesizer, actually. I was potentially going to say Happy Synthesizer for Germany.
And there they do go with Happy Synthesizer as the ban here.
I mean, I read the
Oh, right.
I read the chat, but I was thinking like if I was gonna pick any for Germany, it would have been Happy Synthesizer. I'm not sure if that's. I think it's less because Canada seems strong on it, and just it's such a difficult map. It's a very tough map, and I don't think that Germany could pick like a full 4-person squad.
Ooh, and Azer is quite pleased with the ban.
Like I said, I did not expect Germany to pick bans based on what they believed Canada was strong in, but more what they just did not want to try.
Yeah, and that's always a safe route to go as a team making your picks. But anyway, as we have the bans out of the way, so it will be Hidden 2 and Nomad 6 banned by Germany. Hard Rock 2 and DT4, my bad, DT3 banned by Canada.
Yeah, we've kind of mentioned in the past that there's kind of two paths of thinking, or two, I guess, paths, for lack of a better word, that you can either pick things that you are good at or things that you believe your opponent is bad at. And I think that's the same with bans. So it's hard to see which of those modes of thinking is more valuable.
Well, here's the first pick coming out from Canada. It will be Nomad 4.
Nomad 4, this tournament being more alt mapping style picks. Though this one, we've seen a significant leap in difficulty, I think, compared to last week.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
Yeah. Last week, we saw the Queen, which was picked 0 times, actually. It was never picked in the semifinals. Though at least personally, it felt a lot easier to play. Asphyxia, this round, we've already seen in the last match, and there were no full combos.
Yeah.
Extremely difficult.
So, looks like the rosters are almost set. Canada's still deciding on their fourth. Dust Ice, Umbre, Knolly, and Okinamo in for the Germans. For Canada, it's going to be Yummy, Ryuke, Azer, and Stoop. So Ryuke is here.
Ryuke's here, but I can't say that his confidence is there. But I might. This is just from my my rumors that I've heard. He could definitely be zoned in by now.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't want to speak for him, but
well, that's a huge sigh of relief too for Canada to see Ryuke in that lobby, because again, he's vital to DT along with Kyle. So at least having one of those two players is going to really help Canada here.
Yeah, missing any part of your roster in any form is always a huge detriment to any team. Like, it may not seem like much to be playing 7 players versus 8, but when your one player is like kind of a specialist in very certain aspects, you're now potentially going to be down a couple 100,000 points on any given pick that they would have been strong on, and that can make a huge difference in a match.
Well, it looks like the rosters are set, and these are some scary rosters for both teams. So Canada will start on the Nomad. Start command issued in the chat. Here we go. Who will meet South Korea in the battle for the bronze? Or the last top 3, at least. Will it be Germany or Canada? We will know after this match.
Germany getting the first 4 points of the match. Congrats to them. One person has clicked a note and nobody else has.
Okinamo, slightly ahead.
You're going to see quite a lot of patterns in this map that can trip people up very easily. Even the simplest of patterns will start catching people, as you can see Ryuke dropping a really early mist.
Yeah, really early miss. Maybe shaking the rust off here, but Umbre and Knolly also going to find very early misses for Germany, but again, very early days.
Nothing is set in stone in this map. It's the potential to miss on any given pattern is so high that it's really hard to say that any team has any sort of advantage at any point.
And right now, Canada holding the slight lead just because they have 3 FCs to 2, but Dust Ice will drop, and that's another one down for Germany. Yummy will trade it. Stoop and Okinamo trading as well. Azer down too. Ryuke with the high combo.
I'm telling you, it's all these different spaced patterns, the really awkward angled like hexagon stream.
And misses coming in aplenty. Scores are dead even, but misses coming in from both sides. Dust Ice rebuilding combo. Okinamo's over 200 as well. Ryuke and Azer now doing some work together, trying to get him back in it. Big miss from Dust Ice, but Yummy and Ryuke will drop. That was the big combo for Canada.
Interesting to note that despite the high combo, Ryuke is down to 88% accuracy.
Yeah,
So-
and a quad miss from Germany there. It's going to thwart any momentum they would have had, but Azer coming in, 400 combo now. And that's going to put in some work here in the slow section.
Yeah, building up that lead is going to be so important. And the longer he holds, the more secure this point is starting to look for Canada. But like I said, the last section, the last TI is also still very difficult. Azer missing on the 5-no burst.
Yeah, he does get caught up by the burst as well as Ryuke, and Germany have rebuilt combos all above 200. Umbre will drop though. Knolly and Okinawa will drop now. Only Dustus. And now the lead is back with Canada. Back and forth the score goes into the final quarter. Something close could really be on here, Toy.
It was such a difficult pattern, that little wiggle stream that goes horizontally. Dustus, the only one really holding on for Germany, though. Yummy in my tummy now goes down.
Oh, it's so
he was
close,
the biggest
but
combo.
missiles are coming in. Dustus is holding on. He's trying to pull it back. Ryuke and Azer are trying to mount the defense together with Stoof. And they're just able to maybe hold on.
The scores are so close.
It's anyone's game.
It flips
Germany!
over.
Pull ahead in the dying seconds. Will they hold on?
Look at
No
Dustus'
misses.
combo.
Germany clutch it out in the end. On that
I think-
last little burst section, Toy caught the Canadians off guard. Germany hold on.
It's such a close point. And you can see that missing on any sort of the patterns, that doesn't just, you don't just drop your combo, but you actually lose score the more you get hundreds or the more you miss. So even though it looked like it was in Canada's favor, some quick misses near the end just swung it back to Germany. And with Dustus' combo right near the end, it was just enough to narrowly edge out a first victory.
I think that was the definition of a toss-up.
It's a big toss-up map and kind of an important victory as well, considering that was Canada's pick, and Germany now gets to lead off with their strong foot forward.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make good on this opening breakpoint they've taken. Now they will be the ones to attack the pool. Germany could be eyeing up Hard Rocker double time. And they indeed are eyeing up double time. It'll be DT1. What a close opener to this. So DT1, we're going to be seeing some subs. FX coming in for Germany. We see Trev Rasher in for Canada.
DT1 pretty expected from Germany. We know Germany to be a pretty strong double time team. DT1 is essentially like their bread and butter here. It's just a bunch of 260 plus BPM bursts, a couple like longer ones, but it's mostly single taps, triple, very standard speed pick. And that's exactly where a lot of Germany's roster shines.
So still waiting on Canada to finalize their roster, taking some time to get the right squad together. But a seesaw battle that opener was, back and forth to the very end. Could that be an indication of the match to come? Ryuke will fill the final slot for Canada.
You would expect it to be, right? Like, you'd expect that first point to be indicative of how the match is going to go. But if that's Canada's strongest pick, or at least one of their most comfortable ones to pick first, it's hard to say that they're going to be looking too strong on the rest of the pool.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. That's definitely a big crushing loss there. Kind of just losing that point so close to open it up. But Canada's got to recover and bounce back from that if they're going to stay in this. The GL's in the chat. And we are set for round 2. And there we go. So now it's time to see how these teams perform on double time. We know Germany, very capable on double time. We know Canada are also capable on double time as well, but definitely a skill set that the Germans are known for.
I believe if Kyle would have been here, this would have been an excellent pick for him to go in on. One of Canada's strongest double time players.
Yummy with the very early miss, but shouldn't be too big of a problem if they can hold on. But Germany, with the advantage at the start here.
I think accuracy will be pretty important in this map as well, because you can keep a pretty strong combo on this, but if your AC is lacking because you're kind of flubbing through all the streams, you're not going to be putting up as good of a score as some other people.
Yeah, Trev Rasher, though, will find a miss, and that's going to tip the advantage further in favor of Germany. Yummy with a second break, and now it is 4 FCs to 2. Germany starting to pull away here. Ryuke will find a break. Only 1 FC remaining, and there goes Stuve. Okinawa will find the first miss for Germany, but all other players for Germany holding the FC halfway through.
And not just holding FC, but both Dustus and FX holding pretty high accuracies compared to the Canadian team. Low 98s, mid 98 compared to 97s, 95, and a 91 for Canada.
Yeah, definitely a significant AC advantage for Germany as well as the combo advantage. Germany starting to run away with this one. 700k out in front.
I think this map was sort of secured in Germany's favor the moment they picked it. Especially when you have both Dust Ice and FX on your team, who are notably just extremely comfortable with bursty maps like this.
Yeah, and they're definitely showing their stuff right now, and they're still holding the FCs for Germany. Coming into the end, though, it's going to be a resounding point for Germany. Dustus and FX will hold the double FC. 2-0 Germany.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, Canada's first point was a really big toss-up, and yet Germany's first point was a huge blowout. So I think Canada's strongest maps, or the points, or the maps that they might find points on, are not going to be as convincing of wins as the ones that Germany feels really confident on.
Yeah, true. And that might be taxing on the mental aspect of the game for Canada, but if Canada can start slugging out some points and keeping pace with the Germans, they can maybe find the morale to stay in this match. But a 2-0 start for Germany, not what Canada wanted here. They have a chance to respond now with their pick on the map pool.
And not even 2-0, like, it was also 1.5 million point difference, which is huge. It is beyond huge.
Yeah, that is a massive, massive advantage.
To put in perspective how big 1.5 million points of a gap it is, neither team as a whole reached 1.5 million points on Nomad 4. The first map they played, neither team got to 1.5 million, and then in the second point, Germany beat Canada by 1.5 million.
Yeah, two quite polarizing score lines there.
It's a difficult pool. It's a really, really tough pool. But putting up 2 FCs on DT1, as it's as strong as we know Germany to be, that's still really, really strong. It's still really impressive to see 2 really high accuracy FCs on there.
Oh yeah, and then it's no wonder why they are one of the top contenders for that final top 3 spot. But Canada will pick free mod 2. And I kind of like this from Canada. Free mod might be a great place for Canada to go, considering that, there's leniency in the mods. You're not forced to play one set mod. So certain players, they may be able to kind of throw together a roster that could actually put up a pretty good performance despite missing a player.
It's also a bit more of a standard pick. Like, there's not a lot of really gimmicky patterns. There's not a lot of, like, really difficult sections either. It's pretty standard, honestly. And I think that's going to be where Canada tries to find some points, either on the overly, extremely gimmicky maps that Germany may not be strong on, or just hope that they have the consistency to take a couple points on some pretty normal maps.
Seems to be the strat right now, but rosters look set. And for Germany, it's going to be Dust Ice, Hollow Watcher, Knolly, and Okinamo. Canada have Yummy, Neuro, Trev Rasher, and Azer in the lobby. So it looks like teams just sorting out the mods.
Can
What kind of
imagine
mods do you think we
Azer.
could see here?
Can definitely assume Hidden for Azer, Hard Rock for Trev Rasher, and then, well, there you go.
And that's it. There you
Spoiled
go.
it.
Boom. The
Okinamo
Oracle.
on Hidden, Kanali on Hard Rock. Hollow Watcher, we might see a mod on, but unlikely, considering we have 2 already. Dust is also, though, opting for Hard Rock.
So Germany gonna go for the mod advantage with 2 Hard Rocks at Hidden and 1 no mod. Canada 2 no mods, 1 HDHR, the minimum. So this is an interesting strat from Germany here. Gonna try to overmod here slightly. See if it pays out. The no mod miss though, coming in from Hollow Watcher right at the start, very early days.
The added advantage from having a higher AR on a map like this might be what they're trying to go for. Either Kanali or Dustus might have an easier time just reading it with Hard Rock, because it's not a map that's entirely too difficult to aim, but the reading aspect of it might be a little tougher for some people. So adding Hard Rock might just ease that a little bit for the cost.
Yeah, the whole bottom row though will find misses. And it's very close. Slight advantage for the Germans. That score is right near the center as we approach the halfway point. Canada now pulling out a lead. This is very close stuff.
Two Nomad FCs still from Yummy and Nero. Yummy still holding the SS, actually.
Yeah, very important is that accuracy.
1 FC in Dustus for Germany, though they've got some pretty strong supporting combos, yet Azer and Trev Rasher they're putting up a fight. Though as I say that, Azer does...
Dust Ice will miss along with Neuro, so that's 2 misses for Canada, 1 for Germany. Germany gonna start to pull it back. Yummy's down 2, that's big for Canada. Germany.
Well, Okinamo holding the only big combo right now, putting the lead securely in Germany's favor.
Yeah, together with Knolly though, look at that. He had over 400 right before he just misses. Okinamo will still hold though. Securing this for Germany. And unfortunate for Canada. Just near the ending. They held it. But Germany, compliments of Okinamo, pat him on the back. He brings that one home for Germany, 3-0.
Despite early misses, he's really put up the fight to not let that rattle him near the beginning. Not only that, but
we saw how
couple
close
other-
that map was. The score was at one point. It ends with a 400k difference.
it was looking like it could shift into Canada's favor as they had 2 FCs, but once those left, it was ready. It was just ready for Germany to take it home.
And double time 4 coming out from Germany.
Once again, another double time pick. I don't see any reason for them not to just blow straight through all 3 double time picks immediately. And I was mentioning earlier that 2 of their players actually hold number 1 and 2 on the leaderboard for this map. So I'm sure they're feeling pretty confident on it.
Definitely waiting for the final player for Germany to step into the lobby, but Germany very confident on this one. They are. And Umbre coming in for the Germans to fill out that 4th and final spot. looks like we're about to get set here. Gustus, Umbre, Knolly, Okanamo for Germany, together with Stoop, Ryuke, Trevor Asher, and Azer on the side of Canada.
I don't know if it's been mentioned before, but I quite like that the tournament client also loads up all the seasonal backgrounds for
It
winter.
is quite nice. It's cool because in like every different World Cup gets the different themes throughout the year. Little bonus. But here we go into the 4th round.
Keep your eyes on Dust Ice and Knolly. I'm
Yeah, the left
those are
side of your screen.
Those are the two that are probably going to put up some of the strongest performances on this map.
A few early misses from Azer. Okanamo, though, will find a miss as well, so it's going to slightly offset the Germans' advantage, but they still retain a small lead. But Trevor Asher's miss is going to give it right back to Germany here.
Knolly
Stoop and
falling
Knolly.
right after that.
Yeah, Stoop and Knolly, so it's Umbre and Dust Ice against Ryuke right now. And no, he's down, no!
Oh, no FCs left
No.
with Canada, but both Umbre and Dust Ice holding strong. Though as I say that, Umbre does go to...
Umbre's down. It's only Dust Ice now for Germany. He's got the only FC, and he's going to start to do some real damage here.
into the more difficult finger control section right here. Going into triples, but then the pattern's right after this section. If you're not feeling completely confident in your whatever you're doing, you can go down really easily right here.
Yeah, a lot of misses, but Dust Ice is still going. He finally gives it up
I think we saw
at the end.
5 or 6 people miss on that one pattern.
But he's done the work. Germany take a 4th point.
A cool S rank from Dust Ice despite the slider break.
That was absolutely insane from Dust Ice. 946,000 points. And nobody else had even 600k.
This is what I mean when I said earlier that this map pool really separates the good players from the elite players. It's very jarring to see just how much better certain people will perform on basically the entire pool.
Well, Canada now back in the driver's seat in terms of the picks. Let's see where they decide to go. Down 4-0. They could really use some momentum here.
Potentially another Fremod pick. Fremod 1 would seem somewhat viable for them. Maybe a Hard Rock pick, though I think that's probably less likely for them.
Problem is, for Canada, this map pool is now quickly narrowing.
All the remaining ones definitely seem like something that Germany would excel at, you know, big aim, big stream, hard rock aim. So to be fair, they do have Hidden 1 open, but that's a kind of a danger pick. Hidden 1 is a very dicey pick for anyone. It has a lot of really tough cut streams. It's very finger control heavy. It's very reading heavy. And if you miss on any point of one of those patterns, you essentially set yourself up to miss on the entire thing.
But also, because it's one of those kind of dangerous maps that can really shake things up, it could end up being a pocket pick for Canada, because if it's something that Germany can miss on, maybe they can find enough consistency to win, take a point on it. But again, as you said, the risky pick. But it looks like... Oh, I thought Azer genuinely rolled a 1 there. That would have put a roll 2.
I think they're deciding their picks based on a 50-50 roll here.
Oh my goodness, is he flipping a coin?
I think so. Roll 2 is essentially flipping a coin.
Yep, and it's gonna go for no mod 2. Sometimes you have to let fate decide it.
I mean, when things seem as grim as this, 4 points down with none in the pocket.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for Canada here. They do need some points on the board, and we'll see what fate has in store for Canada here. Will the tactical coin flip work? So it's going to be Dust Ice, Umbre, Knolly, and Okinamo. No changes for the Germans. You see Neuro in.
It's I'm not sure if it's the best pick against a team like Germany. Maybe it's one of the only ones that Canada really feels decent at anymore. But with players that are so well versed in streams like Umbre, Okinamo, Dust Ice, Kanali, of course, it's so difficult to feel like it's a strong pick against a team that's just so historically good at streams.
So for Canada, it's going to be Stoof, Ryuke, Neuro, and Yummy.
There's one pattern right in the middle of this that does a big like arching stream from the right side up to the top and back down. It's a little weird because it doesn't change direction on the downbeat like you would expect it to. It changes on the note right after that. So that might catch some people off.
And here we go. We are underway on this no mod pick from Canada. A 2-minute map, so not a whole lot of room for error. And Ryuke finds a very early miss. But Germany will pull the slight advantage off the miss. Into the streams.
The first stream is kind of a teaser of what's to come.
Everybody survives the opening streams, and it's Germany with the slight advantage from the early miss from Ryuke, but Canada still in striking distance.
It's this middle section right here. That's
Okinamo
so
gets caught out.
heavy.
Yummy will trade. Dust Ice is
Dust
down
Ice.
though. Umbre's down. 1 FC remaining for Germany in the form of Kanali. And basically 2.5 FCs. Ryuke almost a full combo. Stoof and Neuro is there. Canada now pulling out an advantage.
Uh-oh. All three of them miss
triple
on that
win.
pattern.
Unfortunate right when they get the lead. And now here comes Germany headed by Knolly.
It's Kanali out alone with 600,000 points already. A full combo, 99.8% accuracy.
Canada's going to need a miss from Kanali ASAP if they want any chance of taking back this point. The longer he holds, the more secure the point becomes for Germany.
Unfortunate for Canada, the rest of the map is much simpler than that middle section we already went through.
And now it's becoming insurmountable for Canada. Germany starting to pull away as the rest of their squad have recovered.
Could just expect an FC right here. Yep.
Ooh, Dust Ice and Neuro will trade at the end, but that doesn't really matter at all because Germany will take the point. Big win, 450k. Heartbreaking for Canada. They've been contesting several of these. It's just come down to a few key misses at certain times.
Yeah, having 3 players FCing and then all 3 of them missing on the same pattern is devastating.
And Germany real glad that no fail is a thing right now. Because Dust Ice actually dropped pretty heavily at the end of that map. But failed scores count. So Germany leads it.
If no fail was not allowed, or the no fail or the failed scores counting rule was not in play, Dust's score would have been enough to swing it over back to Canada.
It would have been. He had a little over 500,000, and the margin was 450. So the next pick coming in from Germany, they lead 5-0. Could be eyeing up that last TT pick or a Hard Rock, but they'll go for Nomad 1.
Pretty standard aim pick, which I think a lot of people have been feeling was easier than Nomad 1 of last round.
Rip Azer.
They want to pick Knight of Fire, they still have an opportunity to.
Yeah, Dust Dice reminding him, hey, you're gonna have a pick.
Pick it yourself if you want it so bad.
Are we gonna get the Stoof Hidden debut number 3?
On Knight of Fire?
A Knight of Fire? Is that what we could be seeing?
On the double time pick Knight of Fire, Stoof Hidden debut number 3.
There's also Ring of Fire in the hidden pool. That can be very confusing for some people.
Two fire picks in this map pool. Hidden pick Ring of Fire, and then double time pick Knight of Fire.
It's all about the fire.
Inamo, I think, playing chess right now.
That is speed player, not Justin Osu. Big brain or Okinamo here.
I remember after last week's performance when they lost, he said, "Oh well, anyone want to play chess?"
This is great.
Oh, wow. I guess Okinamo and Azer were playing chess during the match, and Azer lost in 8 turns.
Oh. Well, anyway, from the epic chess game that happened to the epic match happening right now, Dustus Kuhn making his first appearance of the match, Hollow Watcher and Okinamo for Germany, Azer Ryuke Neuro, and Yummy for Canada on Nomad 1. Ryuke with a very early miss here. Germany starting to pull a slight advantage. Three and a half minutes in length. So a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's a longer pick, and much of the beginning of the map is not too difficult. Like whoa. Wow, what happened? I believe that's all client.
Okinamo and Dustus were client. That was all client.
That's what I thought. I was like,
yeah,
I was about to say, there's not a lot to miss.
Ryuke did actually find a miss. No one else did. Neuro will find another miss. Now Germany. Chance to really pull the advantage. Wait, no, those... I'm so confused. The client is absolutely bamboozling us.
Euro's miss is real. Ryuke's earlier miss is real. Kyun's miss right now is also real.
Is also real. I think we're good now.
Just Dice, Hollow Watcher, Okinamo holding strong. I was about to say, the beginning of the map isn't super difficult. You won't see a lot of the bigger patterns that make this map 7.3 stars in rating until after halfway. So the beginning is an opportunity to really build your combo. The bigger ones.
Neuro trading. Not really trading, both dropping. They're on the same team, so that's really going to hurt Canada there. Germany still holding. The triple FC is intact. Yummy the only FC for Canada.
Okinamo does miss. I think it would look like a slider break.
Yeah, gets caught out there. Yummy will find a miss for Canada. The only FC is down. Kuhn will miss as well, but he had the lowest combo on Germany's side.
The UK still holding strong after his early miss, though getting caught by the weird transition into the 1/3 stream.
As well as
That's
Halo
just-
Watcher. He did find a miss as well. But Germany's still holding a significant advantage. That's a triple miss from Canada. Kuhn will drop as well with Halo Watcher. But
think
Dust
those are
Ice
the-
now.
most difficult jumps in the map, and Dustis is cleaning through them.
And at the break, Germany know they are ahead. The UK finding a miss right before the break.
Look at that.
With the double miss there for Germany, but unfortunately for Canada, Germany have such a large advantage due to Dust Ice pairing here with this massive combo. Oh, but he will miss on the jumps. But too little too late for Canada.
It's a really difficult jump section right there near the end. But I mean, he's done enough for his team. I mean, the rest of his team as well, done enough for themselves.
And that will put Germany at match point. 6-0 the score. Incredible stuff from Dust Ice. Holding that FC for almost the entirety of the map. And now the client will load the scores.
One by one,
One by one, dramatic fashion here. I like it.
like dominoes.
Slowly falling. Chain reaction. But now Canada down to their last, potentially last pick if they don't win it. And Azer is going to let the audience decide? Holy moly.
I think they want to see Free Mod 1. Everyone wants to see Free Mod
All right,
1.
chat, what do you want to see? Let the man know. This is your chance right now. See a lot of free mod 1s.
Yeah, there's a lot of Free Mod 1s.
Somebody threw out Nexta. No mod 5 I've seen a couple times, but I think free mod 1 is the overwhelming favorite. And that's going to be it. Free mod 1.
This is probably Azer's least favorite map in the pool. I was playing with him in a different tournament, and this was in one of the pools, and he refused to practice it because it was an anime song.
Ouch.
Okinawa referencing that match, actually. Why not Gwyn?
So you, the viewers, have decided Canada's pick will be free mod 1. Interesting stuff here. You gotta love seeing the stuff. Azer letting the fans decide.
Really bit him in the butt, though.
Yeah,
I don't think
unfortunately for him.
he just doesn't even want to play the map. He's not even in the lobby.
So looks like this is going to be the setup. Germany 1 point away from guaranteeing a top 4 spot and a date with South Korea.
I do love how quickly the chat went from cheering on their own teams, maybe a little bit of like banter and flame, to just all of their closeted anime love coming out.
Oh yeah. That's what we do here, folks.
Free to be yourself in a group of your peers.
Embrace it. Embrace it.
Even our referee is converted.
One of us. Okay, too soon?
Look at all of the mods. Whoa.
Wow, mods galore. Germany over modding. We got 2 hard rocks from Dustis and Kuhn. We got a hidden from Okinawa. Hello Watcher's going HDHR. He's challenging Ryuke on the HDHR. Trev bringing up the hard rock, Yuki with the hidden, Nero the tactical nomad.
One of those maps, I mean, that people will just be like, well, it's easier to read with AR-10 than it is to aim. It's easier to read with AR-10 than it is harder to aim with higher CS. So a lot of players just opting to play hard rock just to give them a bit of ease in reading the patterns, because they are very linear, like unconventional patterns, honestly.
We got 3 misses already on the board. 2 from Canada, from Yuki-chan and Ryu-K, who's missed twice now. Okinamo also missing. Yuki-chan again. So 3-2 in terms of FCs in favor of Germany. And Halo Watcher is gaming right now. That's 100%. All I'll say.
Still looking strong on that. I mean, this map isn't difficult to get high accuracy on. It's all in the aim, honestly. It's essentially like you're tapping to a very constant rhythm in this map. You just need to be able to aim it, and then the accuracy will kind of come with that confidence.
Trev Rusher finding another miss along with Ryu-K. Only 1 FC remaining on the side of Canada. Okinawa will fall again. Neuro the only FC for Canada. A 3-way FC for Germany. Third of the way through. And Germany looking very comfortable.
I'm a little entranced by Hollow Watcher's movements in a way. I've just been watching it, honestly.
He's being hypnotized.
Neuro, though, biggest combo on Canada's roster now down.
Ooh, and a triple miss from Germany as well, but Dust Eyes once again manages to be the last one standing.
Yeah, look, nearly every combo under 100, and Dust is out there with 800 plus.
Absolutely killing it right now on Hard Rock is Dust Ice for Germany. Just over halfway, we're coming up to the final third of the map. Gonna get a little bit of client lag here. Well, there we go.
Seeing a couple misses on those sliders. Some subsequent misses as well from Okinawa, just like little random ones here and there. Yuki-chan and Hollow Watcher following up, but I think everyone's watching Dustus right now to see if he's gonna FC this map. 2/3 of the way in.
And I kind of don't want to talk about him because I don't want to do the thing.
Yeah, I mean, if he's gonna do the thing, he'll do the thing. But it's Dustus we're talking about.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
he's gonna FC it. He will FC it. He is not.
We all know he's immune to the caster
curse.
He is one of a kind. Still rocking the FC. And Germany's advantage is massive and expanding near the end. Unfortunately for Canada, it doesn't look like there's anything that they can do.
Yeah, he just hit probably the most difficult pattern as well, so there it is. I think it's real for him.
He's looking to cap off the match with an emphatic FC. Can the man do it?
Considering the rest of the map isn't as difficult as some of the patterns we've already seen, I think it's about guaranteed.
Coming into the end.
How do you take down a Titan? Oh no!
At the end, he will not get it all. Sad. Comes in with over 1 million points though, and for Germany, that completes the sweep. 7-0. Germany off to the top 4 and a match against South Korea later this weekend. Canada, brilliant performance. A strong showing once again here in 2019. They equalized their performance last year. Top 6 finish for them.
Can't be disappointed with the top 6 performance in a tournament with such high competition all around. Like I've said it before during the earlier stages, and I'll say it again, but this is looking to be the highest level of competition we've seen from any World Cup so far.
Yeah, and it's absolutely just unfolding right before us in front of our eyes. But here are your winners. Germany, sealing the top 4 spot. And they will play against South Korea. That will be a big match for both countries. It's been a while since we've seen an Asian country in the top 3 of the past few years. South Korea, with their performance today, that match against Germany is going to be an absolute barn burner. You do not want to miss that.
I think any matchup from here on out is going to look just that riveting. We've got 4 teams still left in the tournament so far. United States, United Kingdom, Germany, and South Korea. And any combination of those 2 teams facing each other will be one hell of a match.
Oh, yeah. Hands down. But unfortunately, those matches will not be happening until much later. 16 hours from now, Germany against South Korea. You do not want to miss it. Also, the winner's bracket final, which will see our boy Toy and the United States take on Bubble Man and the United Kingdom. You definitely don't want to miss it. Toy, a pleasure to cast with you, as always.
Oh, of course. And you as well, Dolan.
I don't know how much often we're going to get to cast anymore, being that, you're kind of going to be in basically most of the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it might be my last match I'm casting.
Big sad.
Unless the US doesn't make it to the grand finals, and maybe I'll get a chance to cast in the grand finals.
Maybe.
Who knows? We'll see. There's definitely more seasoned casters. But regardless, I've had a blast. It's been a fun 2019 World Cup for me.
And it's not over yet, folks. Remember that. Don't forget, guys, if you want to support your teams and the prize pool, you can go get a banner in the All Store for $2.50. Support one of these 4 teams. One of these 4 is walking away with the world title. Get it on the action. Make your profile look beautiful and support the game. We would love you so much. We already do, but,
Any extra,
I mean,
you could just tack that on to the bill.
You can be in the cool kids club, the banner club. But anyway, enough banner plugs, Toy. I think it's time for us to sign off.
Unfortunate that it came so early, but
it feels like the World Cup just started yesterday.
It's still going to be continuing before tomorrow's over. So come back in 16 hours.
That's
Get ready for just another exciting match.
Well, guys, we will see you on the flip side of things for Germany, South Korea. Don't miss it. Check the schedule, stay updated, do all of that, and have a great day.
Farewell.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the OS World Cup 2019. Finals weekend is continuing on today. 2 more games, 2 massive showdowns. And the next one coming up is the remaining losers bracket matchup. It's the Germany and South Korea match. Oh boy. I'm Doomsday, and joining me in the cast today is the man, the one, the only, the Team USA coach. It's Monko2K.
Hello, I'm very excited to be here, and hopefully you are all as well. This is going to be a very good match, I'm expecting. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
This should be properly good. South Korea have been so good since they dropped down to the losers bracket. They played a lot of matches and they look like a little steam train going through the losers bracket right now. Germany are looking as strong as they've ever been, and they've always been strong. And they absolutely demolished Canada yesterday.
Yep,
Quite incredible.
South Korea doing very well throughout the losers bracket. They cut it a little close versus Russia yesterday, but Russia, not a sleeper team at all. That was a very intense match, but they made it through, and hopefully we'll see something similar come down here. Yeah, notable players on both sides. Like, basically every single player in this match is someone to look out for, but in particular, Dustus, of course, on the German side, and over on the South Korean side, Aristia and Flying Tuna, and Karuna in particular in the last match really kind of popped off. So maybe we'll see something like that happen again.
He was doing some work, wasn't he?
Looking forward to this one. We'll see also what kind of memes we're going to be pulling out in the warm-up here. Not sure what this is. Don't know whose warm-up this is, but it is a meme.
Oh, this must
be German. Yep.
Yeah, this must be German. It's got that Taikuta mapper. Maps a lot of that German rap. It seems to be their anthem. Last couple of years, they've always been picking these.
I wonder what Korea will pick. Maybe Slap Your Cheek. That's a classic. It's very old now. We'll see.
I don't think I actually know that. Or at least I don't remember it. Might have seen it around, though, I guess. We'll have to see. They picked, like, some kids' theme tune song yesterday. By the time it was over, we weren't even sure what was going on. It was like 30 seconds.
That seems to be the theme for this year's warm-ups. We see that a lot, especially with some of the higher level teams. They tend to just pick whatever for the lulz. Yeah. What do you think about picks and bans for this match? I know this one is going to be kind of tricky for both of these teams. In the previous matches, I think both of them pretty much just avoided hidden altogether. I don't think Germany played a single hidden map in their match versus Canada, and I think Korea only played one. So I'm not really sure how bans are going to work out in this case, because both teams are a little bit inexperienced on this pool in that regard. But it is basically like a new open field for both teams in this matchup.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you on hidden between these two. I don't think neither team really like it. Germany have never been a big fan of hidden. If you look at their bans, they literally ban the same things every single match. They ban low AR hidden, and if they have a second ban, they usually ban the no mod 6, which is always the weird, awkward no mod. So it's always the same thing, and I doubt they'll change that this game. They don't like those sort of weird amounts. For Korea, though, they tend to mix things up a little bit more, but I think a hidden ban, again, it's going to be done. Unless they know that Germany doesn't really like hidden, then maybe they'll change. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, that's the thing. Although, like, Russia is not particularly well known for being outstanding at hidden, they are not bad at all. So I think Korea is going to be a little more comfortable leaving hidden open in this match. But their second ban from the last match versus Russia, I think, was the stream no mod 2. And Germany did quite well on that versus Canada, so I think we're probably going to be seeing that banned out again by South Korea, unless they know they can do well, they can do better, because Russia has a couple players who you would expect pretty much just to pop off 10 out of 10 times on that map, so they might have seen Germany's MP link and been like, okay, yeah, we can counter that. It's another thing to talk about. There's a lot of data for Germany to work with here, because Russia versus South Korea did go to 7-5, and that is most of the map pool played, and that's a lot of data that Germany can work off of when deciding what to pick and ban. Whereas when they played versus Canada, they swept them. 7 maps, all clean. But yeah.
It's no joke at this level. You don't just sweep people 7-0 on map pools like this. It's terrifying.
Yep. And hopefully no more, but
yeah, I mean, if this is a sweep, then bloody hell, I don't think I know this game. This ain't going to be a sweep, not a chance. To be fair, when you talk about the stream map, right, I think Korea would have a good shot on that, but Germany are well known to be just so good on those sort of maps. They're arguably the strongest sort of team on those just raw, pure stream maps. It's a risk. I wouldn't be against them the ban for it.
Yeah, it definitely would be a bad idea, but yeah, we'll see. Alright, well, South Korea's warm-up is not Slap Your Cheek. But it is something probably equally as meme.
It's not working. Lancer.
I think I know this set really vaguely.
I know the song.
Oh yeah, the tune, yeah. The tune's pop. But I think it's like a big meme set with tons of diffs, if I remember right. But it's really vague. I think I've seen a couple played.
This ought to be interesting. I recall it's pretty short as well, unless maybe I've only seen the shortened version.
I think this is like a minute long or something. Something along those lines. It's kind of funny actually. In the early rounds, I think Korea were picking like proper map warm-ups, but slowly over the course of the tournament, they've just started just converting to the meme warm-up master race. It's just...
Yep. They have transitioned over into no warm-up, just meme time, basically. Although this is a pretty difficult map, 7.9 stars. so it is a warm-up. Oh, it's this
What?
map. I know this one.
Oh, it's all clear now.
Yeah, we were talking about space streams earlier. This is a space stream. In fact, there are several space streams. And actually, Firebat popping off. So is Dustus. In fact, I think Dustus is FCing right now.
Yeah, he is actually.
Oh. Okay, not anymore. I don't know. It's a triangle. In fact, it was several triangles.
Hell yeah. I now know.
Okay. That escalated quickly. South
think it
Korea
hit-
actually won.
Oh god, yeah, he did. Yeah, they did. Just about. Dust Ice though, I think he hit like a couple of those triangles and then just fell off. For a second then it looked like he wasn't note blocking, which is pretty scary. It's absolutely disgusting. Alright, time for pick some bands then.
Yep. My prediction here, I think it'd be a safe bet to think that Germany is probably going to be keeping the pattern with the bans, like you said earlier. But for South Korea, they have a little bit of room to work with here. I'd say they're probably going to keep that No Mod 2 ban just because there's nothing else that's particularly bad for them in this pool, at least based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think they should reconsider the hidden ban though. To ban something else.
Yes. But I don't even know about that one because they might have just banned that because it's kind of an RNG map. Because just basically a bunch of cut streams next to it was. I think Hidden 1 was their ban.
Yeah,
And
yeah, it was.
Yeah. They might have just banned that one because it's very difficult to do consistently well on that one. But we'll see here. Oh, actually, now that I recall, Germany did very well on DT1 in their match versus Canada. I think they got 2 FCs, nearly 4. South Korea did not do terribly, but they did not do nearly as well. But I think that might actually be one that we see in this match.
Yeah, to be fair, I feel like Korea, they would have hoped for better in their matchup on that, because yeah, they definitely have the roster to do well on that sort of thing. They'd be very, very good on double time. But yeah, I imagine they'd want to do better if it appears again. I don't know if they'd ban it, but they might think about it if they've been looking at the unveiling. Possibly. But I do think they'll have a good crack against Germany on that, to be honest.
Yeah, basically just depends on how they're feeling on the rest of the pool. But I know if I were South Korea, I'd be very scared of that performance. Then again, it is quite difficult to pull off the same thing twice.
Oh,
okay. And throw that all out the window. South Korea gonna actually be banning DT2.
okay, that's just scary. Russia like destroyed them on that yesterday. And here come the Germany bans as well, super quick. Yep, exactly what they've been banning all tournament.
Wow.
Same bans.
Can you predict the second ban from Germany?
Oh my god. I thought you'd thrown a wrench into the works. Didn't see that one coming, dude.
Crazy. Alright.
Whoa. So yeah, what now then? Are they going to go for another hidden ban? Although, maybe not, because they just saw Germany go with the usual hidden No Mod 6 ban.
Yeah, if things go according to plan, Germany has basically already disclosed their ban. Yeah, this would be kind of tricky for Korea. If they're not going for DT1 right away, they're probably not going to go for it at all. I think they must feel fairly comfortable on that if they're not going to ban that one right away. We'll see.
Maybe looking at No Mod 2 again, possibly. Because if they're not going to target ban No Mod 2, then I'm not sure what else they do it on, because they already used their other ban on the DT, which would be, in theory, their usual hidden ban, right? So, unless they're completely changing tack, which surprised me. I'm not sure what else really you target against Germany other than things like the big stream map and no mod. But no, okay, they really are changing it up. 3 mod 3, gone.
Alright, well I did not see that one coming at all. I mean, I guess looking back to their match versus Russia, they didn't do terribly well on that. I don't think a single player got above 500k on their team when they played that. In fact, I think only one person got above 400k, excuse me. So yeah, I guess that one does make a little bit of sense.
Yeah, I think they're completely spooked about yesterday, because they got smashed. Well, they did get pretty smashed on those 2 maps against Russia. But I don't know if 3 mod 3 is a very Germany-favoured map. It's low AR for one. Night of Fire is, yeah, but 3 mod 3? I don't think Germany was going to be picking that one.
They might have just been fearing the Superman carry from Dust Ice on that one.
That's a good point, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't matter what map it is, if they have Dust Ice, they're going to have at least one person that pops off on it. That's the thing.
And that is the end of the ban phase. Now going into the picks. South Korea's got a lot of options here, realistically. I really think they could pretty much just open with whatever they feel like. Probably not going to be seeing Hidden 1. Actually, what is... Okay, never mind. Yeah, they're going to go for Nomad 4, Asphyxia. This was a map that both of these teams played in their previous matches, and comparing those scores, Korea did quite well in comparison to Germany. But this is a notoriously hard map to do consistently well on, so by no means is it done. Things could very well go in favor of Germany, and we're just gonna have to see.
This map's it's pretty awkward in terms of its patterning, so yeah, really hard to be consistent on. Yeah, the general team performance though, all 4 players from Korea did do a little bit better than all 4 players from Germany, so... But as you said, things can change really quick on this. The map really spikes, so if you get a combo through those spikes into the easier parts, that's a lot of free score, right? Which does make a big difference on something like this. So we'll have to see. A lot of pressure though. A badge and the top 3 spots on the line, and you know, Korea. We look at Korea as being the super powerhouse. You know, they're Korea. They win everything, but they've struggled in the last few years. Last year they went out very early on. Last top 3 they got was 2016. They got a 3rd place, and you have to go back as far as 2013 before they got anything else. They keep coming 4th. So a lot of pressure here to break that barrier for Korea. Try and finally get another top 3. A rare one for them. In standard, anyway.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Germany actually doing relatively consistently well. I believe last year they got 3rd. And looking to match that at the very least this year. But... anyways, getting into this first map, I should point out, Aristia did get an S rank on this last time, so keep an eye out for him. He definitely has the potential to FC here. But yeah, so far, so good. Actually, Dustis going to be finding the first break for Germany on this map, followed up by Karuna. So combos are going to be slightly in favor of Germany, actually. I didn't realize Ponytail also found a miss. But this is kind of a relatively calm part of the map. Very calm, actually, once you see this build up, which is going to happen right now. And yeah, there goes everyone.
Just everyone, apart from Inali and Dust Eyes. Didn't catch those guys out. It's going to be really good for them. But this part goes on for quite a while.
Yep, combos are starting to build up back on both sides, and just as I say that, Aristia, Ponytail, and Karuna finding breaks. Now just Flying Tuna holding the combo for South Korea. This is looking quite one-sided right now. Now he's still holding onto his FC as we approach the halfway point in the map, and Justice, okay, never mind.
Oh, the sliders. Slider streams, dude. Disgusting pattern. Flying Tuna combo through that, and so did Karuna.
It's a combo advantage actually in favor of South Korea. It is going to start to pull over towards them. Still plenty of map left, but Germany did kind of run away with the score lead in that section off the backs of Dust Ice and Canali. But we'll see if Korea can pull this one back.
Certainly plenty of calm section to do so, really. Still a few potchings break on like that.
Okay, and every single player on Germany just broke on that pattern, but Flying Tuna with a monster combo now. If Korea's going to come back from this one, it's going to be off the back of him, and it's looking very possible. He really needs to hold his combo here.
Bloody hell, Flying Tuna's been doing his squats, man. He's carrying hard right now.
Oh,
no!
But he finds a break just before the score lead can go back over, and I think the combo advantage is now in favor of Germany. I don't think Korea can take this one. No, they definitely can't. And just like that, Germany takes the first point of the match, break point on South Korea's pick. Well, that was something.
Yeah, what a beast, though, Tuna was. Very nearly bringing it back. Really nice combo, and it was a nice one miss. I think there was a slide break in there as well, but it was a good attempt, but not enough. And Germany will take the first point here.
All right, and here comes DT1 straight out of the gate from Germany. I could predict this one. They did quite well last time, nearly 4 million points, and really this would have been a good ban from South Korea. But then again, maybe not. We'll see. There must be a reason why they left it open. But yeah, statistically not looking too great on this map for them. It's alright though, plenty of leeway to work with.
With them going for this early, that might be a good choice. Like if Korea were looking at this as a map that, oh yeah, we can do better on this one this time. With Germany picking it first time, they haven't got a lot of time to sort of bed into this match and get comfortable, so that could be a bit of a scary thing for Korea if they're trying to improve their run against a team that like monstered this, as you said. So might be a good point to get this out of the way early on the German side and just get the win really early. But we'll see.
South Korea going to swap in Firebat and Zyson in place of Aristia and I've forgotten who else. Karuna. That's who. But yeah, I'd expect they're probably pretty warm, ready for this one. Probably playing that in solo in preparation, as this is kind of a predictable pick from Germany. But for Flying Tuna and Ponytail, this is a kind of a 180 from the last map that we just saw. This is much faster, much higher AR. The circles are a lot bigger, but that actually ends up being kind of a challenge for some players reading-wise.
Yeah, it is actually. Like it can be a little bit disorienting, really. I don't think it's much of a thing on this, but with it being that fast, it can come into play. We do see a swap. Yeah, it looks like Karuna's not playing this, so yeah, Mr. Firebat taking the spot this time. It's a good sub, really. If you're going to swap someone out, swap it for bloody Angel Sim. Scary.
Yeah, good bet. Alright, and into the first burst, actually, South Korea going to be coming out with the first break, and FX actually following up. So combo advantage is matched in this very early section of the map. But looks like nobody having any real trouble this time around. Everyone seems to have settled in quite well. Nobody breaking on that burst. Alright.
Pretty solid starts across the board. Everyone pretty comfortable. This map's fairly comfy if you can manage speed well, which of course these high-end teams can. It's not really aim intensive, it's all about speed and stamina.
Oh, and getting into the first section here, Zyson gonna find a break right away. A combo advantage in favor of Germany. 3 FCs to 3 still, but FX just completely wiping Zyson in terms of combo. Oh, and Firebat finding a break right at the end before the first break. Not first break. Whichever break this is. Yeah.
This one. But either way, he's broke, and that hurts Korea a lot. Slower part as well, relatively speaking.
Yeah, Germany is just gonna really start running away with this score. Still fielding 3 FCs and a 1 miss on FX.
Oh, there goes Canali, though. They've still got it nice and comfy, though. And yeah, they're doing it again. I mean, this is a lot better from Korea, but it's just not good enough. What a run, again, from Germany on this one. That's actually even better, I think, than what they had last time.
Yeah, that is like 200k better. South Korea also, I believe, did a little better this time, but still not enough to counter out Germany here. Yeah, 3 FCs. That is quite the spectacle. 5 FCs, actually. Quite the spectacle to see in finals.
Yeah, this is... it's a pretty hard map pool. It's slightly difficult. Actually, it's more than that. But still, accuracies from Dust Ice and Ponytail. Incredible.
And yeah, that will be that DT pick out of the way for Germany. Now, for the rest of these DTs, it really could go either way. Morning Glow, I know, is very aim intensive, and I think South Korea actually probably has a slight advantage in that regard on that map. But neither of these teams played that map in the previous match, so because that was banned by the opponent, Canada and Russia. So might see that happen further down in the future, but South Korea still with plenty of maps to pick from for this next pick.
Yeah, plenty of the board to play around with here. Going into DT against Germany, always going to be scary, but like I said, Morning Glow is something that Korea should be very, very good at. It's their bread and butter double time pick, but when do you go for that? I don't know. Here comes Drop Z Line.
Okay. Now this is a cool pick from South Korea. This is another map that both of these teams played in common in the previous matchup. South Korea did actually lose this versus Russia, but score-wise, they beat Germany's score. But I would take that with a grain of salt, considering what we've seen so far, especially the first pick of this match, No Mod 4. We saw how just because you beat them theoretically, beat them with the score you set in the previous match, it doesn't really mean a whole lot.
Yeah, if I recall, both teams in that Russia and SK match did very well on this, so it'd be a hard one to replicate.
Yeah, actually, in Russia versus SK, South Korea got kind of a little bit creamed. They lost by like 1.2 million points, but they didn't do poorly. Just Russia really went ham.
Yeah, they had 2 FCs in that match.
Something similar can happen here or not. Mod-wise, very light mods on the South Korean side. The minimum, Firebat going Hard Rock, Flying Tuna going Hidden. But Germany actually a little bit of over-modding happening. Nolly and Dustus running with Hard Rock.
An extra Hard Rock is interesting. I'd say this is more of a hidden favored map. To see an extra Hard Rock that's really curious, but we'll see.
Alright, so far not looking too great for Germany. Already down to 1 FC on Canali. Meanwhile, over on the South Korean side, 2 FCs on Aristia and Karuna. The 2 no-mod players. And some decently high combos in Firebat and Flying Tuna. Not anymore. Not on Firebat, at least. But yeah, coming out of this first half of the map, the score is very close still, but it is going to widen as Karuna and Aristia start to run away.
Nally with the only FC, and it's a Hard Rock FC. Not the one you'd expect. Just gonna have to pull off some craziness now, I think.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit grim for Germany here, but Nally's still holding on to his combo, but so are Aristia and Karuna.
The stream's coming out, and all those FCs holding. Oh, wow.
Okay, Nally held on through that. That is very well played from him. Even if he doesn't win this point, that has got to be a confidence booster for him.
Yeah, it's actually really sad that score's going to lose, but the two FCs are just way too strong. It's an improvement from the previous match, and it's got them their first point, Korea.
Karuna coming out of that with a double S. No
Oh my
100s.
gosh, yeah.
I didn't even notice.
Karuna is an absolute monster. Dare not curse that, but that is incredible. I don't think this map has an SS or even close to one. Madness stuff there from Karuna. He's doing it again, dude.
Yep. Popped off last match, and he's still here for this one. But yeah, South Korea going to be winning their first point. They need to win a break point from Germany in order to tie the score up, though. Germany actually going to be going for No Mod 2 right away. This was actually banned by South Korea in the previous match we've discussed before. But yeah, this one, although I would say it favors Germany, I think you would agree. This is another one that South Korea could potentially steal away.
Yeah, the thing with these really spaced stream maps is you can play them just fine, but if you fall off one stream, you're going to get like 10 misses and you're going to lose a ton of your axe score, and your score is halved. It's brutal. This map can be a bit of a coin flip, even for the teams that are good at it. One slip can cripple your score, and both these teams should be capable to at least 50% of the time have a couple FCs on this, right? It's definitely a bit of a risky one for both teams. You would give the edge to Germany, just because they have the roster for this sort of pure stream map.
Pretty much. Like on South Korea, you have all these players who can do this kind of thing. They're just not well known at being gods at that. Whereas on Germany, you have people like Umbre, Dust Ice, who are pretty well known for just, well, I guess being gods all around, but Umbre especially on space streams. But yeah, they actually, despite what I just said, Canali was the only FC in Germany's match versus Canada. And for South Korea, can't say anything about that because it was banned. But yeah. Maybe we'll see another pop-off from him this time.
Seems to be ready to go in this match. I mean, that Hard Rock FC on that last map, absolutely nutty. It's a very different one, this, but I'm sure he's feeling confident to recreate his performance, possibly. But I imagine his teammates will probably hope for a little bit more on this. Because I think all those four players would be like, they should be fairly comfortable of FCing this in solo. And they'd be hoping for it now. It's a terrifying roster for a map like this that Germany have.
Oh, looks like Canali has crashed.
Oh.
Well.
Whoops.
That's not quite the pop-off we were looking for. He'll be back shortly. But yeah, for now, technical difficulties. Bear with us.
Yeah, get him back on. Sneak him back in. So it was a really strong opening from Germany. But Korea finally stopping that momentum a little bit. And like I say, it ended up being relatively close. The last map, just because of Canali's God mode, hard rock play. But otherwise, relatively comfortable for Korea that last one. And this is a big steal if they win this, really. It's such a strong map for Germany. Tying it up with this map is going to do some damage on the mental side for Germany, you feel.
Definitely. So we do say Germany kind of has momentum here, but that's basically from one map, that DT1 pick, which they won by like 900k. that's basically the source of all their momentum. Because although they did steal the first pick of the match, No Mod 4, they only did it by like 70k or something. But we'll see here. Maybe South Korea can reverse this momentum. And Nolly is back.
He's back, better than ever. Finale 2.0.
He's ready to get a second FC on this map. Maybe. Potentially. Oh, okay. Karuna actually going to be finding an unlucky slider break on that Buzz Slider. Which is actually quite deadly. I know a lot of the streams in this map tend to start up further into the map, so any free combo you can have before that is going to be very helpful. And actually, Knolly going to be finding a break, as well as Ponytail. No full combo from him this time, but yeah, Germany going to be coming out of that with the combo advantage nonetheless.
Alright, the real meat of the streams now.
Okay, now it gets rough. Dust Ice and Umbre, now the only two FCs on Germany. Karuna, Firebat, both finding misses, as well as Nolly and Okinamo. Okay, it's becoming a 1v1 between Flying Tuna and Dustis, but Dust Ice finding a break there. Tuna running away with his combo, the only combo in his team. He's actually the only reason why they're winning right now. Okay. Now things get quite a bit exciting here, down to the last third of the map. No combos left on either side besides Flying Tuna.
Yep, we try this one again now. Tuna now, another chance to carry his team. Easier part. Some streams here that are tricky, but it's not as hard as the earlier part. Just got to keep calm.
Yeah, this is by no means over. If Tuna finds a miss, Germany could take this one back, but he's not looking like he's going to give up here.
Yeah, Okinamo comboed the ending of that stream section. He has a bit of combo, but it's just not going to be enough here.
Oh, Tuna finds a miss, but so does Dust Ice, and the map's over. South Korea going to be taking their first break point versus Germany.
Right back in it now. The series is tied up 2-2. A massive point here for Korea. A big steal, thanks to Flying Tuna comboing that hard section.
Yeah, that really was basically just a solo carry from Flying Tuna. If you compare scores across the board, I guess Ponytail kind of popped off against Knolly, you could say. Knolly had kind of a rough run, that's alright. But yeah, South Korea gonna tie this one up. Looks like it's a good thing they didn't ban this one again.
Yeah, it turns out it was all fine for them. It was all hunky-dory. So what next now for these two? Korea with the next pick. A couple DTs left, but go for those now or go for those later? I think you'd rather go for those earlier, honestly. You don't want to save DTs for when it's tense, because both teams are going to be good at it. You might want to pick that earlier, but depending on the board, lots of hard rock. All three hard rocks are open.
Yeah. Also, Hidden. Open. I don't think either team is going to end up picking Hidden, actually, in this match. I could be very wrong. But yeah, South Korea has a lot to work with still. It's still very early in the match. We've only gone through 4 maps, but yeah, I'm already not too sure what they're going to go for here. They could go for Free Mod 1. That is a potential pick. Germany didn't do too great on that, but I don't think we've actually seen South Korea's performance on this. But knowing their players, I'd expect them to be pretty comfortable on this one.
Yeah, it'd be a bit of a coin flip, I think. That one.
As you said earlier, they could go for these 2 DTs. Okay. Yeah. Don't listen to me. I don't know anything. South Korea actually going to be picking Hidden 1, despite banning it last match.
Oh, okay. Nice in chat. Oh my god, I bet yeah, the curveball of the Hidden pick. Germany do not like their Hidden maps. And neither do Korea, but Korea are pulling the A-team plan. They're completely changing everything this match to what they usually do.
This was actually just like a 400 IQ play for them to ban it in the previous match so that Germany wouldn't ban it this match so that they could pick it. 100%.
Oh man.
Yeah, this is not something I ever saw coming, and thinking back to it, I'm not really sure why. I guess because they banned it in the previous match, I just assumed they were not very good on this. But they actually have a lot of players who have the potential to do very well, like DDM, Karuna, Flying Tuna, Ponytail, yeah, pretty scary lineup for this map.
See if that pays off. This map is pretty unforgiving, especially in its second half. First half's pretty manageable, but the second half has these 3-4 cut streams that are really nasty on hidden. So we're going to be relying on players like DDM to be able to manage that a bit better.
Actually, I think this is the first time we're seeing him this match, and if you don't know DDM, this is his map. He loves this kind of stuff. This is all he plays, pretty much. And ignore that score, because that's wrong. Karuna does not have 46,000 score coming into this map.
He's got 300 combo going into this map.
Wow, what a bonus.
My god. It's the Easter egg we don't know about, Monka.
Yeah,
I'll clear up in a second. It'll update in a moment. There we go.
Alright, yeah. And already it's getting brutal. Everyone's dying pretty much. Just flying to... Okay, no combos. Okay. Hollow Watcher actually going to be the only person coming out of that with a combo above 100. Yeah, it's gone. Now, I know we said the beginning of this map is a tad bit easier than the second half, so I'm really not looking forward to what's going to happen in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think either of these teams are very hidden favored teams, but it's about the little combos you get. And at the moment, I think those little combos are in the favor of Korea here.
Yep, right now, Flying Tuna and DDM with 400 combos, we enter the killer section versus Okinamo's combo, basically the only one left on Germany. But this could still go either way. There's a lot of potential for solo carries in this map.
Yeah, it's up to him, and very solid hidden player. He could do it. He is their hidden guy for the German team.
All right, let's see how this goes. It's rough. Okinamo actually going to be breaking his combo. Flying Tuna, DDM just not giving up here. DDM does find a miss, but Flying Tuna now, the solo man of the match once again. What is going on here?
What is he doing?
He's gonna FC this section. Oh, he just did it. Okay.
Tuna, please. You're not supposed to do that, dude. You don't just FC that section, but I suppose Flying Tuna, he's not an ordinary player, is he?
No, not really. Yeah, that was quite stellar from him.
Absolute madness. DDM as well, doing really well. And Okinamo as well with a nice combo, but turns out it was a masterstroke. Really well picked and well played by Korea here.
Wow, I definitely did not see that pick being as smooth as it was for Korea. But yeah, that was a very good pick from them. And actually, Germany, not phased at all, going to be going right into Hard Rock 2 Pro Lavis. This was banned in their match versus Canada. So not really too sure about how Germany does, but given how they have historically been, I'd say they have a pretty good chance here. Korea did not do that well in their match versus Russia on this map, but as we've seen, lot can happen in one day.
Yeah, 24 hours to get things sorted. No doubt, though, they did struggle, especially in the first half of this yesterday, Korea did. Karuna comboed the ending streams and really brought it back for his team, but they did have issues early on. So that's something they want to try and improve on. But the start of this, not very easy in a tournament setting. The rhythms are really nasty. It's less about holding Ack, because holding Ack on this on a one play is very difficult. You just got to hope hold combo. And then the ending, you can try and bring back your accuracy on the more standard spaced streams. Generally how this played out earlier.
Yeah, and it's really short. There's no free combo, really, in the whole map. So if you start fluffing up in the beginning, you're probably going to fluff up in the end, and you're going to end up with kind of a measly score. But we'll see here. I think, in general, all of these players do have the potential to FC this map. I'm not expecting any to FC, actually, to be quite honest. Despite the caliber of players we're seeing here, this map is just really difficult to do consistently well on. And this one could, yeah, go either way.
Well, if Tuna keeps up his run of things, I wouldn't be surprised if he does something here. He's had a really good match so far. But we'll see. Looks like we're seeing a swap from when Korea played this. There's no Zason this time, being replaced by Ponytail. So, bit of a change there.
Alright, and there goes the only free combo of the whole map. And
Yeah.
it wasn't even free. 3 breaks already. Hollow Watcher, Okinama, and Ponytail. You're gonna be finding breaks at the intro. The map only gets harder from here.
Go watch the accuracies.
Everyone handling this quite well. Oh, never mind. Tuna and Ponytail gonna be finding slider breaks in this section. That was a lot of breaks. Yeah, this is not looking too great for Korea coming into the second half of the map. It's crazy how the map's already halfway over.
Yeah.
Like, we've been here for like a few seconds. But Aristia, now the only combo left on South Korea. Not over by any means. It only gets harder. Yep, Hollow Watcher gonna be dropping his combo, but Aristia as well. Nolly as well. It's just Dustus now.
If all else fails, just let Dust Ice do the job.
Yeah, pretty much. No, I said I didn't expect anyone to FC. I probably should have made an exception to that. Dustus, looking like he's just doesn't care. He's just gonna do this. Yep,
Give it
I
a
think
sec.
he's done it. Oh,
There's a little stream at the end though. Oh, wait, okay,
nope,
now he's
no
got
problem. And that is a destruction.
it. Bloody hell, what an absolute don. Dust Ice for that FC, and it's a solid one too. Solid Ack, 97. A high 97. This is the sort of map where you see plenty of Bs, but if you Dust Ice, nah. No Bs for
Nah,
him.
it was breakfast. No problem. But yeah, Germany gonna win that one quite handily. That was their own pick, however, so South Korea, nothing too bad to be worried about. Although, that being said, I'd maybe be a little cautious towards the remaining 2 Hard Rocks. At least Hard Rock 3. I think that has a lot of potential for Dust Ice to just go off on. But in the meantime, tied score. Pressure's starting to get a little bit higher here as the pool starts to dwindle down to a few maps.
Yeah, a lot of those comfy maps are getting removed, but we are seeing a couple of maps that neither team played, so still enough choice. Here's one that Korea played. It was the last map from the last matchup, the one they used to defeat Russia. Pretty standard stuff though for the most part. A higher speed, fairly balanced map with lots of awkward angles. It's Delis, so it's going to be full of squares and shapes and that sort of weird flow. But it's relatively standard this, apart from the flow being awkward. And some cut streams here and there. High speed ones, so they are kind of tricky.
Yeah, pretty much a fairly consistently difficult map until the end. It really picks up towards the end. But yeah, I think all these players should be able to handle this quite well. In their match versus Russia, all 4 South Korean players got above 600k, which is, despite what it sounds like, very, very good. But yeah, Germany, I think, does definitely have the potential to take this one as well. Really just going to have to come down to who can pop off more. Definitely a couple players on both sides who can FC this. Probably not going to be seeing that, although I said that for the last map, and look what happened to Justice. So keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah, so far this match is looking like a pretty high-level one. Both teams are bringing their A game for this one. They're looking stronger than they did yesterday. Both these guys looked pretty good yesterday in their match. Even better here. But not a lot between them yet. Still very much just trading blows early on. Historically, when it comes to this more mechanically focused map, Germany have always been very, very good at it. The weird angles, though, maybe could throw them off a little bit, but I doubt it. They should be pretty good at this.
Oh, okay. Coming
start,
into the first slowdown bit. Korea gonna be up ahead with 4 FCs versus 2. Not a ton to be worried about just yet. The map does get quite a bit more difficult as it goes on.
Yeah, Korea literally did the same thing. They had 2 breaks there and went on to win. So it's just releasing nerves, you know. Get rid of your FC. Get comfy.
Oh, Nali gonna be dropping his combo, however. Just 1 FC left on Germany's side. And things are going to start to pick up right here. No players. Oh, just kidding. 1 player breaking on that cut stream section. Just Dust Ice. But meanwhile, all 4 Korean players looking very scary on this so far. 3 99% FCs. Zyson also holding onto the FC, albeit with lower accuracy. This is starting to look very good for Korea.
Oh. Little bit of interference there in the Matrix. Give it a sec.
Just needed Hollow to catch up, and now he's up ahead with everyone else.
Yeah. We're back, it's fine.
Oh, Zayson actually dropping his combo. Karuna broke earlier, and I didn't even notice. I'm not really sure how, but yeah, still 2 FCs on South Korea. Okinamo, though, also holding onto the FC for Germany. So they're not out of this just yet. Still plenty of map to go, plenty of difficult angles to hit, lots of strange patterns.
Yeah, certainly still competitive in this one, but with this easier part, those FCs should be able to get a little bit more distance between the two. Like I say, with the harder parts coming up, plenty of times for just destruction of those FCs and a comeback. Plenty of that.
Yep, for now it's basically just going to be Star Duo, Flying Tuna, Aristia. Just kidding, just Flying Tuna now. The only FC left on South Korea, although Karuna and Zyson did hold their combos through that section.
Yeah, it's kind of scary.
Starting to look a little bit closer here. Dust Ice building up his combo to 700 now, and Okinamo still holding onto that FC. Things could swing very quickly if Flying Tuna finds a miss.
Yeah, Knally struggling a little bit, but like I say, still in it because of his team. They're recovering nicely. But they still need more. Advantage Korea here. Another slow part, but the hardest parts of the map are to come. Map's running out of map, though. Approaching the final quarter.
Yeah, if something is going to go wrong on the Korean side, it needs to happen now for Germany to take this one. But yeah, here come the hardest patterns in the map. Hope you like stars and squares.
I love me a good square, dude.
Hopefully so do these players. And also, bursts. There are some of those here too. Hey, actually, nobody breaking on that cut stream. I did not expect that. I definitely expected at least like 2 or 3 people to pluck up one there, but so far so good. Oh, Dust Ice breaking his combo though. It's not looking good for Germany anymore. Okinamo still holding on to that FC, and that's gone too.
Not anymore. And with that is the chances of any comeback on this. Looks like Korea will take it, and will take the lead for the first time in this game. Here come the stars and squares.
All eyes on Tuna now. Can he pull out this FC? He's
That stream
Close
though.
enough.
It's a hard little stream that. No surprise to see a break on it. Hello Watcher though, recovering really nice at the end. Props to him, comboing that entire ending. But it won't be enough. It's a point for South Korea. They take the lead. And it's another good team performance. Almost 1k across the board once again.
Yep, that was kind of a comfortable little pick for South Korea. And a good one. Gonna be putting them up 4-3 on Germany's pick. It was their own pick. Keep that in mind. So not all too bad for Germany in the long run, but it's getting down to the wire here. And they are gonna be going for Hard Rock 3. This is a little predictable once you remember Hard Rock 2 and Dust Ice versus South Korea. We could see the same thing happen here, though I would say it's quite a bit harder on this one.
Yeah. Oh, I should correct as well. This isn't actually the first time they've taken the lead. They were 2-3 up. It slipped my mind. My bad. But yeah, they are in the lead again. And, well... Wait, who picked this? It was Germany. Ooh, okay. So we had a very close map yesterday on this. The Korea and Russia match had a difference of 475 points on this map, so Korea won it, but it really was a touch of fortune that they did. Oh no, Russia did. Russia won it, sorry. But it was extremely close. It was a touch of fortune that we lost. But at the very ending, the score flicked over like 3 times on the slow part. It was incredibly brutal on them to lose that.
Hopefully, at least for Korea, hopefully the same thing won't happen here again. But, it's always scary playing this kind of map versus someone like Dustus. I know in the match versus Russia, I don't think a single player, I think basically everyone hovered around 450,000 to 500,000 across the board. But yeah, this is definitely like the definition of the solo carry map.
Yeah, straight up. Plenty of awkwardness in this. Not only is it 7 stars, but it's got awkward patterns that it's hard to be consistent on. Weird sliders with ticks in them that you have to go against the grain to hit, and weird buzz sliders and nastiness. Client tries to catch up slowly. Slowly, but surely.
Don't know where Tuna is. Hopefully we'll get him back here real soon. Oh, gonna take another try.
Is he having some issues or something? Are they having issues connecting to his client right now?
Well, the client's trying to get him in here. But yeah, for now, the map goes on. From what I can tell, Germany is still holding on to 4 FCs.
Yeah, it looks like Flying Tune is having some issues, and that's what's causing the issues, so we'll try and get that sorted. Forgive us.
Yep,
Yeah,
bear with us for a moment. Yeah, while that map plays out, because I think they are going to play that one out. Yeah, that is a very scary map for Dust Ice to be versing you on. I think he has a lot of potential to just FC and blow everything out of the water, pretty much. Especially given South Korea's performance in the previous match. But not too bad in the long run. Score is still tied if Germany wins that one. But yeah, the pool's getting really, really constricted as we come down to the last few picks here. We haven't seen DT... Oh, and we're back.
Okay, where are we now? It looks like...
The map's over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, well, Dust Ice didn't FC, and it's more or less the same of what we saw in the previous match. Basically everyone around 500k, 450k. But yeah, Germany gonna win that one out in the end. Hollow Asher actually, that's a pretty good score there. 600k on this.
Yeah, really solid from him. Looks like in the end it was a nice run from Okanamo and Halawatcher because they had combos through that ending that really let them pull away. Looks like. But yeah, Halawatcher, he's the hard work guy. And he's doing it again for Germany. At least we managed to see the end there so we could see the scores, even if we missed the map.
Yep. Map was very short, unfortunately for us. But yeah, that will give Germany their 4th point, tying them with South Korea. Next to pick will be South Korea. And going back to picks, I really think we're going to start seeing some of these DTs come out right about now, if ever. Like I said earlier, Morning Glow is kind of an iffy one because if you think about it, aim-wise, it does favor, I would say it favors South Korea a little bit, but can't be too certain about that. DT4, however, comparing the scores between these two teams in their previous matches, South Korea actually, I think, they basically destroyed Germany on this one. I think they got 2 near FCs, whereas Germany only had like a 900k on Dust Ice. But we'll see about that. Still a couple Nomads left, Labyrinth and Nomad 1. I'm not even gonna bother trying to pronounce that. Yeah, 2 potential picks for South Korea here. Okay, Morning Glow. Never mind. It's time to glow.
Time to speed. This is a very nice pick for South Korea if they were playing anyone else. Like, they are going to be good at this, but Germany are also going to be very good at this, so this one should be a really spicy map. Should get some really good scores on this from both teams, I think.
Yeah, I think this map in particular, compared to some of the other DTs you've seen in previous rounds, where the 10.3 aim is basically just 10.3 aim, this has a few tricky bursts in it, and in that regard, Germany can really run away just in those specific sections. But overall, aim-wise, I think South Korea has a slight edge here. Of course, none of that really matters if you break on the bursts. So hopefully this one will be a good show to watch. We do see the kind of famed South Korean DT lineup coming out here. Zeiss and Ponytail, Flying Tuna, and Aristia. Over on Germany, we also pretty much also famed DT lineup. This is what they ran on DT1 when it was picked earlier in the match. And yeah, basically to be expected here.
So everyone's settled in. Have our lineups for this one. Like I say, usually you don't see Aristia in for many of the DTs. It's curious to see him in for this one, but if they have him in, it means that he can play it. He's the combo guy for Korea usually.
Yeah, historically, he is not very well known for being terribly fast. In fact, he's quite well known for struggling a little bit with speed picks and streams. But actually, in recent times, he's started to develop his DT skills a lot more. He talked about wanting to become the Korean Tony. So he's played some DT in the last few months. So I think he's pretty ready for this.
Well, it's time to see if all that training's going to pay off. He has already done well on DT maps in the past, but usually lower AR, more awkward ones.
Now I'm going to take a wild guess here and guess that there will be no FCs, but there will be some S ranks. This map is kind of notoriously tricky for having very slider breakable patterns. As you can see, like every single slider. But yeah, so far everyone having a great time with this map.
Yep, solid opening from both teams. definitely hits the harder patterns a bit later on. But no early chokes, no worries there for anyone. Here we go though, and we see a break now. It's Canali with the first break.
Followed up by Zayson though, so the combos are still matching across the board. 3 FCs to 3 as we enter the first burst section here. And it does find its first victim in FX. Still 2 FCs to 3. And that section's over with. A little bit of a calm part here before the aim picks up again. Yes, so far looking very good for South Korea.
Yeah, they're doing what they usually do on these maps. They are absolutely smashing it, but they're not very far away, are they? And they're not going to be now.
Ooh, Ponytail, yeah, finding a break there. Only 2 FCs left on South Korea versus 2 on Germany. This last third of the map is going to be the difference maker, although Ponytail is quite a bit ahead of both Nali and FX, but FX with that 400 combo is going to slowly close that lead gap.
Yeah, a bit of a slow part as well. It's going to be an interesting ending to this. It's well poised.
That's really going to come down to these last remaining 4 FCs and FX on Germany to make up this score gap, and you can see it's decreasing quickly. Zayson breaking a combo there again is not going to help that pack, but FX does break. Combo advantage now pretty much matching, but Germany needs a combo advantage in order to take this one, and the map is rapidly closing to an end. South Korea not looking like they're going to let up here, and it's pretty much over.
Yeah, that is it. Gotta say, that was a really nice run from both teams. A masterclass on this one. But it will be Korea that take it. 2 FCs to 2, by the way. Very well played from everyone.
I said I was not expecting any FCs. It looks like I'm just like really dumb. So, yeah, 4 FCs.
Now these players are just that and good. That's how it is. They are good at this video game. Especially Dust Ice, Okinamo, Aristia, and Flying Tuna. We were saying Aristia, he's been practicing this. Turns out he is right on it. Well played by him.
Now this is a questionable pick. Germany actually gonna be coming right back out with DT4. I definitely did not expect them to pick this against South Korea. But I guess they're feeling kind of ready for this one. They just played DT, they're all warmed up. But historically, South Korea has been known to be quite good on this.
Yeah, they played it in the last match, and they did really well on it. Let me get the scores up here. Yeah, they had 2 near FCs for Unwild, the 2 guys that just FC'd, Flying Tuna and Aristia, so... Yeah, playing into a strong team on this map. But, I mean, the way that DT went just now, both teams are on point when it comes to the DT sort of map. But this one's a very different breed. More finger control and weird stream aim than anything else. It's also very, very short. Like, it's 1.5 minutes. It's another Pro Lovers. So, early breaks really going to hurt.
Compared to the previous map, the only real similarity here is that it does require quite a bit of finger control. I know the previous map doesn't, like, you need a burst on there. But here, you know what? I don't even know.
We'll just see how it goes.
You have to move your fingers. That's basically the gist of it.
Yep, you press Z and then you press X, hopefully to the beat.
I think what Germany might be doing here is taking advantage of the fact that they just played DT and knowing that South Korea is probably going to pick this one later on. They think they have a better chance playing it right now versus later when they've just played like maybe a Hard Rock or a No-Mod or something. This is also, actually, I just realized Umbre swapping in here. He might have just been preparing for this the whole time.
Yeah, one of their stream players. Been in for this.
So So far, actually, looking kind of even here. Aristia versus Dustis in terms of full combos. That's not good for South Korea. Dustis, now the only full combo remaining in the match. Flying Tuna, the closest combo on the opposing team to match him, but he's being cancelled out very nicely. And just as I say that, Dustis gonna find a break.
Yeah, the alt triangle catching him out. Oh, Flying Tuna goes though.
Very close though, yeah. It could go either way. Gnali now with the highest combo at 400. And he's not looking like he's gonna let up. Just as I say that, he finds a break, but Okinamo there to take his place.
Korea are closing in. More breaks though. Everyone's breaking.
It
Can
is
they get
so
it?
close. It just what? That was a tragedy.
Absolute steal there. On the last note of that hard section, it flicked over to South Korea. Just about. With that bit of combo that Flying Tuna and Firebat had. And now they have clear daylight between them and Germany. It's match point for South Korea here.
That was crazy. That was actually a very smart pick from Germany, actually, looking back at this, but it was a gamble and it didn't pay off in the end. South Korea now at match point on their own pick. Not a good place for Germany to be, but not totally terrible either. They definitely have an opportunity to take this to tiebreaker. And actually, even more so, looking at what's left in the map pool, really, that was the only map that I think South Korea had a very, sure idea that they should pick that one, and it was picked by Germany. So they're kind of left with a bunch of things that really could go either way. I've been saying that the whole map, but especially now.
Yeah, like I said, this match has thrown a lot of our predictions and expectations out the window. Picks we didn't thought we'd see, we've seen. Performances we didn't think we'd see, we've seen. It's been a topsy-turvy one. So there's stuff left that, Korea might not be looking at. Or at least we might be saying, oh, they're not going to pick that. But it's been a very strange kind of game here, Monko.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, I'd be very surprised if they picked Hidden 3. Just kidding. They're going to go for No Mod 1. Alright. Well, actually, out of what's left here, I would say this is probably their safest pick. It's the only one, the last one that they've played in common in their previous matches, and they did win on this. Statistically. Theoretically.
Yeah,
Whether they can replicate that victory, that theoretical victory here, is another question. Like we just saw on Chaser, the previous map, the DT4, it kind of went out the window. But yeah,
it's a much more comfy map, this though. Like Chaser is not necessarily very comfortable, but this one, it's your usual No Mod 1 fare. And a lot of people have been saying this is more comfortable than last week's one, so at least in terms of just general turn your brain off and just do the aim thing. But the thing is, after that loss, how are Germany feeling? Because that is going to be a crippling one to take. And a map like this needs good mentals. This sort of consistency test.
Definitely, they really need to keep up their mental game here in these last few picks if they're going to take this to tiebreaker and hopefully for them to a final victory. But first steps first, got to get to the tiebreaker. This map is looking like a very clean zone for people like Dust Eyes, Flying Tuna, and Aristia for FCs. And really everyone in general. This is a very comfortable map, as you said. That tends to be what happens with Meg maps. He maps very comfortably for most players. Yeah, time will tell. Mentally, yeah, Germany needs to be strong here.
There's a lot on the line here. South Korea looking for their first top 3 since 2016. If they can win this point. Germany looking to try and match their performance from last year.
so far, so good. Oh! Karuna actually finding a break just before the harder section comes up. And actually, all 4 players on Germany holding on to SSs. Just kidding, Okinamo found a 100, as I was saying that. But yeah, looking very good for Germany right now.
Long map though, plenty of time for things to change. Some of the bigger jumps generally happen in the solo, about 2/3 into the map, so you get those periodic jumps all the way through you have to deal with. So worse ones are to come. We saw a quad FC miss from this yesterday, so anything's possible yet.
Ooh, Okinamo actually finding a break on the relatively calm section. That is going to shift combo advantage in favor of South Korea actually here. Still, as you said, plenty of map to go. And there is one of the larger jump sections in the map. Everybody clearing that without combo breaks. Oh man, that was an unlucky miss from Hollow Watcher. He hit all the jumps and he got to the burst. And I'm not actually sure what happened. His name's too long. But
I think he slightly misaimed it. It wasn't lucky. Advantage Korea, here come the solo though.
Yep, and these are the biggest jumps in the map. Dyson gonna be finding a break. Now 2 FCs to 2. Germany's not out of this one just yet.
Big jumps.
Ooh, but Umbre finding a miss on the last note of that jump is going to put... Oh, no, there's a chance. Urstia gonna find a break just after that. It's Flying Tuna versus Dustus once again this match.
Oh my god, this is a tense situation. Yeah, Hollow Watcher has a bit of combo, so I think it's like ever so slightly advantage Germany? By a tiny bit, the smallest, I think.
By a very tiny bit, but this is all going to depend on Flying Tuna. Dust Ice finding a miss on that jump is going to seal their fate here. Tuna flying away once again with his FC, his solo FC. And it's gone, but I think it's over now.
Yeah, that's it. It's the ending. There's a bit of advantage for Korea. Maybe a small window, but the map's winding down now.
Yep, I think this one's over. And indeed it is. South Korea closing this one out 7-4 on their own pick. What a match.
An incredible display from both these teams. Incredible scores, incredible team performances. But one of these two had to go home, and this time it will be Germany. They will take 4th place. A very respectable placement, a very solid placement in such a stacked World Cup. But it's South Korea. They've been struggling. They've definitely had a few years of underperformance, but now they are truly back. They are top 3 for the first time since 2016, and there could be plenty more from this team yet.
Yeah, a lot of rising stars on this team. A lot of people we're not familiar with seeing in previous years, but they've shown and proved their worth, and they take home, at the very least, a 3rd place OWC badge, as well as some exclusive merch and a portion of the prize pool. They can go further. They advance to the losers bracket grand finals versus the loser of UK versus USA, which is a whole nother can of worms that has yet to happen.
My gosh. That is, well, I'm not sure we need to do much to hype that up. That is the matchup everyone really wants to see, but really, I just want to have another word about this Korean team, because, you know, this is the... You know how USA right now is like the final boss of OSU, right? South Korea is like the old final boss that's making a return. The old dog that won 2 World Cups in a row is bearing down on the new guard. For either of those two teams, whoever loses that match, and it's going to be an amazing match, neither of those teams will want to face South Korea right now.
Yeah, it is a very grim prospect to be dropping down to the losers bracket to something as strong as this. But not one of them will come. Which one? I have no idea. I really don't. But yeah, make sure you don't miss that. It is pretty much the epitome of the winner's bracket. I mean, it literally is. It's the finals of the winner's bracket. Not quite grand finals, but it is pretty dang close. Yeah, join us here in 5 hours for a grand old time.
Yep, it's going to be a ball. It's going to be good. We'll see you then for the winners bracket final of OS World Cup 2019. It's been cool casting with you, Monko. I joined in last minute, but it's been a good time, man. Cheers for having me.
Yep, thanks.
We'll catch you guys later. Thanks for watching. We'll see you later.
My one on. Hello everyone. Good evening, good morning, wherever you are from. Welcome back to the winners bracket of this finals weekend of World Cup 2019. And it's the match we've all been waiting for. I am joined by the man who is pretty great. It's Aza.
Why'd you have to say that? Hello.
I've got to do something every time.
We have a monster of a match today. I think when people think of OWC, they think specifically of these two teams, basically like the top two teams for several years in a row now. And again, this year, very good chances that they're both top two again, both being in the winners bracket. So
yeah, and this is exact mirror matchup of what we had last year in this finals winners bracket stage. But we have a bit of a roster change on the side of the UK, managing to swap out 4 of their players. In come 4 fresh faces and proving that they're just as strong as they were last year.
yeah, I think regardless of any roster changes, USA does have 1 or 2 new players as well, but a lot of very recognizable names on both teams, right? So named on the UK, I think people mostly think of Bubbleman, Carthy, and Spare, who so far in the tournament have been so good and so consistent at everything. They've all been playing most of the maps. It seems like that's kind of the plan that like UK has when it comes with their rosters. They just kind of have like that 3-man core and then just swap in the 4th player for whatever map they're playing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, DT specialist Moe Yandere, tech specialist, reading specialing AJT, aim specialist Blue. Voss has picked up a couple of the technical maps here and there. Majora's stepped in for a lot of the high speed BPM picks, that kind of stuff. But that core roster for UK actually doing a lot of work. They were the top team in terms of percentage, I believe, average, which is a stat that we've been throwing around. So overall, UK actually last week came out on top in terms of performance on the semi-finals map pool.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are quick to just be like, well, USA, myself included, I am victim of this, but people are like, okay, USA is just the best, right? USA is just going to win again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they are so good. How can anyone beat USA? Well, actually, if you look at, like, statistically speaking, right, like a lot of the rounds so far, UK has been on top or very close to the top or even ahead of the USA when it comes to just like a straight head-to-head matchup, right? So, like, there's a lot of potential for the UK to actually win this that I think a lot of people aren't really expecting as much. So this should be really, really interesting.
Yeah, I think one thing that we keep mentioning is in terms of scaling and team scaling, as the map pools get harder, obviously Grand Finals map pool will be another step up from this. The USA team is on paper just going to scale a lot harder than a team like the UK. So I think this might be their best chance, but you can never say never. I think we've talked a lot about our team in blue. Let's take a little bit of time to have a chat about the team in red, that is the USA.
Yeah, the USA is quite similar, but to a lesser extent. USA, I think their roster is so... you would mostly look at people like Vaxi and Idki to be like, wow, they're so good. They're just going to carry the entire team. But they're kind of very well-rounded. At least they've shown to be very well-rounded. They kind of just play everyone wherever, whenever, right? Like, they don't have a core to say. Like, they do have a bit of a core in Vaxi, Idki, and Toy, who have played the most maps last round. Arguably Fiery Rage as well. But they're a lot more well-rounded, right? Like, you'll see a lot of different players participate a lot, right? Like, there isn't like a specialist player in the USA. Like, they all just play everything.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quite interesting to see like the difference, whereas UK is more focused on 3 players and USA just kind of has their whole roster to play with.
Yeah, and it makes it a lot easier to form really competent team rosters into these harder maps. We'll see probably a couple of the same players as you mentioned, Idki, Vaxe. Usually they're 2 big hyper carries, I would say, at this point. Players like Toy excelling on the old style maps and really awkward aim stuff. But overall, they've got a really strong team this year, and they've been proving it, right? They've only dropped 3 maps in the entire knockout bracket. They
won the seeding for the qualifiers. Like, this team has been dominant from start to finish, and sure, one of those points that they lost was to Turkey in the first round, which is, you know, everyone likes to have a good laugh about it, but as the map will get harder and harder, this team gets scarier and scarier.
Yeah, also we have an 11-star warm-up, I guess.
And Blue's in, which means he's going to be playing about 10% of the map, and the rest of it will be drawing in smoke.
He's already been doing that, doing that a fair amount. I think some people might be familiar with the song. This was the song that USA used as a hype video. All the teams were doing hype videos right before WBC. This was the USA song. So I think we can have a wild guess at who picked this one.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's having a good go at this. Bubble somehow has 70%, which is pretty ridiculous.
Do you think in like 3 years people are gonna FC this?
Oh god, I do always think about that. Like the long
just
term
always get
scaling.
better. So
Exactly. Like what? Like 4 or 5 years ago, some maps were just considered impossible, and now people are like assessing them with hidden hard rock. And you're like, okay, I don't know what to believe anymore. I'd like to think there's a limit. Is this it?
I can
There's
see
no
people
way.
doing this in a couple of years.
You think?
People are really good now. I don't know. I mean, Bubble Man's almost there. He's doing pretty good, to be honest.
I'm convinced at this point that UK just put Blue in warm-ups just for the just for this. They know he's not actually going to play it.
Yeah, he's probably having more fun.
Probably. You're probably right there, yeah. How Bubble Man is at 70%, I'll never understand it. Oh, that's right.
It's actually tied almost 3v4. Bubble Man is just so good. He's actually just has a score of 2 players combined.
I mean, you look at Blue's score and it's like 4,000 points, but you look at everyone else, they're not even really above 20k, and Bubble Man has 35,000. Oh, Blue's curse is doing something interesting. Alright. Oh, USA came prepared. I wonder if the UK have anything in store.
I hope so.
I'm sure we'll be saving the epic warm-up for the grand finals. Just thinking of the one last year that Wolf made was just, it's such good memories. And if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend at least watching the warm-up of the grand finals from last year.
I think that's always my favorite part of, or one of my favorite parts of WC, just like all the warm-ups that people come prepared with. Oh, looks like
a
it
classic.
is a more standard warm-up. It is a more playable warm-up. Yeah, we can say that.
Yeah, this is a bit of a classic. Not really easing up in terms of difficulty, though. I mean, it's not 11 stars, I'll give you that, but...
It's close enough.
Yeah, it's getting there.
Like 7 something, I believe, right? It's been a couple of years since I played this.
Probably FC it now.
Oh, that's true. Hold on, we just saw the what slider, now we're seeing the Sega slider. I mean, spoilers.
Just warm-ups of slider art, that's all this is.
Ah, that's why Blue's in there.
Just to draw the map. How cool a mod would that be?
For us.
You had a 2-player mode where one person drew the map and the other person played it. Like catch the cursor.
Blue better draw the Sega logo for us.
Who left? Someone's
I
abandoned
believe
ship.
I saw someone mention they were going to play this with 3 players. There's probably a reason. Like they even said it before their own warm up. I think.
Oh.
I think I saw Hypno say that. It's kind of interesting. I wonder if there's a reason for that, like a specific first pick that they want to warm up for.
Yeah,
Something along those lines.
It's not really BM, right? But it could almost be taken as BM being like, I don't want to play your warm up. We played ours. We've had our fun. Now I'm going to go warm up. But I doubt it's that at all. As you said, they might have something they need to be prepared for. This isn't too bad of just a warm up map though. It's not too crazy.
So how do you think this match is gonna go?
Based off the warm-ups? Or just generally?
Oh, just generally, not the warm-up.
Yeah, I think everyone has a lot of predictions about this. Obviously, USA on paper are just so strong that it's kind of become final boss USA. Who can bring them down? And, you know, so far in the last 2 years, that answer has been no one.
Yeah, they're kind of the villain, huh?
I don't know whether you call them the villain. They're not particularly evil or anything. They're just really, really good at this game.
Yeah, I don't know. They just always win, so people are like, oh, well, USA just wins again. Wow,
Yeah.
who can see this coming?
USA just wins. I think if the UK stand a chance in this match, they need to get off to a good start. They can't really let the USA pull ahead on the early picks, and making sure the UK gets some solid points early on is going to do a lot for them here. Because as the map pool gets deeper, the USA gets stronger, I think.
Yeah, it's worth noting. Of course, these 2 teams are now 2 of the 3 remaining teams in the top 3. There's also South Korea in the losers bracket. And all matches after this one are going to be played on the Grand Finals pool, which is going to be showcased right after this match, by the way. And you mentioned at the start of the stream that USA scales really, really well, and their skill cap is probably the highest of any team in the tournament, right? So if UK wants a chance to beat USA, I think their chance on this pool is a lot higher than the one on the Grand Finals pool. And of course, whoever loses this is also against Korea, which is kind of mini USA in that sense, where they also have an absurd skill cap. And you know, you would rather want to face Korea on this pool compared to the Grand Finals pool. So whoever loses this match is still like in a really, really, really hard fight in the losers bracket. So
yeah, we saw Korea's really stepped it up this year. It's been really fun to watch them basically just abuse double time throughout the entire time. There's the Sega slider.
Hey, Proxy and Voss hit the Sega slider. I think it's fair as well. I'm not sure.
I think Spare did. I think if you're sitting around 60 combo, you broke on it. What were we saying? Yeah, Korea. So Korea, obviously, the first Asian team to hit the top 3 in the last 3 years, which is really cool to see that the East is coming back. It's not a Western-dominated scene again. We almost had a complete top 3 podium finish as of last year, obviously with Germany being the team that lost to Korea. But I would be really curious to see the UK play against Korea on this pool. I think on this pool, the US still beat them. It's only really the double time maps that I think that Korea would put up a really good fight against US. But Grand Finals pool is going to be even harder, and I think that's going to be a really interesting match between any of these teams, actually.
Actually, an interesting point that you brought up, because OS as a whole, like maybe 4 or 5 years ago, was completely dominated by the East, right? Like Japanese players and Korean players were just like all over the top 10. Like it was only those 2 countries, and then a little bit of Taiwan, maybe, right, in standard. And it kind of like inverted as of recent. You know, it's now it's mostly dominant by the West, and now it's good to see that there's still an Eastern team in the top 3. We have seen Japan do pretty good last year as well. So, because actually, if you take like lifetime results, I think Korea is actually the most dominant team in OWC history, like all of the World Cups, right? So it's good to see them back there. We'll see. We'll see if they can keep it going, but it's already very nice to see them, and we'll see who they end up facing. After this game, it will be next week, obviously, but yeah,
I think
Roll's already
2 missed that, by the way. I'm sure there was slider breaks, but 2 missed on that map. It's not bad at all.
That is absurd. Alright, so bans, huh? Kind of curious to see what these teams are going to do. Like, USA have had a bit of a pattern with their ban. Tend to ban the Stream Nomad and the AIM Hard Rock. So in this poll, it would be Paradise Ghost and Electric Love. UK, I feel like, have kind of adapted to whoever they're against. I think they've done a very good job at that, right? So, like, for example, the UK are pretty well-rounded, but there was a map, not... I forgot what pool it was in. I think it was in quarterfinals pool. Midnight City Warfare, whenever they went against Taiwan, and Taiwan had like 5 of the top 8 spots in that leaderboard.
Yeah.
So they just ended up banning that map, right? So I don't know. I think
Pretty
we're
smart.
good at that thing like that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, ironically, the stream map is the map that USA won OWC on last year against the UK. So I'm gonna be surprised if they ban it again this year. The UK do pick up Blue, who's a pretty good stream player, as opposed to losing. I don't think. I mean, Doomsday, I guess, is the stream player who stood in for the UK last year. Whether or not the US decide that that's a fair enough trade to keep banning the stream map or not, I'm not too sure. Other than that, they've typically ended up banning kind of aimy picks. We've seen them ban Hard Rock 1 a lot, so smaller circles aim. A couple of double time bans. They banned the 10.3 last weekend against Russia, but Russia's such a solid 10.3 team. I'm not really sure what the USA would go. Ooh, okay.
This is a really smart ban, actually, because UK last week basically had 4 FCs on the hidden one, which was La Pistoria.
Yeah.
Although they're not very similar this week. Like this week, Nexta is just 100% a tech map, and La Pistoria was more of a consistency map. But
I also feel that next year is a map that Bubbleman will just destroy, and no one else will be anywhere near him. Bubbleman on hidden tech is just it's scarily consistent, and it's definitely something that has solo carry potential. So maybe just being like, nah, we don't even want to risk it.
that map, the ending of Nexta, people that are playing in this pool have pretty much all said is extremely hard, and it's one of those types of situations where if you don't play this stuff all the time, usually you're just not going to be able to play it.
Yeah, for sure.
UK answering with Hidden 2, DT2, so Maze of Vapor, Night of Fire. Maze of Vapor also is quite a similar map. It is quite an evil combination of low pro trait hidden and like that Mirage mapping style that I think hopefully people are familiar with now. It's not very friendly to the player, so yeah, UK just want none of that. Get it out of the way.
Wow, look at these bans. 2 from the same mod types. DT1 will be removed by America finally.
Okay, this is really interesting to me because these are bans that neither team have historically went for. So both of these teams seem to be adapting to each other this round and being like, okay, it's time for the serious bans now.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by the fact that each of them have banned a double time, and they're probably the 2 most similar double times in that pool. Both of them are pretty bursty. Obviously, neither team wants to play it, which I think is quite interesting.
Yeah, so now in the Hindu pool, we only have Ring of Fire remaining, which is all streams. And the DT pool, we have Morning Glow, it's pretty standard 10.3, and Chaser XX, which we have seen a couple of teams play, I believe. Quite an interesting map, a lot of finger control.
Looks like the US will lead us off then and have the first pick here. They do leave that stream map untouched, so unlike previous weeks, it is available for them.
Yeah, I don't really see the USA going for any DT picks, maybe. Well, maybe the pool is hard enough now that they can start abusing how Vaxi plays them and how Tony plays them. Tony being the bracket guy. We're just going to call him Tony. He wants to be called Tony.
T bracket.
I was going to pronounce T bracket __ T bracket. Yeah, okay. And UK did play all 3 DTs last round, so I don't know. I think I would see UK picking them, but I'm not sure if we're going to see USA go for any.
Yeah, the UK definitely, they have Moe Yandere, who when it gets to really high star DT, really exceptional player, really good at that high BPM. He hasn't particularly performed to the level you might have expected him to, and I'm hoping that he can rectify that because he's a really good player once he gets going. But we're going to see Hard Rock 1 Electric Love will be the start of this match.
That's so weird. Okay, so USA always bans this type of map, every match, or if they don't ban it, they just leave it open. And now they leave it open and they first pick it. Okay, they're looking to throw the UK off balance here, I think. We'll see if it ends up paying off for them. But probably going to see... yeah, go on.
If you Google the definition of curveball, you get an image of USA picking Hard Rock 1.
So have to see who's in for this one. Probably Vaxi, Iki, Toy, and I would say Fairy Ridge for this. Typically playing the Hard Rocks for them. And of course, Bubbleman Carthy Spare can be expected for nearly every map. Majori stepping in, maybe? I don't know if he's going to stay there. Or maybe Blue.
Yeah, it's either going to be Blue or Majora. I think Majora maybe on these... what BPM is this map? It's relatively speedy, right?
I think it's around 210.
Yeah, I think Majora will handle the higher BPM maps a little bit better than Blue. I think either of them would have been an absolute fine pick here.
He's exactly
Baxter gonna do that last step in. And Toy as well for the US. I think of the 4 Americans in that lineup, Toy is the least I would have predicted him the last, I think.
Toy in particular has been pretty interesting to watch, in my opinion, because when you look at all of the players on the USA roster, like the people that are benched right now, people like Airyu, Apraxia, and Digital Hypno, who, in my head, can play this pretty well, but Toy's just been like a core member when I don't think he was really expected to be. I think he's really like stepping up this year.
Yeah, he's like the rock of the US, right? If you look at Bubbleman on the UK, Toy is that for the US. You can just rely on him at all moments, any kind of map.
It's kind of interesting because a lot of people would recognize him for more of the gimmick stuff or like the hidden plays maybe, but no, he just plays everything.
The dream skill set.
All right, as we get into the first map, the last match of the finals. Here we go.
Yeah, winner of this guarantees themselves a spot in the top 2 and the grand finals next weekend. Everything to play for. A loser meets South Korea in that losers bracket final, and we do see a couple very early breaks. One of them, I believe, was just kind lag, so it's just Bubbleman then who will drop early. And Spare as well. Early nerves here from the UK.
Yeah, I think it's kind of just what I was mentioning. I think they've been throwing a little bit off balance. Don't think they were expecting to play this as a first pick, but yeah, Spare and Bubbleman not having a good time, and no breaks yet on the USA side.
Definitely the 2 players you don't expect to be finding early inconsistencies. Spare and Bubbleman, very versed in terms of tournaments.
Yeah, it's certainly not over yet though, because this is absolutely the type of map where you can just miss everywhere, right? This is a very old style map. There's a lot of jumps where they aren't expected. Looks to be very favorable for the USA right now though, as Majori does find another miss, or rather his first miss, but that's yet another miss for the UK.
Yeah, full 4 combos here still for the States, with just Carthy now for the UK. He is boasting some really impressive accuracy though, along with Idki. This Bubbleman will find another miss.
Vaxi misses at the halfway point, but there's still such a massive lead right now. 3 full combos still. And I was going to say it wasn't over if Spare and Bubbleman just had the early miss and then just comboed the rest, but they keep on missing. They're just not having a good time on this map, so looks to be a pretty smart pick.
Yeah, this is working out almost better than they think that America could even have ever expected. Carthy's doing his best right now, but not really anyone backing him up here, as America still has 3 full combos. This one might already be over. We're into the final third now. We're going to need to see a real implosion here from the United States for the UK to come back in this pick.
Yeah, as it turns out, it looks like USA was just banning this type of map just to hide how good they are at it.
Absolute mind games. Oh, Toy. He's completely misunderrated Matt. He will drop his full combo. But it's still 2 against 1. And make that 2 against 0. Carthy will drop pretty much absolutely nothing. So that one's going to hurt a little bit. But
it's so unfortunate for Carthy. I think he only had 100. Okay, he just got a second one. I think he only had 100. He was assessing for quite a while, but... It's all about Idki now, the only remaining full combo with also the highest accuracy. And he pulls it off. Wait.
It's not over yet.
He pulls it off.
He's got it. He's got it.
And that is a dominant first map. Almost 1,000,000 points on their first pick. That's not gonna feel so good for the UK, but at least it wasn't on their own pick, right? So
yeah, I definitely don't think that Spare and Bubbleman will be happy with their performances on this. For the two big carries of the UK getting 500k on this map, hopefully it won't do anything for mentality. It is just the first map. Nerves are a thing, and it looks like they're gonna brush it off really quickly, and we're going to be jumping straight into our second map picked from the UK this time. It will be DT3 Morning Glow.
yeah, I briefly touched on this earlier, but this makes a lot of sense for the UK. They've played a lot of DT in the past couple of rounds. USA hasn't really, so I'm just a little bit worried if this pick is good because now that the pool stepped up in difficulty, we're going to start seeing a lot of the really high skill cap DT players on the USA side. Like everyone will think of Vaxi. Definitely expecting Tony to step in this.
Yeah, Praxia dropping in as well. But it's currently USA has 4 people in their roster. See if they do make that swap out for the T bracket man.
T bracket man. I don't know. It doesn't look like it. Maybe they just stay with their core. Iki Vaxi Toy just playing every map.
Do you see Moe stepping in for the United Kingdom? They will have Spare in this week, and this last week they forgot to include him in their lineup.
Nope. Okay, Toy will be stepping out for Tony, so that is kind of the expected lineup for the USA at least. It's T bracket man.
He just had to make our lives that extra little bit awkward, didn't he?
I think there has been worse names to pronounce in WC. Seen this map played a couple of times so far. We did see Flank Tuna and Aristia with FCs on this earlier, as well as Dust Ice and Okinamo in that same match.
Yeah, 4 FCs in one playthrough. It was pretty nutty to watch. Everyone seemed to do pretty well on this. It is just, 10.3 and 270 BPM. That's all it is, really. Just, easy peasy stuff. I'm, of course, being sarcastic in case you didn't pick that up.
Well, you say that, but you're not wrong. It is a very simple map, to be honest. It's just very mechanically intensive.
Yeah.
So if your team is good at that, then that's great. Proxy with the first miss.
Another middle length map in this one. The early miss potentially not going to be too impactful, but we'll see. As we did see earlier, lots of people do very well on this. We will expect some high combos on the board.
Yeah, Krathi did find a miss earlier on, so it's kind of just been equalized now. It's more about accuracy, and USA still have 2 SSs.
Yeah, everyone's accuracy overall looking pretty good at the moment, but 2 SSs still for the US is... Well, I made that one. Okay, I apologize, Hidkey, for that one, but I don't think 100 will make the difference here. It might, and that'll be cool.
It's still just pretty much even. It's just coming down to accuracy right now. Everyone in the USA just has really monstrous accuracy, but Bubble Man finds a break.
That won't hurt. That's in the middle of the map. That's the worst time to break, as it massively affects your score due to the combo multiplier, and the US are now going to start to build a lead here as Apraxia and Carthy have both started to recover well. And Spare will drop and Apraxia trades, but that's another full combo down for the United Kingdom, and now Moe is the only person left.
Yeah, that's not looking too good for them. Yandere having, I was going to say earlier, he had the worst accuracy on his team. It was dragging the score down, but now the tables have flipped. He's their last hope. But yeah, not much to do against 3 FCs here. There's these are very comfortable. Look at Vaxi and Itky's accuracies on this. Like, that is absurd right now.
Yeah, they look so comfy. And it looks really scary right now for the UK, unless, once again, we said it last map, the US needs to implode here a little bit, or they're going to take a break point in this match. But we're into the outro, Aza, and with 500k going into this, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, this looks like it's pretty sealed. Well, unless there's any oopsies at the end, it looks like we're also going to see 4 FCs on this. Just like, oh, Tony with the ambitious cursor dance. You're full comboing, man. You should be doing that. What was that?
Balls of steel, that's what that is. He hits it though. 4 million points broken for the US on Morning Glow, and a steel pick. US will go up 2-0. They've got a little bit of breathing room already. Early days though. First to 7. Still a long way to go.
Okay. Guys, you're not supposed to get 4 million points on the finals pool. That's it's not okay. It's not supposed to happen.
Map borders? Can we have harder maps, please? Thank you.
Vaxe and Inky managed to keep their accuracy until the end too. That is, like, if you look at the accuracy of everyone else in the lobby, that is insane.
US
have to see
have
what,
turned up, man.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what they do for their own pick now. Of course, they picked Hard Rock last time, so they cannot pick Hard Rock this time. I think if they're playing this well, honestly, a lot of the really like high speed maps have kind of just been taken out. They could just lead straight into Chaser XX, or maybe Ring of Fire, something along those lines. Oh, okay.
More Hard Rock.
Looks like I am wrong.
Time it's going to be Squall. We've seen a couple of really close matches on this week. Weekend. We saw a 500 pointer between. I've completely forgotten. Russia and someone, right? Russia and South Korea? I'm going to go with that. I'm probably wrong. It was close. I'm sure someone will tell me how wrong I am.
Yeah, this map is. It looks very calm and innocent and peaceful. It's not. There's a lot of very. I will use the word random because that's kind of what it feels like sometimes. It's a very older style map. I believe this was mapped in 2013, but ranked in 2018. And yeah, with CS 6.5, it definitely catches people off guard when they least expect it. I would say this is on the harder side of the pool. This is definitely one of the harder maps to full combo at the very least. We'll have to see how these teams are playing it out, though. I don't think USA cares about how hard maps are at this point after that last performance.
Yeah, US going up 3-0 would be a little bit scary. I did mention I think the UK need to try and get points on the board early here.
And the core roster for the USA, the addition of Fiery Rage. Then majority coming in with the Hard Rock, looks like. Yep, that'll be the final rosters for this map. UK will look to take the first point on USA's pick.
Rocking that same Hard Rock 1 lineup. The UK going for round 2 here. See if we can give Toy a little bit of a nudge and get him in. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I think we had an issue on this map earlier in a match and we ended up missing most of it. So hopefully we won't have to do that, but it's like we might not get to see Toys play. So we'll keep... Okay, we're going to give it a panic. Hopefully... Oh, it looks like we will get in, so that's good.
Yeah, sometimes the client just doesn't like specific people, it looks like. But nope, everyone's in. It looks like we have missed 3 misses from the UK.
Oh dear. This is a really short one as well. It's under 2 minutes in length. Spare and Bubble Man will miss again, but Fiery will find the first miss here for the US.
Yeah, that buzz slider pattern is not an expected rhythm on that part. If you haven't practiced this map, you will absolutely miss there. And it looks like it catched like it caught like 4 people, I think. Now 2 FCs to 2. Still a good chance for the UK to come back in this one. The ending of this is quite hard.
Bubble Man breaks again. It's Majora and Carthy with the big combos. Majora goes down along with Spare. Bagze finds a miss as well, but Itki and Toy have the combos for the States. It's Carthy on his own. And we're already into the ending. It's another point for the US, unless some miracle happens.
I was gonna say, even if Itki breaks, there are no supporting combos on the UK side here, and there's such a point leader. And Itki, again, with a crazy full combo. Karthi tried, but it's just not enough. USA wins that one by 300k.
Carthy literally won 100 behind Itki. And a slider end. Oh, it was a slider end he dropped actually then. Toy broke just before the end, but US now looking super dominant, up 3-0. And it kind of makes you wonder, what can the UK do? Their big carry in Bubble Man isn't having the match that he would want. And they seem to know what they want to go with, and it's going to be No Mod 3. A bit of Lapix time.
I actually quite like this pick from the UK. I think they have a lot of players that are very comfortable on this type of map. We haven't seen USA pick this type of thing too much also, and they did ban Nexta, which is pretty much an identical map to this, except with hidden and maybe a little bit more polished. I think if UK ever takes a point back, it's got to be on this one, because they're down 3-0 now. Not the result they wanted at the start of the game. It's got to happen.
Yeah, we've seen people like Voss or AJT step in for the technical picks on the side of the UK. They're potentially just juggling up who to drop in here. We're going to see Eru pop in for the US for the first time this match.
Yeah, I don't know if the rosters are finalized. I would maybe like to see Tony play this. But Iki and Vaxi have been playing so good, so we'll see.
I think the question is when you say I'd like to see Tony play this, it's who do you swap out?
Yeah.
It's such a crazy lineup that you're like, I can't really see them swapping any of these players out for someone even better.
Alright, no, these are the final rosters. So Fiery, Iki, Vaxi, and Eru for the USA, Voss, Spare, Karthi, and Bubble for the UK. I'd personally really like to see Spare and Bubble Man kind of pick up their performance a little bit after a little bit of a disappointing showing on the first couple of maps. If they do it, it's got to be now.
Oh, 1 point for the UK. Look at that.
Who has it?
They must all have like 0.2.
It was a secret fifth player.
Yeah, if Spare and Bubble Man can't step up, US are just going to run away with this because they're looking real good right now. It's one of the longer maps in the pool, and I expect we're going to see lots of breaks like that one from Spare. We saw an early one from Voss, so it's already 2 combos down for the UK.
Yeah, that's not good. A lot of interesting sliders here. I think there's a few comments about those for the pool, but I imagine by now most of these players have practiced them enough to not get caught by some of the like Burai patterns. A lot of the sliders go back on themselves. They're kind of hard to read if you don't know them.
Yeah, I think everyone on the US is doing alright. Look at those accuracies. Alright, here comes the meat of the map. Early breaks then Foss and Carthy. Another full combo down for the UK. Everyone on the US settles in well.
Man,
And there goes Bubble Man. It's 4 against 0.
4 FCs to none. That is... Yeah.
It's pretty tough to watch this. I'll be honest, as Carthy will drop. Fiery Rage has missed though. That's one of them. Only 3 to go. And maybe we'll have an even match here. One over 3 section. Everyone looks good. Voss right now top combo on the UK, but it's under half of that of the US.
Oh,
that's
okay.
One for Fiery, one for Airy, one for Carthy, one for Bubble Man. 2 on each side hold, and it's still 2 FCs for the USA.
Oh, there you go. Sperry gets a miss on the sliders I was talking about. It's actually... I mean, it would probably not change the result too much, because they still have 2 full combos, but I think if UK were to have a path to come back to this map, I think they definitely needed Sperry's combo there. And it's gone.
And so is Carthy's again. Idki and Vaxe right now, almost 2v4ing. And I think by the end of the map they will be.
There's a chance.
There goes Bubble Man, big drop on the circle stream. Voss the only one holding on now. But it's all too late. USA almost 1,000,000 points ahead.
This is really dominant. I think this is a little bit problematic for the UK now. They've lost 2 of their picks in quite a one-sided fashion. That's got to be hard for their mental, honestly. I would like to see them come back from it. But yeah, Idki and Vaxe are just not missing.
Yeah, they are 2v4ing right now.
This is officially a 2v4. Fiery and Air, you can just stop playing.
And I mean, that's not even bad scores from Fiery and Airy. Both of them break 500k. UK need a hard reset here because it's not looking good.
It's 1.3 million point lead.
It's one of the more dominant maps of the entire World Cup almost. As my favorite song comes on the jukebox.
Can't be an LWC match without your favorite song on the jukebox. Okay, so it's now the USA's pick. They're up 4-0. They've picked 2 Hard Rocks.
Well, I mean, we look at the USA's history in this World Cup, right? They won the first match 5-1. They won the second match 5-1. They won the third match 6-1. And last week, they beat Russia 6-0. So, by that logic, USA looking to 7-0 this one. And the grand finals, I guess, to make it nice and symmetrical. Yeah, I think Bubble Man is currently saying a little bit how a lot of us are feeling. Guys, I think he needs your energy, chat. Pump up the UK if you're here to support the Brits. And be nice if you're from America and just want your team to win.
I think they need it. This is a bit, not tragic, but I don't think people would expect it to be this one-sided.
Yeah, definitely not.
Happy synthesizer.
Okay. Okay. We haven't seen this yet this weekend, but I'm pretty sure every commentator who's talked about the map pool has had something to say about Happy Synthesizer.
Yeah, I think everyone has something to say about Happy Synthesizer.
This is a map with circles
Yeah, I mean, this is the gimmick nomad pick, right? Compared to the last couple of them we have seen, like Sonan and Sleepy T. This is very different. No, nothing like the other gimmick nomads we've seen.
Yeah,
I don't think there is a way to describe this map. We'll just have to let it play out.
I think Rainbows describes it pretty well.
I do feel like this is. I'm not sure if I trust this pick. I mean, at this point, I don't really know what the USA are doing because they're just showing up no matter what, right? But I think on paper, I'm not sure if I really like this pick from them because this is. I would say this is a bit random unless you have one player that is very, very good and very consistent at this, which they might have.
They do have Toy.
I don't doubt that they have two. Yeah.
Yeah, I expect Toy and Vaxay both to do really well. We've seen Idki do really well on all these awkward aim picks as well. And we will see Bracket Man in.
This just seems to be, at least from my own experiences with like scrims and practice, this seems to be a map that kind of everyone gets the same score on. And it's not a good score. So
yeah, we're going to see AJT make his first debut for this match. And AJT is probably one of the better reading tech players on the UK side. He's got a really couple of niche scores, which is really cool. So maybe he can start to turn things around for the UK. We'll still see that trifecta of Spare, Bubble Man, Carthy holding strong as Vaxay wants to have a head start on everyone else.
I don't think he needs one.
Yeah, if anyone.
I think he's doing fine enough without it.
All right,
Okay,
we'll find out in a
so-
second if that was client lag.
He did need it.
He did need it. It wasn't client lag. He has actually broken, but so has Bubble Man. So the miss has been traded once again.
Yeah, this right here is the big chunk of combo that everyone is like guaranteed to get. Any miss in the next like 20 seconds is actually really, really, really bad. Everyone is supposed to have completely free combos on this part, so.
As you said, everyone holding strong. Oh, there goes two of the UK, AJT and Carthy drop. And, well, we've been here before. We've been here four times, actually.
It was too early for those misses. Okay, I want to say those were like just tilt misses, honestly. Those are really hard to watch.
And it's tough to see them come from AJT and Carthy. Carthy's had a pretty good match so far, and AJT obviously stepping in for one. Spare drops now as well. What is the US doing to this map right now?
Yeah, we're gonna start seeing the diff spike though. So far, all of the bursts have been 1/6, but now they become 1/8, which are 254 BPM.
Would usually
Seems,
expect to see big act drops, but USA
Yeah,
have practiced this.
seems to not be a problem.
I
What
feel
are
like
diff
on-
spikes anyway?
On one side of the screen, we have a team having the best match of their life, and on the other side, we've picked four people up off of the street and given them a tablet pen and said good luck. I mean, in all credit, the UK is doing as you would probably expect on this map, but the US is destroying this. What is these combos? Idki, Vaxay, Tony. I mean, even Toy is above average. What can you
This is
do?
not the UK playing bad. This is the UK are having a normal score on this. What are USA doing? You do not. Okay, well, almost three-way FC that. That is that is not okay. What is this team? How is anyone supposed to beat this?
I'm genuinely hurting a little bit because my team is just getting destroyed. Oh my god, what is that US performance? I think AJT summed this up well. It seems we've encountered a predicament.
The thing is, like,
my
even though you could say some of the UK members are underperforming a little bit, I don't even think it would matter. It wouldn't even matter. You can get the 8 best players of the rest of the world that isn't USA, and right now in this match, because of how good USA is playing, they would probably still lose. UK going with Ring of Fire though, so Hiddens were banned. This might be a smart pick, trying to throw a wrench in there.
The morale's got to be really hit at this point. If you're on Team UK, you're really going to be feeling this down 5-0. Winning this would do a lot for them. Hidden stream map. It's pretty good for the UK actually. Carthy plays an awful lot of hidden, especially on stream maps. Blue no stranger either. We're going to see Bubbleman step out.
Yeah, I think normally I would favor UK for this one, based on their previous performances. But in this match, I don't know.
Yeah, I think in this match, you just kind of give USA the advantage on everything.
Yeah, it looks like Digital Hypno is going to be stepping in for the first time in this match.
It will be Blue's first showing as well, so newcomers on both sides. If there's a map to win, it's this one for the UK. US take this, they're on match point. And I think it is worth remembering, actually, if we think back to last year, the winners' final match between these two teams was actually very one-sided again to the USA. I think it was like 7-1 or something. And then when we got to the grand finals, the UK actually did take a match off them. They did win that first grand final match 7-4, I believe. Oh no, it was tiebreaker, right? It was 7-6. So even though the UK may not be having the performance of their lives here, they do still have comeback potential in a later round. But this one isn't over yet. There is the chance for a huge sweep, and it could start with Ring of Fire.
That would be like the greatest sweep.
It would go down in the history books, I think, if the UK turn this one around.
Yeah, just being able to turn this one around at all, like regardless of victory, just starting to get points on board after almost being like humiliated right now by how good Vaxi and Inky are playing would be an amazing feat. I think I actually really like this pick from them. So I think if they do it, it's got to be now.
Yeah, we just got to believe.
Oh.
Okay. Unfamiliar ground. The first drop is on the side of America, and the UK will have an early lead. This is a long map, though. At 3
Guys,
minutes.
the bar is blue. What does that mean? We haven't seen this before.
Please stop, it actually hurts. All 7 players, though, other than Digital Hypno, have held the first quarter.
They're looking good right now. Just got to keep it up. Very solid accuracy too. I like what I'm seeing from UK.
I'm just holding my breath because I just can't bear the first miss. And there it is, it's blue. And no one on US side trades it.
Oh no.
Advantage back to the United States. Into the solo we go, and this is where the misses might come.
Oh no. Oh, Vaxi trades it.
It's a trade, but it's still advantage US with Blue's earlier miss. That score bar is coming back, and it will go red very shortly unless there's a break. Vax8 isn't the one. It has to be for one of the other US members.
I don't know. It looks to be pretty stable right now.
Back drop from Blue gives it a little bit of a nudge. My eyes are just glued to it. There's a break
no.
from Blue and
Carthy breaks! Oh, that's not good.
No one from the US. Okay, actually, wait. Itki and Hypno. Spare as well. What is happening? Why is everyone just broken but Toy?
Oh, what was that miss from Spare? That was so sad.
No.
He got through the hard part where everyone else missed and missed immediately after. Toy now the only standing big combo, and he's just going to run away with it. No, he's not.
He's not. This is the most curse I think I've seen in one match.
There are no combos, but there is a pretty sizable lead, and we're near the end. think this is going to be USA's point.
Yeah, it's looking red right now. 200,000. And USA are going to go up 6-0. Big ending drops. It's irrelevant.
First map we see no FCs on. This is the first normal map of this round.
Yeah, Toy's going to find that top score with 810,000. And it's the best showing we've seen from the UK so far, but it's still not enough.
Oh, now the sweep begins.
Now it begins. Tiebreaker hype, everyone. It's coming. Just need 6 more maps.
Oh, Chaser XX. So again, I think a little bit of a toss-up. I think USA have very good players for this map, so it makes sense as a pick. But considering there's been a lot of hidden bans and a lot of DT bans, and that hidden was probably the closest map we've seen so far. I don't know. Could be good for the UK, but yeah, definitely expecting Idki Vaxe and Tony to run away with this one. I mean, T-bracket, man.
T-bracket, man. Doesn't look like UK are making any substitutions here, which is surprising. I would have maybe expected Moe to come in for this, and, well, the bubble seems to have left the party. Definitely not a good sign for the UK.
I think he seems to want to recover a little bit. But he's in, so maybe they're still deciding. Oh, yep. Looks like
Something's happening.
yeah, it looks
Signs
like
of
Blue will
life.
be stepping out. So Bubble Man had his one map of rest.
Welcome back.
Still deciding who the fourth player is going to be. I would assume it's Tony. Yeah, Tony. Okay, but Idki leaves. No, he leaves and rejoins. Okay,
No, Tony's here.
interesting. No, I meant Idki. Idki just left, then the proxy took his spot, and Idki
They swapped.
rejoined. Sure.
They've got something planned. There's a plan here. Maybe some smoke art, maybe? Maybe.
Will this be clean sweep?
I don't want to see it. It's always sad to see a clean sweep, especially this late into a tournament, but USA have definitely earned it so far. Because even if I think the UK were playing on form, I think it's hard to not say they haven't been underperforming, but at the moment it doesn't seem even relevant. USA looking so strong in this winners final. And they want that grand final spot. They want another guaranteed top 2 in this World Cup.
Now we'll have to see. This map is a very short one, a little bit over a minute, so
Blink and you'll miss it. Lots of awkward stream patterns, pretty much for a solid 80 seconds. And, well, first breaks are going to be from UK. Spare and Carthy drop. Bubbleman drops as well, and Apraxia finds a miss. It's hard to say it's already over, but
I think
it's so short, this map.
I think it is.
I think it's already over.
I hate to say it, but I think it is. UK are not having a good time in this one.
Yeah, there's just misses everywhere. Spare, even Spare is struggling. I mean, accuracies across the board not looking too hot, but we've seen really low accuracy scores on this map. Vaxe at 97%, Idki at 97%. I mean, even the entire USA above 96 is insane. Yeah, I mean, the score. Look at that score lead. It's already 1,000,000 points.
Tony does
Oh
find a
my.
break, but still 2 FC. Idki and Vaxe just don't miss. Okay,
Vaxe does.
Vaxe
Idki doesn't, though. He hits that triangle. I mean, yeah, GG. I think that this is probably the most dominant performance we've seen in a World Cup ever.
That is a point by 1.7 million against the favored first place team and the favored second place team. if that is the difference between these two teams right now, that is absurd. The USA are so strong this year, and they've come out full force. Just showed what it's like. This is that was a very quick match. I
don't know whether to laugh or cry, honestly, at this point, because my team has just been pummeled into the ground.
Yeah,
But deservedly so. This American roster is looking to take home the bacon again.
Bubbleman has described this as the USA effect, where every time any team just goes against the USA, there's just such like a mental impact on your mental, because it's the USA, they're so good, we have to do good, we're gonna lose. And I think the UK had the USA effect in this match, because that was ridiculous. Like regardless of that effect, or the UK not really performing as people would expect them to, Itki and Vaxi just, I don't even know how to describe what they did in that match. You're not supposed to full combo that many maps on a finals pool.
Definitely.
That's not okay. That's just not fair. You gotta give other teams a chance, guys. Come on.
Oh, man. All right, well, with that, USA will advance, and they will drop into the slot in the grand finals. We will see them there again for, I believe, like the 4th year running. How many times have they been there now?
I believe this will be the 4th year in a row.
4 years in a row. Such a dominant team. We'll be looking forward to seeing them there next weekend. But the UK now have another date, and this time it's in the East. South Korea versus the UK will be our losers bracket final. With the winner of that, actually, this is a 3rd place match, which is the proper title it should have, because the loser of that will achieve 3rd place in this year's World Cup. And it's the first time the first time in 3 years an Asian team in South Korea has made the top 3 of the World Cup. So it's good to see them back.
It's going to be a battle for 2nd place, I think, is going to be if we see how that just went and how good the USA are, I think a lot of people are going to be more excited about the battle for 2nd place. It's probably going to be a little closer. But I don't know. We haven't seen Korea go against USA, and the UK, of course, have another chance next week potentially. So,
but a much harder pool, which Aza, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is up next.
Yeah, as soon as we get everything ready, we will have the grand finals showcase. I'll be joined by Ford, and it'll be the last pool.
It's so sad. We're almost done. Feels like only yesterday we were writing the rules for this World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, it's been lasting for what, 6 weeks now, 7 weeks. It's been a while. It's kind of hard to as a player. It is quite mentally taxing to have to prepare and perform every week like that. So I think that could also be like a contribution to UK's performance, maybe like the burnout that comes from playing a tournament for over a month like that. We'll have to see, though. I hope they can bounce back. I think they won't have the USA effect in the next match, so I hope we get to see them on form like they were last year and in their previous games this year. So I think for now, we will be getting things ready.
I believe so. I believe the operator will tell us the agenda for the next bit.
Yeah, I think we're going to be taking a very, very short break. Grab yourself a drink, some popcorn.
Head over to the Oz store and buy a banner for $2.50.
Of course. You only have 3 choices now, though.
Maybe scrap the first 2 and just buy a banner, because, you have a 33% chance at this point to secure a banner for the year. The winner of the World Cup gets to keep it. Also, all prize money, all funding to the banners will go to the prize pool and support the players. So go do that. It's good. It's healthy.
Definitely to get a banner plug in there at some point. I think we'll be taking a short break again, though, while we set things up. So, hey, thanks for joining me. Hope you're not too...
Yeah, I think I'm going to go cry now.
Give another chance next week. It's okay. Thanks for joining me, though. And thanks for joining us, guys. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with the Grand Finals Pool Showcase. Don't go anywhere.
Enjoy.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had some water, some popcorn, or something. It's time for the Grand Finals Pool Showcase. I'm Mazer again. I'm joined today by OMG4s for the last showcase of OWC 2019. How are you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing fine. Hopefully you've been also doing fine for the last match you've commentated. Definitely was a interesting one.
I think I'm not the one you need to worry about.
Yeah, let's just get right into the pools, shall we, Azer?
Yeah, I think before we do, I think a good comment to make, or rather a good question I have for you is, how is the difficulty scaling? Because the finals pool seemed to have been pretty hard already, so how do you take a step after that, you know?
Right, so there's a big issue with just generally to prepare for not having like a meme level difficulty pool in grand finals. There was a lot of preparation done for the grand finals pool, as in to circumvent a lot of the picks, this is so much harder than anything else in the pool kind of syndrome, which happens when you have a very limited like choices of ranked maps, or just even unranked maps, to be honest. The one thing I definitely have to say is that the pools do feel harder in general because it doesn't vary too much in difficulty and has a pretty set difficulty range and target range. And because of that, for example, last year we saw stream maps just not getting harder, while this year they get harder. So you have like some aspects which are just quite harder, right? And the Grand Finals pool definitely can feel quite a bit hard, but it's mostly a step, like a normal step as in the past few pools.
All right, and we do have quite a lot of custom maps, or rather maps specifically mapped or changed for this round. So I hope you guys are excited to get started with that, as we're going to get started